Heart of the Wolf, a paranormal romance novel by author A. Mariposa. Available now in ebook and print format on Amazon.com. Synopsis: he was her hidden crush. She was his destined mate. Maddie is a small-town girl just trying to survive. Gareth is an alpha wolf without a pack. Can they overcome life's obstacles and find true love? A steamy paranormal romance novel set in the small town of Black River, New York. Characters and places are fictional, though some events are true to life. Enjoy this serial web novel as a podcast for your listening pleasure. Prologue. She struggled up the hill, her breath laboring in her lungs, rocks biting into her feet. She fled the house without shoes. Her heart pounded, threatening to escape her chest. Her legs shook so badly, she could barely keep herself upright. The night was perfectly black, darker than her bedroom closet. She didn't have a destination. She fled to escape the trailer and the monster inside of it. She was only 14, but her home had been hell for a long time. The rain poured down as she fought her way through blackberry bushes and tangled undergrowth. She fell, twisting her ankle on a slick rock, but she pushed on. She ran from a danger as silent and unseen as the night itself. No one followed her, but panic lent wings to her feet. Finally, she could go no farther. The young girl collapsed at the base of a pine tree, her breath heaving, so tired she wanted to puke. She pressed herself against the rough, wet bark. Rain dripped onto her cheeks from the pine branches. She closed her eyes, struggling to breathe. A bruise like a thundercloud spread across her cheek. She pressed her hand against it. Since her mother's death, her stepdad's drinking had worsened. Now Maddie knew her father for the monster he was. At least her mother had been generous with her love. Now, she had no buffer between herself and her stepfather's alcoholism. She curled up into a tight ball at the base of the tree in an attempt to protect herself. She wanted to run away from home, but where could she go? The foster system was a bleak option. She didn't want to live with strangers or get shuttled around between group homes. No one wanted a 14-year-old. Tears ran down her cheeks, fueled by helplessness and rage. She flinched at the sudden sound. She looked around, near blind in the dark. Mountain lions and wolves lived this high up. Still, her stepdad scared her worse than a wild animal. There, a crunch and rustle, something moving through the underbrush. Then the blue screen of a cell phone lit up the night. A human shape emerged from between the pine trees. She cringed, a muffled scream in her throat. In the silver blue light, she saw a man's wide shoulders. His long black hair was slick with rain and fell wildly around his face. His jaw was covered by several weeks of unshaven scruff. His shirt had the grungy look of a hitchhiker. He smelled of wet earth and the forest. His hazel eyes looked gold in the dark. He gazed down at her curiously. She felt the tension in her stomach ease away. Somehow, though she wasn't sure why, she felt calm. Like she knew him.
You're just a kid. What are you doing way out here?
The man's voice was a deep, calm baritone. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. She had been struggling with math homework when her stepdad stumbled home from the casino. He reeked of whiskey. He must have lost a lot, because he started cursing and kicking over furniture. He shoved her into the wall when he passed her in the hallway. He went to the bathroom, and she ran out the back door before he targeted her again. She touched the bruise on her cheek where he cracked her head against the wall. By now, he was probably watching TV and opening up a new bottle. How could she tell this stranger all that? She didn't want to go home. But she still had school in the morning. I got lost, she whispered, her throat closing. The man didn't question her. He gazed at her for some time in quiet thought. Then he took her hand and pulled her to her feet. She wobbled and gasped, her ankle was sprained. She staggered, but his arms went around her knees and he scooped her high into the air. He settled her against his strong chest. She disliked being touched or carried, but she could tolerate this. She felt safe.
Let's get you home.
The man's voice was deep and soothing. He started walking down the forested hill. Exhaustion made her head swoon against his shoulder. She glimpsed the man's feet on the ground below. He wasn't wearing any shoes. She was half asleep when they reached her backyard. A wobbly, half-assed fence encircled their property. A grown man could step over it, and he did. But he paused beyond the light of her kitchen window. He kept to the edge of the forest, hidden by shadows. There, he set her down on her feet. "Do you want to come in?" she asked, half delirious from exhaustion.
No. You live here?
"Yeah. With my stepdad. My mom died a while ago."
I'm sorry to hear that. Did he leave that bruise on your cheek?
"No." Silence stretched between them.
Go inside then.
"Please, I don't care who you are. Stay with me," she wanted to beg, but she knew how adults were. If she told him what was really going on, he would report her to social services, and then she would be ripped away from everything she had ever known. She didn't remember going inside that night. She just remembered his wild face, half illuminated by the light from the kitchen window, and that he wore no shoes. Chapter 1. School sucked, but work sucked worse. Maddie hated school. Who wanted to study with a drunk stepfather in the next room, roaring at the TV? Between dodging flying bottles and picking up the mess, she didn't have time for homework. And then her job, putting up with bitchy customers all afternoon at the local hardware store, was not her idea of a fun time. Her father took her paychecks. No money for a car or even to take the bus. So she walked home. Her feet hurt from standing at a cash register, but it was a familiar ache. At least standing at a register was better than being around the house. Her father was home again after a 6-week bender, his longest to date. Her life, which had been steadily improving, had spiraled into chaos. She hadn't looked for him even once while he was missing. She had kinda hoped he was dead. Now he brought friends over at all hours of the night, or drunk women from the bar. They partied it up during those small hours of the morning. The mess quickly compiled until Maddie was an anxious wreck. The house, which had been clean and organized during her father's absence, now looked like a hoarder's home. Food wrappers, pizza boxes, plastic bags, and cigarettes covered every surface. The dishes were piled in the sink, which stank of moldy water. Boxes of unpacked online orders filled the living room. Every morning, she made her cup of instant coffee, grabbed her backpack and tiptoed out the front door, as her stepdad snored face down on the couch. Sometimes, he was pantless. Her grades were dropping again, dramatically. She hadn't turned in her homework in the last week, because she had nowhere to study and no energy to focus. She didn't know where her father went on his benders, but she wished he would just stay there. The streets of Black River were narrow and paved with dark asphalt. No sidewalks. Broken down RVs blocked most driveways. Black River was a small town. She passed by yards filled with old lawn chairs, pallets, stacked tires, rusty axles and fenders. On her headphones, she listened to Almost Had Me by Lights. She had the full album downloaded to her Amazon Music app on her shitty old Android phone. In one yard, a pit bull sat on the front porch close to his water bowl, bored. The dog noticed her, but didn't bark. His tail flapped on the concrete steps. His name was Barney. She brought him treats sometimes, if she had leftovers from lunch. Sometimes, when Barney was off leash, he would follow her down the block for a bit, like a childhood friend wanting to play. Technically, this was the scenic route home. She could have crossed Main Street from the hardware store and cut off 20 minutes from her walk. But she always took this detour, because this was his street, and walking down it made each day a little bit less sucky. There was his house now. As though cued, her playlist skipped to Star-Crossed Lovers by My Indigo. She still didn't have the guts to ring his doorbell. Other than the few times he found her out on the mountain, cold and wet from rain or fog, she didn't share many words with him. Sometimes he came by the hardware store, and then he would smile at her, with his gold-green eyes and long black hair, and her toes would curl a little. She never knew what to say to him. Yes, there was an age gap. She was 19 and just beginning her senior year of high school. She got held back in 8th grade, the same year her mom died. She knew she shouldn't be crushing on grown-ass men. She should be dating boys her own age. But she couldn't control the way she felt. Her crush on him was overpowering, making her dumb and speechless whenever she caught sight of him around town. He was over 6 feet tall, ripped with muscle, built like a wall, his arms covered in tattoos, no hint of boyishness to his face. He was the embodiment of her fantasies. If only she could approach him as a woman now, and not as he must think of her, the scared little girl who kept running up mountains at night. Maddie sighed. His car, a beat-up old Camaro, wasn't in his driveway. No chance of a casual sighting today. Whatever. She scuffed her dirty Converse on the cracked asphalt and kept walking. She glanced up at the intersection ahead. Then a groan escaped her lips. There, standing on the corner outside Andy's Market, was a group of kids in varsity jackets. They stood in a loose circle, checking their cell phones and gossiping. She cringed. Don't they have anywhere else to be? Maddie thought in quiet agony. She glanced around, looking for a detour, but of course there was none, unless she wanted to cut across someone's yard. Instead, she shoved her hands in her black hoodie and walked a little faster. The quicker she crossed the intersection, she could get past them. It was too much to hope for. A blonde beauty with her hair tied back in a cascade of curls, Kaylee Makovich, saw her coming. A wide smile split her foxy little face. There wasn't an ounce of friendliness in it.
There! Oh my God! That's her, she's the girl I was telling you about. Go ask her. Go on.
Maddie felt her feet hesitating as one of the boys split off from the group. The rest watched after him and snickered. Run. Just run, she thought. But like an idiot, she slowed down and waited as he jogged up to her. He held out a $20 bill. She stared at it. He had a stupid Peter Pan grin on his face.
Kaylee said you'll flash your tits for $20. So is this enough?
Maddie flushed red. What the fuck?
She says you work at Sapphire. So come on, let's see those porno titties.
Maddie drew back her fist and punched him square in the mouth, so hard she felt her knuckles pop.
Oh, fuck. Adam, are you okay?
Oh hell no. Nobody hits my cornerback. Get that bitch!
Kaylee and another football player started shouting and pointing. The other kids started running towards her. Maddie took off, her feet pounding the pavement. Porno titties or not, she was a fast runner. The group of shitheads fell back after 2 blocks and gave up, going back to check on their friend. She heard them screaming profanities and cursing after her.
Fuck you, bitch. You better watch your back, porno titties.
Maddie jumped into a ditch that ran between one of Black River's old streets and an open, undeveloped field. She followed the ditch for a ways, getting her shoes and pants muddy. When she felt safer, she climbed out. She recognized the old neighborhood on the fringe of town. She knew exactly where she was. She slowed to a stop, her breath heaving in her lungs, her red hair falling wildly down her shoulders. Then she shook out her wrist. Her hand ached. Kaylee Makovich was a cunt. She had no reason to be a cunt. She was rich, beautiful, popular, and smart. She had been Maddie's BFF in middle school before her mom died. Back then, Kaylee was charismatic and already beautiful. The two girls hit it off over music tastes. Soon they were inseparable. For a blip in time, Maddie found herself on a pedestal as Kaylee's best friend, center stage at every school dance and party, and invited to all the most popular sleepovers. Maddie had followed Kaylee around like a puppy. She even let Kaylee pick out her clothes, her makeup, her backpack. Life was good. Then Maddie's mom died and their friendship went sideways, like everything else in her life. Maddie got held back a year, which put her in Kaylee's classes. But that only seemed to make matters worse. One day, without explanation, Kaylee suddenly iced her out. Maddie was no longer allowed to sit at their lunch table. Her texts and calls went unanswered. If she tried to speak to Kaylee, her ex-friend would literally turn away and pretend like no one was there. Maddie confronted Kaylee in freshman year of high school, only to be told the story backwards. She was the bad friend. She gave off bad vibes. It was embarrassing that she got held back a year, and Kaylee's mom thought she was a bad influence. To make matters worse, Maddie wasn't supportive at all during Kaylee's epic breakup with Trace. Who was Kaylee supposed to turn to? Maddie had changed after her mom died, and Kaylee needed to cut out the toxic people from her life. So Maddie punched her in the face. That was the first time Maddie got suspended. Unfortunately, that was just the beginning. The bullying escalated. Kaylee spread all sorts of rumors about why Maddie was held back in 8th grade. She couldn't read. She had ADHD. She smoked pot. Then in sophomore year, when Maddie's tits suddenly exploded, Kaylee told everyone she had an STD. Junior year, the confrontation started in the bathroom. Kaylee's group of friends kept cornering her and trying to steal her phone or her wallet. She finally jumped on Kaylee and started to beat her up, but a student ran to get a teacher. Maddie was suspended for 3 weeks. That solidified her reputation as an outcast and a crazy motherfucker. Crazy porno titties. Senior year, it looked like Kaylee was back at it. Maddie didn't know why that bitch kept targeting her. Fucking Sapphire? Maddie muttered. Now at least she knew where the rumors started. The Sapphire Club was a new strip club that just opened on Highway 20. Since the beginning of the school year, random kids she didn't even know kept approaching her to ask, "Are you a stripper?" Hey, what about blowjobs? Part of the problem was her admittedly massive rack. She was cursed with her mom's excessive curves. It was all people seemed to see. Maddie sighed. Whatever. She would get through the school year and graduate no matter how many landmines she had to step on. She swept her hair back, pulled up her hoodie and started walking. She walked fast and listened for any sirens behind her. Hopefully Kaylee and her friends wouldn't call the cops. Maddie was walking so hard and so fast that she didn't hear the voice calling her name at first.
Maddie! Hey! Maddie!
She finally stopped and turned around. Sitting on the stoop of a partly rebuilt porch, smoking a cigarette, was a girl with coal black hair and thick eyeliner. She had a piercing like a bull's ring through her nose, and a spike in her left eyebrow. The house was old and sagging, with several broken windows taped over with cardboard. Maddie recognized her. "Hi B," she said.
Where are you running to?
Just avoiding Kaylee Makovich and her flying monkeys.
Forget those fucktards. Everybody hates them anyway. You want to come in?
Maddie thought about it. She wasn't in a big rush to get home, except to avoid walking in the dark. Her house was about a mile outside of town, if she cut straight through the woods. Not too bad a walk, but daunting at night. Sure, for a little bit.
Cool.
Beatrice stood up and brushed off her pants. Then led the way inside. Maddie knew Beatrice a bit from school. Bea had gone through similar drama in 5th grade at Pine Hollow Elementary. Her father was arrested for murder. Apparently he was part of a gang dealing meth on the res, and he executed a rival gang's member. The cops kept the story off the news, but older siblings told younger siblings, and word got around. She recalled in 8th grade walking in on Beatrice fucking someone in the PE locker room. They were 13. It was after school. The person did not look like a student. BA's family was like her own, perhaps even more fucked up. Her father was serving time in county. She lived with her mother, who was also a bartender, like Maddie's own mom. In fact, they had worked together at the B Joint, a roadside bar and truck stop a few miles past Maddie's house. Maddie had never told anyone about seeing B having sex in the PE locker room. She had never spoken to B about it, either. They didn't know each other very well. She followed Beatrice inside. Not long after, Maddie sat with B on the back porch, smoking a cigarette. She didn't usually smoke, but it seemed to complement the cloudy sky and brisk wind.
Really? So you're still a virgin?
Maddie put out the half-finished cigarette in the wet earth outside Beatrice's back door. I don't know why it's such a big deal.
Because it's sex, and sex is a big deal. Don't you watch TV?
Not really, I mean, sometimes. Her stepdad hogged the TV when he was home. When he wasn't, Maddie shut off the cable because she couldn't afford the bill. She had a super cheap phone plan, but her data sucked in the mountains. Sometimes she used the Wi-Fi at school and the library to browse the internet.
You sure you don't want a beer?
I don't drink.
Fuck, Maddie. You really are a virgin.
B turned up the music on her phone. The speaker's tin cup ambience seemed appropriate for the gray, cold evening. They looked out at acres of pine trees and a cloudy, troubled sky. It would rain tonight. Maddie sighed. Most girls had been kissed before the age of 19. In this small town, perhaps the coolest thing to do was get drunk down by the river and fuck around. That's where pretty much everyone lost it. But Maddie didn't drink. She didn't think she would ever drink. And so she guessed she would never lose it either. Beatrice cleared her throat and spit a wad of clear mucus onto the ground. Very ladylike. She and Maddie lay, stretched out, on her half-built back patio. The corners of her yard were cluttered with trash bins, old couches and junk, but BA's house was still nicer than Maddie's double-wide, which had no heat in the winter, no AC in the summer, and held only the vaguest memory of wallpaper. They lay on their backs as the sky turned dark, watching the mountainside loom above them in a garb of foreboding mist. Her trailer was located in the foothills of that mountain, at the fringe of the forest. From this distance, she couldn't tell which patch of trees hid her long gravel driveway. Maddie liked it that way. Something about the forest and the mountain made her feel safe, like she had a place to hide.
My grandma used to tell me stories about the mountain. She said the mountain draws lost souls to it. Helps them find their way.
Was your grandma native, B?
Yeah. Seneca. She used to tell me all sorts of stories. Lots of legends about shapeshifters and trickster spirits. She died when I was 9. I don't really remember them now.
B blew out a puff of smoke. She looked thoughtful. Then she glanced at Maddie.
So? Is it true? Do you work at Sapphire?
No, I don't strip.
Too bad. My mom used to strip and she made a ton of money, all those tips.
Well, I don't. It's not my thing. Maddie fumbled with the zipper on her hoodie. B took another pull from her cigarette and blew smoke up into the air. Then she changed the subject.
So, is there anyone you like?
Maddie felt herself blushing. Sometimes she hated her own innocence. Not really, she admitted, even as her mind filled with visions of him, memories of him.
Come on, there must be someone.
No one at school.
Oh, so he's older? Out of high school. Who? Does he work at the hardware store?
Maddie fumbled some more. She didn't want to share her secret. Sharing it meant someone could take him away, and if she lost him. Beatrice sensed her withdraw, and flicked her cigarette.
You don't have to talk. I don't care about your sugar daddy. Here, listen to this song. It's my favorite. It's a new album by Halsey.
Beatrice turned up the volume on her phone. Maddie sighed. She wished she could talk freely about him, but she guarded that part of her life even more closely than her dysfunctional home. Her thoughts drifted with the music. It really was a good song. It seemed to fit with the stormy autumn sky. Her thoughts wandered with the lyrics. She remembered the first time she saw him around town, and not up in the woods at night. When he first became real. On her 16th birthday, Maddie woke up with the power shut off. That was the day she decided to get a job. Her father, who lived his life dodging responsibility, applauded her work ethic and praised himself for being a good role model. Maddie didn't know the first thing about finding a job, but she knew she wouldn't have any water or power until she brought home a paycheck, so by some miracle, she managed to get a part-time shift at the hardware store, 4 to 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday. They started her stocking shelves and scrubbing toilets. It was okay. Then Ariana, one of the cashier girls, got sick. Really sick. She was out for a whole week, and the general manager asked if Maddie would cover her register. Just for a little while. Math was not one of Maddie's strong suits. In fact, she really didn't have a strong suit, and the register was ancient. She had to memorize all the item codes and count change manually. Her first day at the register was brutal. She felt completely underwater as she stuttered and fumbled over each new item. She knew she was in trouble when a blonde woman, maybe late 40s, pulled up to her register with a cart full of houseplants. The woman pulled out a wad of dollar bills and loose change. Maddie rung up the plants, carefully picking them out of the cart and scanning them. Once this ritual was finished, the woman handed her the messy stack of bills.
I know you, don't I? Maddy Donovan, isn't it? I remember your mother. You go to school with my daughter, Kaylee. Why, you're a bit young to be working here, aren't you? 16? That's impressive. Good on you. So responsible.
Oh, hi. Maddie immediately felt uncomfortable. Now she recognized Mrs. Makovich from the sleepovers at Kaylee's house way back in 7th grade. But that was ancient history. Here's your change. Maddie handed over a handful of quarters and dimes.
You're 10 cents short, and you didn't include my coupon.
It's expired, sorry. You gave me $52, and the total was. As they picked apart the transaction, Maddie hoped Mrs. Makovich would take pity on her and let her extra $2.74 go, but she didn't. The woman fought for her stupid coupon, and Maddie finally gave up, red in the face and sweaty. She pulled out a calculator and ended up having to cancel and redo the entire transaction. She didn't like confrontation, particularly in public, particularly at work, particularly on her first day at the register. Her fingers trembled as she counted out Mrs. Makovich's extra change. Maddie released a pent-up sigh after the woman left. Why am I shaking? Mrs. Makovich might be a bad customer, but she wasn't dangerous. Maddie kept expecting a bottle to fly at her head. I'm so useless, she thought. I can't even count change. I feel like an idiot.
You alright?
She looked up. He was standing right there. It was her first time seeing him off the mountain. For a moment, they stared at each other so intently that her cheeks turned pink. To be honest, she hadn't truly believed he was real. Somehow seeing him here, in the most mundane place, was impossible. Like a figure from her dreams. It seemed against the rules. He was buying a set of drill bits and she swished them over the red scanner without thinking. She emptied the rest of his basket without paying much attention to its contents. She couldn't look away from him. There's no way, she thought. But she knew the outline of his door-frame shoulders and the loose wave of his long black hair. And she knew his voice, deep enough to make her chest hurt. Then she realized he had asked her a question. It's nothing. I'm fine. She quickly thrust her hands in her apron pockets, then changed her mind, realizing she had yet to take his payment. Cash or credit?
Credit.
With a sigh of relief, she ran his card and got his signature. He watched her the whole time. She had this crazy flash of an idea that he would write down his number, just like something out of a movie, and slide it to her with a wink. Except he didn't. She was only 16. He was much older, she thought. Maybe mid-20s? She should have checked his age on his ID. Instead, she had been so nervous, she had barely matched his name to his credit card before handing it back. She couldn't even remember it. He lingered for a moment after pocketing his wallet.
You work here?
Yeah.
All right. You need anything?
He shifted, leaning his weight on one leg. She stuttered. Oh, no. I am good.
Okay. Good night.
She watched him leave, every inch of her body vibrating, her eyes devouring him from behind. He obviously lifted weights. She could see the muscles of his broad back through his t-shirt. His skin was deep tan, possibly native. He made her feel things. Breathless, heart-pounding things.
Anyway, he pulled out and jizzed on my leg, and that's how I lost my virginity in 20 seconds.
Maddie snorted with laughter, caught off guard.
What? I told you, sex is way overhyped.
Here, pass me that, Maddie said, and took a puff off of Beatrice's cigarette. It tasted horrible. There was snow at the very top of the mountain, though it hadn't made its way down to Black River yet. They still had a few months left before winter. Then the snow would creep down to the hills, and the town of Black River would be all but isolated from the world. It was a time of year she both enjoyed and dreaded. Enjoyed for the isolation. Dreaded because her midnight escapes would be all but impossible. I gotta go, she said, climbing to her feet.
Already? Bummer. I was gonna ask if you wanted to stay for dinner?
Maybe next time. I don't want to walk in the rain.
All right. See you at school tomorrow.
Maddie said her goodbyes and left down Beatrice's side yard. Then she turned onto the street and walked toward the mountain. Storm clouds swirled overhead, angry and dark blue. Heart of the Wolf, a paranormal romance novel by author A. Mariposa. Available now in print and ebook format from Amazon.com. Disclaimer: this chapter contains violence and potentially disturbing scenes and language. Chapter 2. Maddie walked up the long gravel driveway, surveying the double-wide mobile she called home. They had 2 acres, the second acre slanting almost vertically up into the forest and mountains. Light blue paint once covered the mobile, but the dirt and cobwebs made it look a mottled sort of gray. The front steps were in disrepair. She went around the back through the sliding screen door into the kitchen. She heard the TV on. She took a breath, trying to suppress a wave of anxiety. Her stepdad was sitting on the couch in their tired little living room, rolling a joint on the coffee table. He didn't look up when she entered, not that she wanted to see his red face. A 32-inch TV blasted some racy thriller show. Lots of explosions and fast cars zooming across the screen. She crossed the room quietly to the kitchen and reached for a cup of instant noodles from the cupboard.
Hey, you got money for pizza?
No. I don't get paid until next Friday.
Not even $20?
Maddie sighed inwardly. She wanted to refuse, or say something snarky, but she bit back her retort. She really couldn't say no. If she turned him down, Dean would ask to see her bank account on her phone app. Last time she refused, he threw her phone across the room and broke the screen. Then he would make her go down to the gas station to get money out of the ATM. It wouldn't stop until she handed over every last penny. She rummaged in her backpack for her wallet. She pulled out $20 and left it on the kitchen counter.
That's my girl.
Her dad lit up. The smell of old skunk wafted through the living room. Maddie opened the microwave. It was covered in stains. Before Dean had come home from his last bender, the kitchen was spotless. She bought a bunch of degreaser from the hardware store and scrubbed the walls until the paint started to peel, scraping off layers of oil and sticky cigarette smoke. Then she deep cleaned the oven, the microwave, the fridge, everything. For a few blessed weeks, she had felt good about the space she lived in. Only to have him wreck it within a few days of his return. What a waste of time. Maddie impatiently waited for her water to finish boiling, then she poured it over a cup of instant noodles, hoping her dad didn't talk to her again. Then she padded quietly up the hall. Maddie closed her bedroom door behind her, wishing she could lock it. She threw her backpack down on the bed with a sigh, then sat down to eat her noodles, thinking about Kaylee Makovich and the varsity crew. She wondered if they would file a police report. Her knuckles on her right hand were bruised, she wouldn't be able to deny it. Too many witnesses. What if she broke the kid's nose? Maddie grimaced. Well, fuck. Senior year was not starting off well. After a while, she heard the TV shut off in the living room and the front door slam. Her ears perked. Maddie stood up and peeked into the hallway. The living room was quiet and empty. She padded down the hall and crossed to the front windows, where she parted the blinds to investigate. She watched her father stumble down the gravel driveway. An old Silverado was parked in front of a copse of alder trees, idling. She couldn't see the driver except for a red hat. Her father climbed in. Looked like he was heading downriver to the casino with someone. Damn. There went her $20. Maddie sighed and closed the blinds. She took a moment to pick up her dad's scattered food trash and beer bottles from around the living room. She couldn't get rid of the BO stench, but she could at least tidy up. She paused by the coffee table in front of the TV, where a pile of unsorted mail had accumulated over the past few weeks. She started rifling through it. She found a pink overdue bill for utilities, which wasn't unusual. She set that aside. Then she picked up a letter from Gelson's and Associates. She frowned. She didn't recognize the company name. The return address was written in fancy green ink with a little winged logo at the end. It looked pretty official. She started to open it, then stopped. The mail was addressed to Dean Harvey, her stepdad. He really didn't like her going through his personal business. She knew better than to snoop through his things. Still, she had a bad feeling. It looked like a letter from a lawyer, or a really fancy bill. Maddie forced herself to drop the letter from Gelson's and Associates back on the coffee table, leaving it unopened. Then she took the small stack of bills back to her room. As she walked back down the hallway, she sorted through them, tearing open each envelope. Maddie hated going through the mail. It was not a pleasant process. She had no sense for when bills were due, even though she'd been paying them since she was 16. The chaos of the house made it difficult to keep track. Bills went missing, or Dean threw them out by accident. She always seemed to be behind on something. It made her feel like she was drowning. Like she was completely inadequate at life, and she would never get the hang of it all. She imagined someone in their 20s or 30s going through their mail with a sense of ease. They probably had it all organized and a big enough salary to put it all on automatic withdrawal. But she couldn't do that. Last time she tried, the overdraft fees almost killed her. As she tore open the envelopes, a familiar wave of overwhelming stress began to rise within her. She got the Wave TV bill and groaned. It was a nice shade of pink. Her dad was supposed to pay for the TV since that was his thing, but it was 65 days past due. Her eyes widened when she opened it. $286.72? How? She couldn't afford this. It wiped out her paycheck. She wouldn't have any budget for groceries. Maybe she would abandon the TV bill to collections. But the last time she did that, Wave TV refused to reconnect their service unless her dad paid the outstanding balance, and all the late charges came to over $700. So, Dean opened a new account in her name. Or at least, that was his excuse for why her name showed up on the new TV bills. So if she didn't pay it, she was screwed. Maddie flopped down on her bed, feeling defeated. She closed her eyes for a moment. It's fine. Everything is fine. This is just another Wednesday. At that moment, her bedroom felt claustrophobically small. It was hardly bigger than a closet. The carpet was a downtrodden grayish. The walls were pink from her childhood, when this room had been her nursery. Her eyes searched the glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling, looking for a solution. Then Maddie threw the bills onto the floor with a groan. Ugh. Maybe she really should consider becoming a stripper. How would that look? She bit her lip, trying to imagine what it must be like to dance on a pole with a crowd of men stuffing bills in her underwear. Maybe it could be fun? She wasn't very confident in her body. Maddie stood up and shrugged off her hoodie, then slid off her jeans. She stood in front of the mirror in her underwear, trying to imagine herself in sexy lingerie with stylish hair and makeup. Her reflection, frowning, uncertain, stared back at her. Her face was pretty enough, in a big-eyed, cutesy way. Her hair, a reddish-brown color, wasn't very long or very thick. She didn't like her body. She was all curves. Her breasts were two overstuffed pillows that would make Jessica Rabbit blush. Her stomach was flat, bless, but her hips were full. Finding a decent bra within her budget was an ongoing ordeal. She wore 3 sports bras to PE class and an oversized XL t-shirt to stop the boys from ogling. As someone who didn't like a lot of attention, Maddie felt cursed. No, she didn't think she could work at a place like the Sapphire Club. She wasn't cut out to be one of those girls on stage. Maybe if she wasn't a virgin, she wouldn't be so scared of adult stuff like stripping and sex and... well, sex. But she wasn't bold like B. She kept her body to herself, too self-conscious to let anyone see her naked, especially the bare skin on her back. A huge white scar, bigger than her fist, spread across the bottom of her ribcage. When she was 15, she slipped and fell on broken glass. She spent 2 hours in the ER getting stitched up. Someday she'd get a tattoo to hide it, but tattoos were expensive. And if she turned slightly to the side. She had a bruise where her stepfather had shoved her into the dining table last week. It was still sore. He apologized later, after 4 beers. Then he forgot about it altogether. That's what confused her the most, how he always forgot. She couldn't stand him sober, and she couldn't stand him blackout drunk, but there was an in-between where he was tolerable, almost fun, especially on rare occasions when he had money. But his denial. His complete fabrication of events. I hate you, she whispered in the mirror, looking at the bruise. It was dark and ugly. Maddie threw herself down on her bed again, kicking the stack of bills on the floor. She pulled out her phone and messed with it for a while. But she was bored and there was nothing on social media to hold her attention. She rolled over on her side and curled up, trying not to think of Kaylee and that stupid kid. Fuck, I'm dumb. Why did she have to go and punch him? She knew better. It wasn't like her to pop off that way. Would he tell the school? What would his parents do? She tried to stave off an intense, terrible feeling of trepidation. She constantly felt like she had her back up against the wall. She couldn't do anything right. If the school administration got involved, she would get raked over the coals for this. Sometimes she felt like the entire world was against her. Except for him. And she didn't even know him. Her eyes traveled to her window where a full moon was shining through the trees. She wondered if she should take a walk through the woods. She went out there at night more than she liked to admit. The mysteries of the dark forest beckoned to her. But she had a math test the next day, and it was already late. Maddie fell asleep with her phone on the bed next to her, its cracked screen displaying 11:34 p.m. several hours passed of uneasy sleep. Maddie didn't know why she woke up. She lay in the dark with a strange, ominous feeling in her gut. She picked up her phone and checked the time, 2:58 a.m. Something woke her up, but she didn't know what. She listened and pushed a hand against the knot in her stomach. Jesus, calm down. She thought she heard someone rustling around the kitchen. It was probably her stepdad back from the casino. Still, he usually didn't get back this late. Usually by this time, he was sleeping on someone's couch. She didn't ask what he did all those nights he didn't come home. But she knew some of the girls at the Sapphire Club did a lot more than dance. So maybe it wasn't Dean? She sat up, a bit more alarmed. She could feel her pulse pounding against her jaw. It wouldn't be the first time a meth head had wandered through her back door, though it happened more in the summer, and usually during the daytime. Even crackheads were smart enough to stay off the mountain when the nights got cold around Black River. She kept a baseball bat next to her bed and grabbed it. The handle was wrapped with duct tape. She had never used it before, but she kept it on hand. Partly because her double-wide mobile was in the middle of the woods. Partly because of Dean's drunken tantrums. The baseball bat made her feel safer when her belligerent stepdad screamed like an asshole outside her bedroom door. She cracked open the door and peered down the hallway. Someone was definitely in the kitchen. The lights were off. The person was opening all the cabinets, dragging out their contents and basically making a mess of the place for no apparent reason. Maddie gripped her bat and hovered in the hallway, but she must have made a noise, because the man looked up. He flipped on the light. It was not her father. "Who are you?" Maddie called out, trying to keep her voice steady. The man pulled a gun from behind his back. Maddie stopped, her eyes wide, her stomach falling into her shoes.
Drop the bat, bitch.
The man looked emaciated, like he did a lot of hard drugs. She dropped the bat and started backing down the hallway. Shit. This is how people end up on true crime podcasts.
Don't move or I'll fuck you up.
The man waved his gun. Maddie froze again as he pulled a cell phone out of his pocket. He cussed as he unlocked the screen with one hand and tried to find his contacts. Then he gave up on the gun and tapped through his phone. Like, he actually set the gun down on the kitchen counter to scroll through his contacts. Yeah, he was definitely high. Maddie glanced down the hallway. Maybe now was a good time to run? Their eyes locked again as he lifted the phone to his ear.
Hey bro. Yeah, the house isn't empty, there's a girl here. No, the little shit isn't home. Must have gotten a tip-off. What about the girl? Yeah, she saw me, she's right here. It's a girl, like a teenager. Are you deaf? I said she's like a girl, not an old lady. Fucking stupid.
He listened for a moment, nodding, then his eyes narrowed on Maddie. She shivered under his calculating stare. It might not be meth, but he's on something, she thought. He looked pale and sweaty under the fluorescent kitchen light. Maddie started edging back down the hallway. Maybe she could slip inside her bedroom and grab her phone. She had enough reception to call the cops.
Hey cunt, sit down. Just sit down right there in the hall. My buddy wants to talk to you. He's coming now.
Nope, nope, nope. Maddie's survival instincts kicked into overdrive. She ran back down the hallway, overcome by fight or flight. Instantly, a gun went off. It sounded like a thunder strike. A bullet blew a hole through the thin drywall near Maddie's head. She screamed. Her legs almost locked up in shock. For real? He fired on me? What the hell? She threw herself behind the first door she came to, the bathroom. She slammed the door shut and locked it. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Fuck, fuck, fuck. What now? She heard someone slam through the front door.
Hey, dumbass! What the hell are you doing? Neighbor's gonna call the cops if they hear a gun.
It just went off on its own.
That's what the safety's for. Did you kill the bitch?
No. She's in one of the rooms.
You lucky cunt. Good thing you didn't fuck this up any worse, you dumb fuck. This is bullshit.
Then, to her, the new person yelled.
Hey girl, come on out. Don't be scared. We're not going to hurt you, we just want to talk. Where's your old man? We're looking for him. Why don't you tell us where he is and we'll get out of your hair?
Fuck that. Like she was going to have a conversation with someone who pointed a gun at her. Maddie lunged across the small bathroom and struggled to open the window. The wood frame was swollen shut by moisture. She jammed her shoulder under it and lifted with all her might. Adrenaline made her do superhuman things. Wood splintered, metal shrieked. She got the window open. She jumped through feet first, no shoes, swinging into the darkness. She landed on the soft earth. Crunch. The ground was covered in a layer of frost. Her breath made small puffy clouds on the wind. It was very cold, close to freezing. She ran north, away from her driveway, and deeper into the forest and the cold. She heard sounds of pursuit. More people were sprinting around the side of her house. She could see their bobbing phone lights when she checked over her shoulder. The ground slanted upward, leading her into the mountain. She dodged through trees and branches, stumbling over hidden rocks and sticks. Then someone lunged at her from behind, tackling her to the ground. The wind was crushed out of her by a heavy body. She couldn't even drag in enough air to scream. Something cold and metallic struck the side of her head. Her vision flashed white. She tried to curl into a defensive position. Her face was wet. Blood.
Cunt bitch. Don't move or I'll kill you.
Maddie sobbed. She didn't dare move with a gun pointed at her. She could taste dirt in her mouth. More men approached through the trees. A bright phone light shined directly in her eyes.
What, is this Dean's wife? She's young.
It's the guy's daughter.
Didn't know he had a daughter.
The men paused. Maddie could almost hear their thoughts. She felt a chill run down her spine as the air filled with tension. They were alone deep in the woods. No one was around. She was defenseless. No one would hear her if she screamed. Then the man above her began undoing his belt.
Keep a gun on her.
Wait, Pete. This wasn't part of the plan. Marquis said to rough up the guy. Toss his place up, you know. Leave a message.
Yeah? Well, the fucker's not here, is he? So we leave him a message another way. Ain't that right, sweetheart? Don't worry, we won't make you rat out your dad. But you're gonna give him a message from Marquis. He's gotta pay up.
Okay? Maddie gasped, shaking.
Now be a good little cunt. And spread those legs.
Maddie went numb. She stared up into the blinding phone lights, hardly able to breathe. What did he say?
I dunno, Pete. This really ain't my thing.
Then hold the fucking gun steady and watch the show. I didn't spend 5 years in county to pass up fresh pussy.
Maddie was too terrified to move. She lay in a freezing ball on the ground, blood running down her face from her head injury. Then a heavy body was on top of her, grabbing her wrists and forcing her legs open. That's when Maddie finally began screaming.
Shut the fuck up!
He smacked her again with the butt of his gun. Maddie lay back, stunned. He ripped her shirt open, tearing through her t-shirt like tissue paper. Her breasts sprung free, totally bare, no bra. Her nipples stung in the chill wind. Meaty paws grabbed her tits. Then someone took hold of her legs and started pulling off her cotton pajama bottoms. She whimpered, tears streaming down her face, too shocked to react. Please stop, she begged. Please let me go.
Scream all you want. No one can hear you out here, little bitch.
Suddenly, a low sound rumbled through the woods. It wasn't human. Maddie felt a primal, instinctual terror at that sound. The men fell silent. The one on top of her scrambled to his feet, dragging up his pants. The low growl issued again, so deep Maddie could feel it in her own chest. She reached down and tried to straighten her clothing. She pulled up her pants. Damn. Her pajama bottoms were damp and warm. She was so scared, she pissed herself. The men pointed their phones at the darkness, cursing as they stumbled into each other.
What the fuck? You hear that, Pete?
Shut up. I think it's a fucking wolf.
Do you think it's one of ours?
Maddie didn't understand the second man's comment. One of ours? The growl grew in volume, then suddenly went silent. Someone screamed to her left. The gun went off. The blast lit up the forest for a split second, dazzling Maddie's eyes. When the darkness returned, it was far deeper, and so was her fear. She heard scuffling, growling, and a juicy, gut-churning sound like ripping flesh. Then the loose thud of a body falling to the earth. If she was smart, she would run back to her house. She would get inside before the wolf came after her. But she could barely climb to her feet. She was dizzy and she couldn't quite get her limbs in order. Her head throbbed. She fought to stay upright. Come on, Maddie. Don't be dog food, she thought. Shit. Which direction was her house? She started back downhill. She kept her hands in front of her, feeling her way through the dark forest. Clumsy. Loud. But her noises were drowned out by the screams of the men behind her. Wild gunshots punctuated the night. Then they stopped altogether. She felt numb. The night seemed very surreal. Maddie kept placing one foot in front of the other. She told herself to keep pushing through the darkness and the frozen air. Her head hurt. She felt dizzy. It was very cold. The forest seemed like an endless maze of darkness. Her body grew weaker. Despite her willpower, she eventually collapsed. Her legs simply gave out. She tried to climb back to her feet, but her body refused. It's too cold, she whispered, shivering so hard her teeth rattled. Too cold, too cold, too cold. She blew into her hands, curled up at the base of a tree. She was lost. She wasn't going to make it home tonight. She closed her eyes and tried to hold on to consciousness. Please don't pass out and die, she whispered to herself. She would just take a short break. A little rest, and then she would continue. Minutes stretched. It was impossible to tell time in the darkness. She might have dozed, she wasn't sure. Then, quietly, she heard a soft voice, barely a whisper.
Fuck. Oh, shit.
She didn't know if she was dreaming. Someone knelt nearby. A hand traveled to her face, pushing her hair out of the way, touching the bloody wound on her head. She heard another soft curse. Strong arms slid around her shoulders and under her knees, and lifted her up. Suddenly she was 14 years old again, terrified of the dark and even more terrified of going home. She turned instinctively and buried her face against his muscular shoulder. Where had he come from? How had he found her? She let out a soft breath and went limp in his arms. Heart of the Wolf, a paranormal romance novel by author A. Mariposa. Now available in print and ebook on Amazon. Chapter 3. Maddie cracked open her eyes with a groan. Her first thought was, I didn't finish my homework last night. She had a test today. She groaned. Why was her head so sore? She turned into the pillow and took a deep breath, rubbing her nose against the fabric. It smelled good, but different. She breathed again, enjoying the spicy odor of cologne. Aftershave? Tea tree shampoo? Then her heart slammed against her chest. Not her pillow. Not her bed. The the night before came back to her with a jarring burst of pain. Her head pulsed with her heartbeat. Her hand flew up to feel the thick wad of sterile bandages and medical tape covering her forehead. The left side of her head was so tender, even her hand hovering over it made it ache. What happened? Was she in the hospital? She cracked open her eyes again, cringing at the mid-morning light. She was on a king-sized bed covered by a gray comforter. To her left was a window with wooden blinds. The floor was covered in gray vinyl wood panels. The walls were bare of any artwork or decor. The closet's sliding door was open, revealing a second-hand dresser and a laundry basket full of someone's clothes. A man's clothes. A violent reaction overcame her body. She remembered the man who had ripped open her shirt last night. She convulsed and almost threw up. I was raped? She reached up to grab her breasts through a loose cotton shirt. No, she wasn't raped. She was, almost, raped. So then, I was saved. By a wolf? What kind of stupid luck was that? Some paranormal podcast shit. Okay. If she wasn't dead, and she wasn't in the woods, then where the hell? She sat up, slow and silent. Her whole body ached. She was covered in bruises. She didn't remember most of them. Careful not to move her head too much, she slid to the edge of the bed. Standing up was more difficult than she anticipated. The room kept swaying left and right. She placed her feet on the wood vinyl flooring. She twitched her toes. Nothing seemed broken. She carefully stood up. She looked around again. The room was smaller from this angle. Then she looked down at herself, staring mutely. It took a moment to register that she was naked, except for her panties and a very unfamiliar t-shirt, the color of dried mustard, that fell to her knees. Oh no. Where are my clothes? Her breath caught. Her knees wobbled, threatening to give out. The gun. The men. I'm okay, she thought, putting a hand against the wall. I'm alive. She couldn't go explore the house in the state, but staying put was out of the question. Did the bastards from last night kidnap her? Then why wasn't she tied up in a closet? She tried the bedroom door. It wasn't locked. She opened it slowly. The hallway was just as ugly as the bedroom. She saw shaggy brown carpet and in need of paint walls. It was still a good sight better than her trailer. She walked down the hall slowly. The old flooring creaked beneath her feet. She passed by a bathroom on her left, then a second bedroom on her right, with a smaller bed and a bare mattress, no sheets or quilts. It looked in disuse. Then she heard the suspicious sound of clinking plates and running water. The voice of a news announcer spoke from the TV. She crept toward the sound. The hallway opened up into a large living room. To her left, a deep couch faced a set of massive speakers. The new tech clashed with the 70s-style carpet and red brick. Above the fireplace, a 60-inch TV was mounted on the wall. It showed the local news station, WWNY. Remembering the commotion from last night, she wondered if anyone had reported her missing. Probably not, she thought self-deprecatingly. The unmistakable smell of bacon reached her nose. Instantly, Maddie's mouth watered. Her stomach let out a low rumble. The sink turned off. Someone was in the kitchen. She hesitated at the edge of the living room. She felt frozen in indecision. Did she approach the unseen person, or did she retreat? What if, around the corner, she ran straight into one of the scumbags from last night? She couldn't fathom who else might be in the house. If she was smart, she would sneak out before they realized she was awake. She didn't recognize the interior of the house at all. She didn't even know if she was still in Black River. She glanced down at the mustard yellow t-shirt. Whoever it belonged to, they were way bigger than her. I should go back, she thought, turning around. Maybe she could climb out the bedroom window and get the hell gone.
Hey.
She stiffened. Her heart gave a little flutter. She knew that voice. His husky baritone was unmistakable. Maddie looked back over her shoulder. It was him. Oh, good Lord. He stood at the entrance to the kitchen, a towel over one shoulder. Their eyes met. She felt a little zap of lightning. Maddie turned around slowly to face him. She was shocked. He was her secret, and secrets were supposed to remain hidden. Not standing before her, face to face. This was her first time standing so close to him outside of work, in broad daylight, without a dark moonlit forest obscuring his physique. His honey hazel eyes glimmered beneath stern brows. His black hair, a warm tone like rich earthen humus, fell freely past his shoulders. His massive chest made two little mountains under his white t-shirt. He was very tall and packed with muscle. She guessed him to be 3 or 4 inches over 6 feet. A full sleeve of tattoos covered each arm. She had never really looked at them before. Up near his left shoulder, partly hidden by his shirt, she saw a vibrant, grinning skull in the sinister style of Dios de los Muertos. The word Lobo in rustic Southwest font ran down his right forearm, while Loco ran down the left. If his arms were both down, it read Lobo Loco. His right arm also carried the astrological symbol of a Scorpio, or maybe it was just a big fucking scorpion. The rest of the sleeve was too intricate for her to really appreciate at a glance. His skin was deep tan. He wore blue jeans and steel-toed work boots. Something like car grease stained his shirt. She wondered, not for the first time, if he worked at a garage. Maddie realized she was staring with her mouth slightly open. She shut it. She met his eyes again. She really didn't know what to say.
You hungry?
Then he walked back into the kitchen. Maddie followed him with some hesitation. She felt like a stray cat who had wandered into someone's house. He set a plate of bacon down on the kitchen table, and she pulled out a chair and sat down. Next to the bacon was a plate of scrambled eggs and 2 big waffles with maple syrup.
I didn't know what you liked. Eat what you want, I'll finish the rest.
Like he needed to explain why he'd served her an entire breakfast buffet. Thank you, she mumbled. She picked up her fork and speared one of the waffles onto her plate. The sight of so much food made her suddenly ravenous. She felt like she had burned 10,000 calories the night before. She started shoving warm, syrup-covered waffles straight into her mouth. He continued washing the dishes. The voice on the TV droned on. Maddie's ears suddenly perked when she heard her name.
Now on local news, 5 bodies were found in the woods just outside Black River. Police are saying animal attack. Nearby mobile home abandoned. Currently searching for Maddy Donovan, a student at Black River High School. If you have any information about her whereabouts, please call.
So the police were looking for her. Wow. Color her impressed. Someone must have reported her missing, maybe a neighbor heard the gunshots. Certainly not her father. Sounded like Dean still hadn't come home. Another voice interrupted Maddie's thoughts, a memory from the night before.
Rough up the guy. Toss his place. Leave a message.
Maddie's hands started to shake. Her fork slipped through her clumsy fingers. It clattered to her plate. Then to the floor. It made a lot of noise. Her host turned to look at her. Sorry, she muttered. Her hands clutched the bottom of her shirt as she tried to stop trembling. He was still watching her. That made it worse. This isn't normal. Nothing about this is normal, she thought. She was in his house. Her head was bandaged, and she was sitting in his boxers and a t-shirt. She felt a weird sense of vertigo. Everything was surreal. She stared at her plate. Her cheeks were burning. She tried not to think of the unnegotiable fact that she was wearing his clothes. which meant someone must have undressed her the night before, which meant he absolutely saw her naked.
You okay?
Yeah. He shut off the sink. Then he passed through the kitchen and into the living room, where he picked up the remote. He turned off the TV.
Sorry if that bothered you.
It's all right, she said. She turned in the chair. She could see him clearly. He was only about 10 feet away. She studied his face again. The light from the window cast shadows beneath his high cheekbones. He looked devilish. He had a masculine neck, a cleft chin, a straight nose, and a slightly prominent brow that gave his face a stern appearance. His lips were firm and sensual. His lashes were long and dark. His eyes were a bright, unusual hazel color. Sometimes they were green, and sometimes they were gold. She couldn't tell if he was Native American, Mexican, Brazilian, or a little bit of everything. To her, he looked like an exotic model from somewhere warm and tropical. She felt a sweet flutter in her stomach. It was not a shy tickle, but a steroid-enhanced butterfly striking her ribcage. She liked him so much. But he was an adult, and she was only 19. So, probably too young for him. God, she could not stop blushing.
So what happened last night?
His deep baritone sent shivers down her spine. She had to force herself to think. It was their first conversation, beyond a few words at the hardware store. Shit. She was so nervous. It took a moment for her to organize her thoughts. Some people broke into my house, she said. It felt weird to hear herself talk. Her brain seemed to lag behind her mouth. I think my dad owed them money. They said something about toss the place and rough him up. But my dad wasn't home. So, pretty sure they meant to make me their message. He crossed his big arms across his chest and glanced over her.
Got it. They didn't hurt you, did they?
Maddie winced. You mean, besides this? She pointed to the wad of sterile bandages taped to the side of her head. No, they didn't rape me, if that's what you mean. I got away. Some animal distracted them like the news said. I guess it was a wolf. I can't really remember. She frowned. Did you find me in the woods?
Yeah.
Maddie processed that for a moment. So he was out on the mountain last night, which made her very lucky. They had never spoken about their little ritual in the woods before. How she kept running away at night, and how he kept finding her up in those mountains, guiding her back home when she got lost in the woods. The first time, she was 14. What about my clothes? She asked, her hands beginning to shake again.
They were torn up pretty bad.
Oh. But, where are they?
I tossed the shirt. Your pants are drying.
Shit, Maddie muttered. Now her cheeks were heating for a different reason. You threw away my shirt? So you saw. Maddie paused. She was pretty sure her shirt had been ripped in half. So, if he found her like that on the mountainside, that meant he got a big eyeful of her breasts. Her head spun for a moment. No guy had ever seen her tits. She was mortified. He must have picked her up and carried her back to his car, then driven here, to his house. Which meant she was unconscious the whole time. He could have done anything to her. Her heart jolted in a bad way. It was a terrifying, nauseating thought, especially considering the way those thugs had treated her like raw meat. She met his eyes. He must have seen the fear in her expression, because he uncrossed his big tattooed arms and took a few steps toward her. He paused when he saw her flinch.
Hey, I know you don't really know me, but I'd never hurt you. You're safe here.
She glanced away. Fuck. She knew she was safe. She knew that. But...
Your head okay?
Yeah, it's fine. So how did you find me?
I heard the gunshots. I followed them to you. You were easy to find, not far from your place.
She reached a hand up to touch her bandages. Did you do this? He nodded. She bit her lip. I guess you saved my life. I got lucky. Most people would have run away.
Fuck that. I'm not scared of a few punks.
And a wolf?
Yeah, well, I didn't see one, so.
A burst of laughter escaped her lips. Yeah, right. A wolf saved me from getting raped. This is so crazy, she repeated, barely able to believe all the events of the night before, and now she was on the news. 5 bodies were found dead outside of her trailer. She could barely wrap her head around it. I really shouldn't stay here, she mumbled as she stood up from the kitchen table. I should probably call my dad or something, make sure he's okay. She started across the kitchen, but the floor unexpectedly dipped to one side. She lost her balance and tried to catch herself on the countertop. Shit, she stood up too fast. He leaned forward and caught her by the arm. She stumbled into him, grabbing his other arm for balance. He steadied her, their forearms locked together, his hands gripping her by the elbows. She stared at him in shock, his face suddenly very close. She could feel the warmth of his skin beneath her hands and the roughness of his tattoos. His brows were lowered in concern, but she didn't miss the slightly bemused smile that played across his mouth.
You dizzy?
Not really, I'm fine now.
Just slow?
Yeah. I think I just stood up too fast.
Right, okay. So, you might have a concussion. I should probably take you to the hospital.
No! The outburst surprised her. No, really. I don't have insurance. And I'm just waking up. I just need to pull it together.
I think we should probably go. They knocked you pretty good.
Please? I can't afford it. Really. I promise I feel fine. I'm just adjusting.
Guess it's a bit of a shock waking up here.
Yeah. She dropped her eyes again. The smell of him was distracting. It was all over his t-shirt. I think I should get dressed, she mumbled.
Your pants are drying. Not much I could do for the shirt, but you can borrow that one. It's a bit big on you.
A hint of humor crept into his eyes. She smiled shyly. Wow, awkward. He motioned for her to follow him and walked from the kitchen into the hallway. He opened a third door and stepped into a narrow laundry room where the dryer was running. He selected a pair of gray sweatpants and a hoodie from a clean pile of folded laundry. He handed them to her.
Bathroom's on the left.
She clutched the sweatpants to her chest and slipped past him into the hallway, trying not to touch him. Then she headed for the bathroom she saw earlier. His eyes followed her. She felt his gaze like a pressure on her back. She closed the bathroom door and set her back against it with a sigh of relief. Geez, she thought, trying to calm the insane butterflies in her ribs. Why did he look like he wanted to eat her? Thank you for listening to Heart of the Wolf podcast. This podcast was written and produced personally by author A. Mariposa for your listening enjoyment. Please support the author's work by sharing and recommending this podcast to your friends or purchasing a copy of the print book or ebook from Amazon.com. Subscribe and stay tuned for the next chapter. Heart of the Wolf, a paranormal romance novel by author A. Mariposa. Now available in print and ebook format on Amazon.com. Chapter 4. Maddie sat her bare ass on the toilet. She didn't have her cell phone. She left it in the trailer. Fuck. The thought of returning to the trailer filled her with dread. Her whole body tensed. The bathroom was tiled in 90s linoleum, little off-white squares in a white and green checkered pattern. The cabinets were basic and wooden. The shower was clean, but she saw a little mold on the curtain. Still way better than her bathroom at home, where half the time, vomit or piss caked the back of the toilet. She couldn't poop, her body was all uptight. So she gave up and started going through his bathroom cabinet. You can learn a lot about people by what they keep in their bathroom, she thought. Is he safe? Or a creep? Deodorant, tissue boxes, Band-Aids, a million hair ties, razors, toothpaste, mouthwash. There had to be something suspicious. He couldn't just be a normal guy. She had never seen a bathroom cabinet before without pill bottles of some kind. There, some NyQuil. It was half full. Did he drink it? She pulled open a drawer and found a box of Magnum XL condoms. She slammed the drawer shut with a freaked-out little gasp. Calm the fuck down. You're acting crazy, she thought. She rummaged through the remaining cabinets and then under the sink. All she found were normal, everyday, boring things. How could he be a regular guy working at a car garage and living in a 2-bedroom house built in 1973? Could she trust him? Was he safe? He was her obsession, her daydream, her only comfort on those dark nights when she ran blindly through the forest. So, who the hell was he? He hadn't even introduced himself, yet she was wearing his clothes? Somehow, that seemed naughty. But Maddie was having a hard time finding any dirt on him.
You okay in there? I don't hear the shower.
I'm fine, she called through the door. He probably thought she had passed out on the toilet. Maddie turned on the hot water. She stood under the shower for 30 seconds, careful not to get her bandage wet. Axe body wash, she noted. Then she toweled off. She put on his sweatpants, pulling the drawstring extra tight. When she pulled on the bulky sweater, his scent enveloped her again, and she felt like she had donned a coat of armor. Maybe he intended that? She stood for a guilty moment, smelling the intensely masculine scent of his hoodie. Fuck, she thought. So this is what he smelled like. It almost made her dizzy. She wanted to lick it. Keep it together, Maddie. She lifted a hand to the bandage that covered her right temple. She felt a bit of warm fuzziness. No one had ever bandaged her up before. Then she took a breath and forced herself back into the hallway. Her anxiety tightened in her stomach. She found him in the living room, slouched in front of the TV, the screen on but the sound muted, again, watching the news. She wondered if he was waiting for something. She hovered at the entrance to the living room, still uncertain.
I'll take you to school. Your picture is all over the local news. You should let them know you're okay.
Maddie blanched. She would rather pass herself off as dead. What should I tell the school? She asked.
Tell them the truth. Some bad guys broke into your house.
Right. And I went straight to school the next day?
You're a dedicated student.
Yeah, right. He gave her a sharp look. She almost felt ashamed. What, was he mad at her for hating school? She asked him, how do I explain where I was all night? Should I say I spent the night at a friend's house?
Sure, if you want. Am I your friend?
Yeah, but I can leave you out of it, if you don't want to be involved.
It's fine. Let's go. You're already late.
He stood up and turned off the TV. He's taking me to school, she thought. A storm of butterflies kicked up again. She knew this was a serious situation, but how many times had she imagined him driving her around? On particularly bad days, she would fantasize about him picking her up from school, or walking her home, or doing any of the romantic things that boyfriends did. Not that he was anything like her boyfriend. Or could be. How old was he again? Then he stood up and beckoned her into the kitchen. She followed him like a lost dog.
Stand under the light.
He directed her to the lamp over the stove. She did so, a little confused. They stood in the kitchen only a few inches apart. She tried not to stare at the planes of his face or the width of his shoulders. How can he not feel this? The magnetism between them was palpable. She felt jittery, like she had 5 cups of coffee. She couldn't think straight. He reached for her head. She wasn't prepared, so she flinched back. Her reaction must have been extreme, because he paused. "Sorry," she mumbled. He watched her closely. When next he spoke, his voice was calm and level.
Don't be sorry. I need to check your bandages. Do I have your permission to touch you?
Yeah. Sorry.
You're fine, baby girl. You don't have to keep apologizing.
Baby girl. It slid off his tongue so smoothly. She felt warm. When he reached for her again, she didn't pull away. His large hands were shockingly gentle as he touched her head. She barely felt the tug of medical tape as he lifted the bandage away from her wound. "Is it bad?" she dared to ask. She didn't like blood. It made her queasy. He hissed between his teeth.
That's a big-ass bruise, but it's not bleeding anymore. The laceration is shallow. Does it hurt?
Yeah, but it's not bad.
Huh.
He grunted deep in his throat. She didn't think he was aware of the sound. "Who are you?" she asked abruptly. It was stupid, but since they were standing so close together, it seemed the time to ask. "I mean, what's your name?"
Gareth Delarosa.
He said it with a sexy sort of accent. He looked so damn hot, she almost forgot to respond. "Right. Sorry. I'm Maddie, by the way."
I know.
"What? How do you know that? Are you stalking me?" He grinned at her, like she had said something cute.
Your name is all over the news, remember?
Oh. Right.
The bandage should be fine for now, but I'm going to change it for you after school.
Okay. After school. Did that mean she was coming back here? She swallowed past a hard lump in her throat. Where else did she have to go? She couldn't go back to the mobile. He turned away, nonchalant, and picked up his keys from the counter.
We should go. It's already past 10.
Maddie followed him, a bit embarrassed. Maybe she had misread the situation. Maybe he wasn't that into her. And maybe she was acting like she had a crush on him. Like a freshman flirting with a senior. But worse. So much worse. Be more adulty, she told herself. But she didn't know how. His car was sitting in the driveway. He owned a classic '69 Camaro in need of serious rehabilitation. The paint was partially stripped down to the metal, the leather seats were cracking, and it was missing a window. He opened the car door for her. A small gesture, but she noticed. She slid across the cracked leather as he climbed into the driver's side. He slammed the door twice before it clicked shut, then he revved up the engine. The old muscle car choked to life with a roar that felt like an earthquake. She saw him grimace, half smile, half baring of teeth. He likes the sound, she thought. Then Gareth put on his sunglasses and pulled out onto the street. She watched him from the corner of her eye. He slouched back in the driver's seat and steered with one hand, completely relaxed. With his sunglasses on, she couldn't see his eyes. She glanced at his full sleeves of tattoos. He looked cool and mysterious.
Do you know how to drive?
Not yet. Maddie felt very young. No license. He definitely thinks I'm a kid. She tried to explain. I got my permit. Like, I'm not lazy or scared of it or anything. Just, my dad doesn't own a car so I can't practice.
Got it. You want to learn?
Yeah.
I'll teach you.
I'd like that.
Yeah, me too.
A brief silence fell between them. Maddie was surprised. Her mind started looking ahead. Driving lessons? With him? She didn't know whether to squirm in excitement or die of embarrassment. It seemed he wanted to see her again. This is really happening, she thought. So after school, you said. Like, after school, are we?
I'll pick you up.
Right, I need to go home for a bit to get some things. He didn't answer her immediately. She didn't want to go back to that trailer alone. The violence of last night remained with her. 5 men had chased her into the woods, tried to rape her, and then got attacked by a wild animal. The memories made her sick and numb at the same time. She gripped her hands when they started to shake again. She didn't think she would ever feel safe in that trailer, but if she was going to stay with him, she needed to get her stuff, at least her backpack for school and her cell phone. She waited for him to jump in and offered to take her back to her trailer, but he didn't say anything. Maddie crossed her arms. She couldn't get a read on him. Never mind, she said. I'll figure it out. Anyways. Do you work at a garage around here? I always wondered, but didn't get a chance to ask you. Like, I think there's a garage downtown. I just mean, 'cause the stains on your shirt look like oil, I thought cars might be your thing. And the Camaro. It's cool. Are you working on it? They stopped at a red light. He leaned across the car. Maddie went stiff with shock. He pressed his mouth to hers. His hand cupped her face. Maddie's heart pounded. She felt his warm lips against her own. A brush of stubble. Then his tongue slid into her mouth. Oh wow. Fuck. It could have been quick, but he lingered. His tongue caressed hers, over and over. Hot and wet and bold. Maddie had never been kissed before. She didn't know what to do. His breath smelled like fresh mint and burnt coffee. A pleasant tingle shot down to her toes. Her cheeks heated. She felt shy. Then he released her. He restarted the engine because the car had stalled and drove through the green light. Maddie sat back, her lips stinging. She didn't know what to think. Why did you do that? She asked, curling her knees up to her chest in her seat.
You seemed insecure.
His answer embarrassed her because he was right. Yeah, well, I'm not insecure, she lied. My life's a mess. If you were smart, you'd stay far away.
I don't want to stay far away.
Maddie glanced at him. She couldn't read his expression with his sunglasses on. So what? You want to be my friend or something?
Or something.
Like what? Like my boyfriend?
Huh. Do you have one?
No.
Then yeah, I'm your boyfriend.
Maddie didn't know what he meant. Was he serious? He made it sound like she didn't have a choice. Which was absurd. Of course she did. Didn't she?
I'll take you to your place after school. We'll get your things. Then you're staying with me for a while.
Silence descended on the Camaro, which wasn't very silent at all, but more like sitting inside a thundercloud. Maddie stared resolutely out the window, playing with a lock of auburn hair, pulling and tugging at her uneven bangs. Boyfriend? He couldn't be serious. But then, why did he kiss her? What is happening right now? She tried to remain calm as the gray buildings of her high school came into view. Her stomach churned. Just another day at school. Just another day, even if the whole town thought she was dead. He pulled up alongside the curb. Then his car sat there, idling. The metal gates to the quad were locked at all times, except for before and after school hours. She would have to pass through the admissions office to get to class. The moment she stepped through those glass doors, she would be under a spotlight. Her clothes were obviously meant for someone twice her size. She had a bandage on her head. She didn't have her backpack or any form of identification. She realized her hands were shaking again. She clenched them tight. Damn it, why am I so freaked out? Without warning, Gareth reached over and pulled up her hood. He tugged it carefully over the bandage.
Better?
She nodded. Having her hood up made her feel safer.
If they tell you to take it off, just say you're cold.
She nodded again.
Hey, you alright?
He took his sunglasses off so she could see his hazel eyes. His gaze was steady. Strong. I'm okay.
Pick you up at 3.
Okay? He held up a yellow sticky note. It was folded in half.
This is my name and my cell phone. Give it to the police if they need it. You stayed at my place last night.
Yeah, I'll just tell them the truth.
Exactly. You've done nothing wrong, Maddie.
She looked down. She had the sudden, terrible urge to cry. Then why does it feel like this is all my fault? She asked.
It's not.
Maddie drew a firm breath. She forced her hands to unbuckle her seatbelt. Forced herself to open the car door. She gave him a little wave and stepped out of the car, closing the door behind her. Then she walked up to the glass doors of the administration office. The admin building was a bustle of activity. The morning was in full swing. The doors opened into a white linoleum lobby with leather waiting chairs. Behind a tall wooden counter, 5 women shuffled back and forth, some carrying manila folders, others filling their cups with coffee. One woman sat at the counter behind a computer. Her name tag read Julia Miller.
If you're late, put your name on the list.
The secretary indicated a clipboard. Then she glanced up at Maddie. She looked again.
Madeline?
The rest of the women turned to stare at her. One had a donut in her mouth. Maddie wanted to dash out of the building and run across the quad. But she headed for the front counter and wrote her name down. Hi, she said. Julia came around the counter to stand in front of Maddie. She had short brown hair, styled in a practical bob, and she wore a red turtleneck sweater.
Are you okay?
I'm here, aren't I?
Your name is all over the news. The police are talking to the principal right now. They will want to see you. We are all so relieved you're okay.
Thank you, Maddie said. Her head was reeling. She didn't expect to see the police immediately. She thought it would take some time for a squad car to drive out. She swallowed nervously. I have to get to class. Julia looked at her with sympathy.
This is a bit more important, my dear.
Of course. Yeah. I can wait.
Take a seat and I'll be right back.
Maddie sat down in one of the waiting chairs. She tried to ignore the stares from the rest of the women behind the counter. One of them brought her a cup of coffee, which she clutched in her hands, trying not to be nervous. She was shaking again. She didn't have to wait long. Julia came back after a few minutes.
Come with me.
Julia led her around the wide counter and through a door, then down a hallway with white laminate tile. Then they entered a break room with the same off-white tile floor and yellow walls. She saw a fridge, a microwave, and a yellow countertop. 2 police officers stood by the counter. The school's principal, a plump and balding man in a gray suit, spoke with them. They each held a cup of coffee in hand. Julia led her to them.
Here we are. Maddy Donovan, safe and sound.
Madeline, we've been very worried about you. We are so relieved that you are safe and unharmed.
Principal Rodriguez greeted her when he saw her. He was a short man with a thinning comb-over and thick, horn-rimmed glasses. He wore his usual gray suit over a red shirt and his signature pair of cowboy boots. Principal Rodriguez always wore the same pair of leather cowboy boots, rain or shine, summer or winter. Maddie had never seen him without them. She knew firsthand that his office was full of cowboy memorabilia. Sometimes she wondered if he fancied himself something like a small-town sheriff. He definitely played that role at school. All he was missing was the star-shaped badge. She and Principal Rodriguez had a tumultuous relationship. Last year, she had visited his office almost once a week for all sorts of infractions, getting in fights, talking back to teachers, and ditching class. He suspended her 3 times. The 3rd time, he lost his shit and threw her file across his small office. He yelled words like criminal and correctional facility. She hadn't trusted him since. To be fair, she was doing much better this semester. Probably because her dad was gone more often. Julia gave Maddie an upbeat smile.
Come see me if you need anything, all right? I'll be right up front.
With a kindly little wave that oozed sympathy, Julia left the break room, her heels clicking on the linoleum.
Please, Madeline, have a seat.
Principal Rodriguez pulled out a chair at one of the metal tables. Maddie sat down. She felt even more nervous now, trapped, sitting, staring up at the police officers and the principal. The first officer, short with a blonde buzz cut, started.
We've been trying to get a hold of your father. Do you know where he is? It's concerning that we haven't been able to contact him.
Maddie raised an eyebrow. Principal Rodriguez knew very well that her father was an alcoholic and hardly ever around. Rodriguez had been trying to get hold of him for years. The one time her father had returned his call, at Maddie's begging no less, it ended in quite a few obscenities, on her father's part, screamed into the phone. When she didn't respond, Principal Rodriguez asked,
Were you aware that your house was broken into last night?
Maddie tried to arrange her thoughts. Was there any point in lying? Gareth was right. She hadn't done anything wrong. Yeah, I was aware, Maddie admitted.
Why didn't you call the police?
The officer's name tag read Marcus Malone. His partner took out a notebook and a pencil. Am I being arrested? Maddie blurted out. Marcus spoke in a calm voice, very cop-like.
No, ma'am, we're not arresting you. But we have to take down a report. Do you know who broke in?
No, I didn't know them.
Were you at the house?
I was home. I woke up around 2 a.m., she began her story. She explained how she had fled the house through the bathroom window into the woods. Malone spoke again.
A woman driving past heard gunshots. Did you see a gun?
Yeah.
Was it yours?
Oh, no.
And did you go back to the house after the intruders left?
Maddie hesitated. No, I called a family friend to pick me up. I didn't go back to the trailer. Malone's partner jotted that down.
And who is this family friend?
Maddie handed over the yellow square of paper in her pocket. That's his name and number. He said you can call him with any questions. More note-taking.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but there was an animal attack in the woods last night in the vicinity of your house. Did you see any animals out there?
No, but I think I heard a wolf growling. I didn't see one, though.
I see. That fits with the bite marks on the victims. Our working theory is that the men breaking into your house ran into a wolf or wolf pack. Unfortunately, they didn't survive the attack.
Maddie swallowed uncomfortably. She glanced down at her feet. So I didn't imagine the wolf after all, she thought.
If we find anyone else connected to the crime, do you want to press charges?
Huh?
If we find the people responsible, do you want to press charges?
Well, yeah. I mean, they stole stuff, I think.
Sorry this happened to you. You were very brave. We'll write up the report. Here is my card. Once you have an itinerary of stolen goods, please send it to me. We will try to recover what we can. If your insurance has any questions, they can contact me.
He handed a slip of paper to her. Insurance? Maddie asked.
House insurance. For the damage.
Oh, Maddie had never dealt with house insurance before. She didn't even know if she had it. Marcus's partner flipped the notebook closed and pocketed it. Both officers looked ready to leave. Is that it? She asked.
Yup. Unless there's anything you would like to add.
No, there isn't. She left out the drugs and the near rape. If the men who attacked her were already dead, there didn't seem much point in reporting it. Plus it made her uncomfortable to talk about. Wait. What should I do now? I mean, what if they come back?
If you don't feel safe, I suggest staying with friends or family for a few days. Try installing a home security system.
Maddie felt confused. In the past, she had been terrified of cops. Her mother and father had both warned her about social services. She didn't want to end up in foster care. But she was 19 now. Duh. She had forgotten that part. She was an adult and she was on her own. What about witness protection, or something? Marcus and his partner exchanged an amused glance, like her question was funny somehow.
That's for more serious stuff like murder. But hey, if anything comes up, call me. We are here to help you. Have a nice day, miss.
He shook her hand professionally. Then he turned and walked away. Maddie watched the two police officers leave. Then she looked at Principal Rodriguez. He was checking his smartphone.
Would you like to speak to a counselor?
No, it's fine.
Then you should go to class. Julia will write up a note for you. No more tardies, Madeline. Only 2 semesters to go. We want to graduate you.
I know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Rodriguez replied automatically as he turned and left the break room. Maddie followed him back down the hallway into the main office. Julia wasn't at the front counter, so Maddie walked through the lobby and out onto the quad. She felt numb. If anything, her day was now even more surreal. The cops had taken their report, she wasn't in trouble, and now she was going to class. Last night's events had been earth-shattering, yet for the rest of the world, life moved on. She was at school without a backpack. The strangeness left her reeling. Black River High School had been remodeled 4 years ago. The central quad was brand new, with metal benches, sapling oak trees and fresh green grass. The buildings stood in a ring around the courtyard. To her left was the new science hall. To her right, the auditorium and band room. She went to her earth science class in the new science hall, where everything was metal beams and glass windows. She slipped through the door at the back of the lab, halfway through the period. She took a seat at one of the lab stations and didn't do much, since she had missed the handout and the team assignments. The teacher dropped in briefly to check on her, and directed her to the assigned reading.
The best you can do with your time right now is study for the test. Makeup labs are this Friday at lunch.
Mrs. Fleury's cherry red lipstick clashed with her complexion. She gave Madeline a sympathetic glance and a makeup sheet. Then Mrs. Fleury went to help the kids who were actually doing their work. Maddie pretended to read in the textbook, but it was hard to focus. Her head was sore, and she felt guilty. Why was she always missing schoolwork? She knew her teachers cared, but they simply didn't have the energy to keep her out of trouble. That was her life, constantly digging herself out of trouble. Constantly solving the problems her father dumped on her. She couldn't wait to graduate with a C average. She wasn't dumb. She just wasn't great at juggling everything. She didn't want to think about her homework. Her mind turned to Gareth instead, and she touched her lips subconsciously. He kissed her in the car. It came out of nowhere. She didn't know what they were doing. She had met him 5 years ago on the mountain. He had remained a mysterious figure, more of a fantasy she escaped into when she couldn't handle real life. But he lived at 1110 South Bickford Avenue and drove a Camaro. She barely knew him. He hadn't mentioned their history at all, and yet he kissed her. Passionately. As though it was his right. Boyfriend, he said. Was he serious? She knew people had flings. Was this a fling? Was he flinging her? The bell rang, interrupting her thoughts. With a sigh, Maddie closed the earth science textbook and funneled into the hallway with the rest of the sheep. She stopped by her locker to get her math book. It was lunchtime, but maybe if she went to the library, she could cram a few things into her head before her test. Heart of the Wolf. A steamy paranormal romance novel written and produced by a Mariposa. Chapter 5.
It was just past 11 by the time Gareth pulled into his shop, Jack's Auto Repair, off Highway 20. His auto repair shop was located just outside the town of Black River in unincorporated Jefferson County. A real backwoods kind of place, which he liked. His car garage was not, as Maddie guessed, the Easy Oil on Main Street and Hearst in town. It was a little shack next to a gas station that catered mostly to truckers and stressed-out moms with flat tires. Jack, the initial owner, had left the property long before Gareth ever got there. Gareth took out a loan to buy the place, and he kept the name because it seemed fine. He shoved open the door and walked into the small lobby, just as a blonde woman exploded at the counter.
What do you mean my car isn't ready yet? You said it would be ready an hour ago.
His boy Vin stood behind the counter in a mechanic's suit covered in grease. He was a little punk kid around Maddie's age. Vin wasn't so fast with words. Gareth interrupted them. "I'm sorry, Mrs.
Makovich?"
The blonde woman snapped. She paused at the sight of him and very intentionally lowered her sunglasses. Her eyes raked over him. Looks like she's in heat, he thought. After giving him a very thorough assessment, the blonde woman's tone changed.
Miss Banner, actually. Recently divorced. Nice to meet you. Are you the owner?
Yep. She took his hand. He was hit with a potent whiff of peachy skin lotion and body spray. She looked good for her age, he had to admit, but fuck, he hated perfumes. Right. Miss Banner, Gareth grunted. Sorry for the delay. An emergency came up and I'm just getting into the shop now. We can have your car ready by 3 p.m.
It was supposed to be ready at 10. I have kids to pick up from school and errands to run.
Gareth rubbed his neck, trying to remain calm. He was not in the mood to deal with another entitled woman. But his hands were tied. Since the invention of Yelp, small businesses like his garage relied on customer reviews. Soon to be Miss Banner seemed the kind to leave a complaint and not take it down. We'll give you 10% off for your trouble, he offered.
20%.
10% and a free oil change.
I'd appreciate that. All right, you can change the oil today. I will see you at 3.
She pursed her lips and stared at him as though he were on the cover of Maxim magazine. Then she turned and walked out the door, hips swaying, her pumps clicking on the cement. Gareth watched her go. Bitch, Vin muttered once she was gone. Better not let her hear that, Gareth growled. Customer first, right?
Come on, boss. You really gonna put up with that shit?
If she's paying me, yes. Gareth went through the back door behind the lobby and into their small break room. A row of gray metal lockers lined the wall. He pulled on his gray mechanic's overalls, grabbed a towel from the rack and swung it over his shoulder. Then he asked Vin. She's the Passat with a seal leak. I'll start on that first.
We have the Jeep getting picked up at noon, with the new transmission.
Shit. That's right. He had forgotten about the Jeep. They were behind schedule. Gareth threw himself into his work. He started with the Jeep, and with Vin's help, they finished the transmission in an hour. Then he started on the Passat. He worked through lunch. He fixed the leaking seals, replaced the rear brake pads and rotated the tires. Then he started on the oil change. He had done so many oil changes in his lifetime, it was almost therapeutic. As he worked, his mind inevitably turned to Maddie. That girl, in his house, sleeping in his bed. He liked seeing her in his clothes that morning. His sweater dwarfed her like a dress. Finding her collapsed in the woods last night had made his heart stop. Her shirt was ripped almost in half down the front, and her sweatpants stank of piss. Maybe he should have taken her to the hospital, but that would have complicated things because he was covered in blood too. So he took her back to his place and held her under the shower to clean off the grit from the mountainside. Then he dressed her head wound, gently laid her in bed. He thought about that for a long moment. She had survived an ordeal. What happened to you on the mountain last night, wolf girl? Leaving her at school that morning was difficult. She was safe there, he reasoned, but he didn't want to leave her side when she looked so scared. She had that gray-washed, passed-over look that came from poverty. He knew girls her age whose mommies dropped $100 on nails for them at the salon. Those girls went thrifting for the novelty. But Maddie didn't have a choice. He had never seen her in new clothes. It bothered him. No one was looking out for her. That much was obvious. Kids in her situation started using drugs or running with gangs. But she didn't. She got a job at the hardware store. That was hard, paying bills at 16. Their lives weren't so different. He was just a little farther down the road. So yeah, the hardware store. He checked in on her now and then. She probably didn't even know. He remembered their first encounter on the mountain at night, 5 years ago now. He wasn't some creep into kids, but he recognized her scent, something in the blood that called to him. He was a wolf, and she was his life mate. She couldn't know that yet. She wouldn't accept it, but he smelled it that first night in the woods. She was a wolf, too, a wolf girl hidden away in Black River. That's what brought him down the mountain to her side, a lost little wolf. He had followed her scent in the dark. In those days, he was a loner, wandering without his pack. He was just passing through. But then her scent caught his nose through the stormy woods. It imprinted on some deep part of his soul. Her bio-parents were a mystery to him. Did she inherit the wolf blood from both her mother and father? Or just one might explain why she hadn't changed yet. Female wolves were not common. One born to every 10 males, though he suspected the ratio might be greater, with the lack of females he had seen. Maddie was an anomaly. Where was her pack? What was she doing out here, all alone? He recognized her scent the moment he met her. His life mate. A wolf finding a life mate was rare these days, but all the signs were there. The instant familiarity, the magnetic pull, the fierce protectiveness, and that addictive, wonderful scent that filled his lungs whenever she was nearby. She smelled like home. They rarely spoke during those rare midnight meetings. It only happened a handful of times. He didn't have much to say. Sometimes she was crying over a fight with her dad. Sometimes she was just taking a walk. He would walk with her for a while. They would gaze at the moon. As for what happened last night, luckily he was in the area. Full moon. He heard the gunshots from a quarter mile away. He had arrived just in time. He wanted to go back and sniff around her trailer. Maybe it was a random break-in. Maybe not. Some of the men in that group had wolf blood. There must be a pack moving into this territory, likely connected to a drug ring. He wanted to know what kind of shit her father had stepped in. A new pack in the area would be a pain in the ass for him. He wasn't just a lone wolf. He was an alpha, which meant he was a threat, no matter how he laid low.
Hey, boss.
Vin's voice broke through his thoughts. Yeah, what?
Phone for you.
Gareth set down the pint of oil and wiped off his hands. Then he crossed to the office. It was located on the other side of the break room, little more than a closet with a desk and a filing cabinet. Stacks of billing papers and receipts cluttered the desk. His filing system could use some work. He had a computer, but hadn't had time to set up that QuickBooks shit yet. This is Gareth, he said, putting the phone to his ear.
Hello, sir. This is Officer Marcus Malone with the Black River Police Department. I wanted to ask you a few questions about an incident last night involving Maddy Donovan.
Shoot, he growled.
Do you know Maddy?
I do.
And what is the nature of your relationship?
He paused. I'm her boyfriend. The cop seemed a little taken aback.
Right, I see. So then, are you aware that her house was broken into last night?
I think half the town is aware by now.
Did you witness the break-in?
No. I found her after. She was pretty shaken up.
Did she stay with you last night?
Yes, she did.
About what time did you see her?
Gareth stuck to the facts, the very watered-down facts. After 2 a.m. It was late. The officer paused to write something down.
She received a head wound on her left temple. Did you take her to a hospital?
No.
Why not?
Gareth frowned into the phone. She didn't want to go.
Anything else you can remember from last night?
No.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Delarosa.
Sure. Gareth hung up the phone. He didn't think he would hear from them again. The cops in Black River were useless. He was more concerned about the men who had attacked Maddie. He knew the underbelly of Jefferson County pretty well. He knew the kind of petty thieves drug fiends and dealers that frequented the dive bars down in Davenport. But these men were from out of town, and they were wolves. He wasn't sure what to do about that yet. Maybe nothing. They were dead now. Hopefully, their pack's alpha would get the message and not send more. He walked through the break room and back into the garage. Then he got back under the hood of the Passat, his mind still working away on this new problem. If this new pack discovered Maddie, she would be targeted. It worried him. Many female wolves were being kidnapped and sold for breeding these days, and she was the perfect age. He needed to keep her safe. He thought of her sitting in the car next to him, her bright blue eyes flickering over him when she thought he wasn't looking. Fuck, she was so pretty. Fuck Maddie. Why did she have to be exactly his type? Busty frame, not too short, with hair the color of redwood trees and eyes like the summer sky. Smart. She had a bite to her, a bit of fight back, that came from growing up too fast. She was angry beneath it all. He saw that clearly. She pretended like she was in control, but she was a hurricane. She hadn't undergone the change yet. He didn't even know if she felt the same way about him. But after seeing her shy little glances in the hardware store and around his house, he was pretty confident she had a crush. The impulse to touch her, to pull her against him, was overpowering. That morning, as he stared at the curve of her tits under his t-shirt, he imagined how they would fit in his hands. Round and plump and biteable. Fuck. He had staked his claim in the car when he kissed her. He had waited for 5 years. He wasn't going to wait anymore. That kiss, her clumsy, innocent, soft mouth. You're with an alpha now, baby girl. Just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Hey, boss. Mrs. Makovich is here.
Shit. What time is it? He was already unzipping his work coveralls and reaching for his jacket.
3 o'clock. Is the car ready?
Yep. Just gotta close the hood. He slapped the bill on Vinny's chest. Ring her up, will you? I'll be back in the morning.
What do you mean? Morning?
You're closing, Vin. You're making overtime. Celebrate. Gareth swung out the door and walked toward his car with long strides. Shit. His first day as Maddie's boyfriend, and he was going to be late.
Maddie failed her math test miserably. Her final period, computer lab, she spent in a daze. Then the bell rang, and it was officially 3 o'clock. Students flooded the hallways, their voices and squeaky shoes echoing off the linoleum floors. Maddie took a minute to call work from the classroom phone. Her manager was very understanding. She had been a missing person on the news, after all. Then she entered the hallway and pushed through the crowd like a ghost. She felt tired and drained. It had been a very weird day. She dropped off her books at her locker, then left through the metal gate next to the admin office. The sky was a crisp, chill blue on this late September afternoon. Perfect white clouds wafted high above the mountain. To the north, a storm had loomed on the horizon, but she didn't think it would reach them until later that night. The sky might be blue, but the wind was bitterly cold. Maddie shoved her hands into the pockets of the oversized hoodie. She paused for a moment just to sniff. She had been smelling the sweater all day like a freak. In 6th period, she had pulled it up over her nose and just inhaled. His smell. God, why was it so good? It was like spicy woodsy peppery. It made her tits tingle. She actually felt her nipples swell beneath the sweater's heavy gray fabric. That was new? She started down the sidewalk. The basketball team ran past her on their mandatory 5-mile route. Some kids flew by on skateboards. A big crowd was accumulating at the crosswalk. She spotted Kaylee and the varsity jackets waiting to cross the street. She slowed down a little. She assumed Gareth was going to pick her up where he had dropped her off. As she neared the curb, her heart sank. He wasn't there. She hesitated, figuring she would wait. But as the minutes dragged by, she started to feel stupid. I'm such an idiot. He wasn't coming. Or he forgot. Boyfriend my ass, she thought. He was playing her. People always did shit like that. You need help? They would offer her, "I'll fix it, I'll give you a raise, I got a used car you can borrow." It never panned out, and she knew the scales were tipped. She could never pay back their charity, no matter how well-intentioned, and people were entitled, especially adults. She had learned not to ask for favors. She turned and started walking in the opposite direction towards the mountains. She would walk her ass home and go back to where she belonged. With each step, she felt her heart sink a little more. That was the problem with fantasies. They were too good to be true. Her life wasn't like that. He was just a flake like everyone else who talked big and then didn't show. She should have known better. She would change her clothes when she got home, fold up his stuff and drop it on his porch tomorrow. Hopefully he wouldn't be there. Maddie got 4 blocks before she heard an engine rev behind her. She would recognize the sound anywhere. Her heart skipped a beat, then she turned. He pulled up next to her, facing the opposite of traffic, his sunglasses on and driver's side window down, big tattooed arm hanging out.
"Hey, you need a ride?"
She stared at him. She felt a lump in her throat.
"Get in."
He opened the passenger side door. Maddie walked around the front of the car and slid into the low leather seat. Then he pulled out from the curb, spewing a cloud of exhaust, and started down the street. She saw 2 energy drinks in the center saddle console. He indicated the one that wasn't open.
"That's yours. You walk fast. I'm only 20 minutes late."
Maddie didn't know what to say. She stared at the profile of his masculine face. She felt dumb for getting so upset. He probably got held up at work. Then in his deep baritone, he asked,
"So, how was your day?"
"Good. Kinda weird."
"Weird, huh?"
"Yeah. No backpack, so couldn't turn in anything." She fell silent. He probably didn't want to hear about her school life. He was out of high school by a bit of a stretch. It was still kinda hard for her to believe that he was here, next to her. She was in his car. They were talking like 2 normal people. "I took work off," she added.
"Smart. Customer service and concussions don't mix."
"How about your day?"
"My day was busy. Glad it's over."
"So, you were at the garage?"
"Yeah.
"What do you do there?" He flashed her a rueful grin.
I own it, so a bit of everything."
Maddie's eyes widened. She hadn't realized he owned his own business. So he was like a real adult. "You're a mechanic?"
"Yup. Was an army mechanic, but that was ages ago."
"How long were you in the army?"
"Active duty for 4 years. First got stationed in Alaska working on diesel trucks, then sent to Iraq. Came back and was in the reserve for 2 more years. Worked for my family a bit. Then I wandered around. Moved out here."
"So you're still in the reserves?"
"Nah. I'm just a vet now."
Maddie frowned. She didn't know much about the army. She didn't know any soldiers. "So wait. How does that work? They just let you go?" Gareth shrugged.
"Got to the end of my contract and decided not to re-enlist. I got an honorable discharge. It's all good. Helped me get a small business loan. VA rates ain't no joke."
Maddie nodded, absorbing all this. So he wasn't local. She wondered what had brought him to Black River. There wasn't a lot out here except woods. "I've never left Black River," she said.
"Where would you go if you could leave?"
She gazed out the window. "Anywhere?" He didn't say anything. She caught a whiff of his sweater again when she turned her head. That tingle touched her belly button. "I'm wearing his clothes," she thought. That sense of unreality descended. She wondered if he would try to kiss her again. She kinda wanted him to, but she was also kinda shy. So he picked her up from school, but was he serious about being her boyfriend? Or was he teasing her? He might just want to fuck. No, that was too creepy and weird. She pushed the thought away. If he was just some perv, he could have tried something in the woods, back on the mountainside, when they were alone. But she had never felt threatened in his presence. He had never leered at her like the gross old men in the hardware store. He had never made any sort of inappropriate move on her. Until the kiss in the car. Which she hadn't been expecting. But she kinda liked it. She just couldn't figure him out. She knew what she needed from him, protection. But what did he need from her? She remembered a time when she was 17. It was wrong, but... She was crouched down, restocking the garden supplies, when she felt someone watching her. She stood up and turned. At the end of the aisle, she saw him gazing at her. She stared back. The perfect planes of his face were striking. He looked like an exotic model from Brazil or Greece. Not someone you would find in Black River. Even then, their mutual attraction had been like a gravitational force, drawing them together. The Camaro came to a stop at a red light. Gareth turned to her. She jumped, thinking he might try to kiss her again. He grinned. Or smirked. Whatever it was, he looked like the devil. His big hand landed on her leg.
Easy. Relax.
Sorry.
You don't need to apologize.
Maddie dropped her eyes. She didn't know how many times she said sorry in a day. It had become a compulsion. He watched her face, considering her.
Are you sure you want to go back to the trailer? It might be a bit much for you.
I need to get my cell phone, and other things.
I got a spare toothbrush. Just saying, we can do this another time.
Maddie was silent. Gareth's questions stayed with her. Why did she need to go back? She should just leave home altogether. Hitchhike to the next town over. But in truth, she was a coward. She had never traveled outside of Black River before. She had no money saved, no degree, no one to stay with. So, you really want me to stay with you? She asked, uncertain. What if he changed his mind in a few hours and kicked her out? I won't be bothering you.
Fuck no. You don't bother me. I wouldn't offer if I didn't want you around. I want to keep my eye on you.
The way he said it made her shiver in a good way. But we just met and... I never imagined actually staying at your house.
I wouldn't say we just met.
She stared at him. It was the first time he had alluded to their history.
Look, you don't have to. But I think it would be safer for you not to be in that trailer alone.
You think they might come back? He shrugged his massive shoulders. His eyes scanned over the intersection.
Better safe than sorry.
Maddie sighed. She didn't know why she was hesitating. She wanted to stay at his house. It just seemed so sudden. Everything in the past 24 hours had been so sudden. Let's just get it over with then, she decided. I need my backpack and school stuff, too.
As you wish.
The light turned green and Gareth stepped on the gas. They left Black River behind and sped into the surrounding hills. Soon they were surrounded by thick forest. Then the ground began to slope upward. My driveway is up here, she said, unsure if he knew that or not. Maybe not. She pointed to a narrow dirt track that led off the road. There was a very large red mailbox and a street number at the end of her driveway, distinguishing it from the thick ferns. A barrier of wilderness blocked her view of the mobile home, which was placed far back on the property. The foothills sloped upward beyond it, leading into the mountains. Gareth turned and started down the drive, his engine shattering the silence. Maddie became more nervous as her house came into view. The front door was cracked open. Sometimes her father left it like that when he returned from a wild night. Was he home now? She checked the driveway. She saw fresh tire tracks and a broken whiskey bottle. Someone might have dropped him off. Shit, she muttered.
What is it?
My dad might be home. Gareth parked in the driveway and turned off his car. The engine rumbled to a halt.
Good. I'd like to meet him.
No, wait! Maddie's voice hitched. Don't come inside. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm just going to grab some clothes.
And if it's not your dad in the house?
They stared at one another. Okay, Maddie said, realizing the possible danger. But her stomach twisted. She knew what the trailer looked like. There was a reason she never invited people over. Gareth leaned down and pulled a gun out from behind her car seat. Maddie's jaw dropped. That's a gun, she said stupidly.
Safety first.
Gareth got out of the car. With his sunglasses on, he looked like a cop from some sexy late-night HBO special. Maddie unbuckled her seatbelt and scurried after him. Together, they walked down the driveway to the trailer's front door. I'm insane to be here, she thought. She wondered if she would find her father roaring drunk in front of the TV. Gareth entered first, his gun held at ready. He used the front door. Maddie followed him over a line of yellow caution tape that was half-trailing on the ground.
Well, shit.
She heard Gareth say ahead of her. He lowered his weapon. Maddie peeked around his broad frame and sucked in a breath. Her house was trashed. Obviously someone, maybe those same thugs, or maybe scavengers, had gone through her house. Her furniture was tipped over, picture frames and DVDs strewn about the room. The refrigerator door was open. The food was gone. Her house had been all over the news. Obviously someone had looted it. Maddie didn't see any sign of her father. She listened. She didn't hear any sounds from deeper in the house. Her trailer was pretty small, and it appeared empty. Gareth stepped inside and started looking around. Maddie cringed. His sunglasses hid the revulsion she knew must be on his face. Embarrassment couldn't begin to describe how she felt. She was gutted. In her secret fantasies, she always imagined inviting him over to her house with a clean kitchen and a nicely decorated space. This was the stark opposite. She couldn't hide the fast food trash, the alcohol stains soaked into the carpet, the mounds of unopened mail, boxes of magazines, porno DVDs, scattered beer bottles, and random junk her father dragged home to fix. Yellow and brown stains covered the couch, where her stepdad got so blind drunk and jacked up on pills, he literally lost his shit. Her gut sinking, she watched Gareth turn to survey her nasty wreck of a kitchen. It stank. She hovered back near the door. So now he knew. This was how she lived, in a house that should be condemned. On pins and needles, Maddie began picking up the living room. Her hands were shaking again, she was so ashamed, but she couldn't just leave the place a wreck. She started to straighten the coffee table.
Maddie, it's all right. Just leave it.
He came to her side, taking her wrist in hand. She was trembling. She pulled her wrist free and stepped away from him. She wanted to hide, but she couldn't hide from him anymore. Do you see me now? She thought. She went to check under the center cushion of the couch. Her wad of cash was still there. She pocketed it. I'm going to get my stuff, she said. She heard the quiver in her voice. She couldn't look at him, so she ducked down the hallway and ran into her bedroom. She shut the door for a moment. She leaned back against the wall. Okay, so that was humiliating. She needed a moment to pull it together. Her backpack was on the bed. It was mostly empty. She rolled up a few shirts, panties, jeans, and socks. She threw in her cell phone and a charger. Then she crossed to the bathroom, where she packed her toothbrush, hairbrush, deodorant, pads, and shampoo. What else did she need? It was getting harder to think. Her headache was returning from the night before. Being in this house made her feel claustrophobic. Fuck, am I going to have an anxiety attack?
Maddie, you good?
Gareth's voice brought her back to herself. I'm all right, she said, walking unsteadily back down the hall. She met him in the living room. He was standing where the bullet had ripped through the drywall the night before. He studied the size of the hole. Then he returned to her side.
They fired on you.
Yeah, she muttered.
Fucking pricks.
He took her backpack from her hands.
Is this everything?
She nodded. She felt a little queasy.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I'm fine, she mumbled. But where are we going now?
Back to my place. You want to stay here?
He sounded incredulous. She gazed at him, uncertain. The trailer might be a wreck, but it was her home. Going with him was an unknown risk. Then some deep, primeval force moved in her belly. No, she didn't want to stay the night in this trailer. She might not know him well, and she might find him somewhat intimidating, but she could trust him. He would protect her, he had proven that much. She stepped towards him, and he put his arm around her shoulders. He brushed his lips across the top of her head.
Let's go through Arguello's Tacos. I'm starving.
Arguello's was a popular taco stand in town with a drive-thru. They left the house and walked down the driveway in silence. He walked closer to her than before, like a bodyguard, his eyes scanning the trees and the shadows. When she glanced at the ground, she noticed animal prints in the mud near the edge of the trees. She pointed. Look, I think those are wolf tracks.
They look pretty fresh. You always get wolves coming around your house?
No, not that I've noticed. Weird. Do you think it's from the same wolf? Gareth crossed over to the prints in the mud. He knelt to study them for a moment. Then he stood up and brushed off his pants.
I don't know, but they're fresh. Let's get out of here.
Gareth crossed to his car, circled around to the passenger side, unlocked the door and opened it for her. She climbed into the Camaro and threw her backpack behind her seat. He got in next to her, tucked the gun away behind the seat, and started the engine. The car roared to life like a dragon on steroids. So about my house. Maddie tried to find the words. I'm sorry about the mess.
You got nothing to apologize for.
His tone was soft. She looked away, staring resolutely out the window. She felt vulnerable in the worst way. Living in her stepdad's filth was so immensely crushingly terrible. It gave her panic attacks. Sometimes she dreamed that she was drowning. She was too ashamed to invite friends over to her house. And now Gareth had seen the way she lived in raw daylight. She just wanted to be normal and have her shit together. Why was it so hard? She glanced at Gareth out of the corner of her eye. Why was he helping her? She tried to understand him, drawn even deeper towards his mystery. Who are you? She wondered. As they drove down the mountain, the night flowed past the windshield in a river of darkness.
Heart of the Wolf by author A. Mariposa. A muy caliente paranormal romance featuring me, Gareth Delarosa, an alpha wolf without a pack. How do I convince this girl she's my life mate? Keep listening to find out. Ah, shit. I'm no good at this. Chapter 6. Disclaimer. This chapter is rated not safe for work. It contains the best content, explicit sexual content, and a lot of teen angst, which is kind of our thing if you haven't noticed. Your listening discretion is advised, and for fuck's sake, put in earbuds.
True to his word, Gareth picked up a box of tacos from Arguello's on the ride home. They ate at the kitchen table when they got back to his house. Maddie watched Gareth wolf down his tacos with extra hot sauce. She ate too and wrapped up the rest for later. Then she sat at the kitchen table while Gareth inspected her bandage again. He used a cotton ball dipped in hydrogen peroxide to clean the wound, then wrapped her head with sterile bandages. Maddie wasn't used to being fussed over, and she squirmed uncomfortably. Ouch, that hurts.
Hold still, and it won't.
She waited obediently, despite her urge to fidget. She sucked in a nervous breath.
Relax. Don't you trust me?
I don't even know you.
Huh? But I've been looking out for you for a long time.
His voice was low and rocky. She shivered. The way he said it. About that, she hesitated. Why were you out on those mountains last night?
I like the fresh air.
He's lying, she thought. What kind of psychopath strolled through the mountains at 2 a.m. for a little fresh air? Then she caught herself. Actually, she did that too. Something about the forest and the moon called to her. A certain wanderlust. So that's it? She asked. Really?
Yep, got lucky. It was a full moon.
Why does that matter?
I'm always out on a full moon.
Maddie had never thought about it before, but now she wondered how often their random covert meetups coincided with the moon cycle. Gareth wrapped a strip of gauze around the side of her head, a duplicate of her old bandage, though not quite as padded. When he finished, he tossed the remnants of her old bandage in the kitchen trash.
Get up. Shower time.
I took a shower this morning.
Take another one. You'll feel better. Just don't get your head wet.
Maddie opened her mouth to protest, but she was too exhausted to argue with him. Going to the trailer seemed to have put him on edge. He was still in protector mode. He walked with her down the hallway. After she entered the bathroom, he stood outside the closed door. Under normal circumstances, it would have been creepy, but tonight, it made her feel safe. She didn't want to be alone. Even closing the bathroom door between them stressed her out. I feel so clingy. Maddie undressed, folding his clothes and placing them carefully to one side. Then she stepped under the hot stream of water. It helped. She began to feel a bit more human. Afterwards, she pulled on her pajamas from home, flannel pants and a black t-shirt. She brushed her teeth. Normal, she thought. Just doing normal things. After she finished, she went back into the hallway, where he was leaned up against the wall with his arms crossed.
You can throw your stuff in the laundry.
All right. They exchanged places. He entered the bathroom and shut the door behind him. She felt that bit of anxiety again when he disappeared from sight. God, I'm like a needy child. She heard the shower turn on. Maddie didn't know why, but a sudden wave of numbness washed over her. Her arms and legs started shaking uncontrollably. Now that she had a quiet moment alone, she felt the full effects of the last 24 hours. The gunshots. The brutal attack in the woods. Waking up in a strange place. School. Him. Going to the trailer might not have been the best idea. Whatever cocoon she was hiding in began to unravel. Her knees became wobbly, and her strength slowly drained from her body. She sank to the floor. She found herself wrapping her towel around her shoulders like a blanket. Her life rose up like a big, black ocean inside of her. She was this little boat spinning around. Her breath came in low, soft pants. She pressed her forehead to her knees. A panic attack. This is a panic attack. She couldn't summon a single thought, and yet, it seemed like some distant part of her brain was processing. She sat on the shag carpet, her arms folded tight around herself, and stared at the wall, her eyes glassy and vacant. He found her like that in the hallway. His shower finished, he stood over her, looking down at her. Then he lifted her to her feet.
You're out of it.
He led her into the living room, holding her hand, and sat her down on the couch. She felt fragile and empty. If left to her own devices, she probably would have stayed in that hallway for the next 10 hours. He put on a movie, an old western with John Wayne. The TV flashed pictures of the Wild Wild West, and John Wayne looked 10 feet tall on horseback. She stared at the screen blindly. He sat down and pulled her against his wide chest, his arms around her, one leg up on the couch, their bodies partway overlapping. He was careful with her head as he settled her against him. She relaxed in the warm circle of his big arms. She could hear his heartbeat, strong and steady, beneath the cushion of his pectoral muscles. She stared at the TV screen, her mind blank, her gaze far away. Maddie floated like that for a while. She wasn't sure when she came back to herself. It seemed like hours had passed. She was lying across him on the couch, his big tattooed arms around her waist. The movie was finished, and he held the TV remote in one hand, flipping channels. He absently brushed his lips against the top of her head when she stirred.
You back?
Maddie kept expecting something crazy to happen, like a car to drive through the wall, or a bullet to shatter a window. But he was calm. They sat undisturbed, surfing channels, finishing out a wild day in front of his 60-inch TV. Gareth settled for the National Geographic Channel, some documentary about Aztec tombs. He watched the screen. The tension in her stomach started to fade. She inhaled. Exhaled. She focused on his scent. Old Spice? Axe? It was very manly. Finally, she mumbled, "What are you doing?"
What boyfriends do.
She heard his voice rumble up through his chest beneath her ear. That word, boyfriend, brought a warm feeling to her stomach. She mumbled again. No. Like what are we doing?
Watching TV. Why? You want to watch something else?
No, this is fine. She gave up. She wanted to know more about him, why he seemed so chill, so unconcerned about their strange relationship. Her mind traveled back to the hardware store. After she started working there, he would come in every couple of weeks. In the beginning, she wasn't always at the register. The manager had her stocking shelves and doing itinerary, clean up on aisle 3, basic stuff. Usually, she caught sight of him when he was already leaving. But she remembered, once, she was covering the paint counter, and 2 men approached her. She was 16. They hovered around the desk, asking questions about outdoor paints that she couldn't answer. Then one guy leaned over and said,
"Hey, my friend thinks he knows you."
She remembered the uncomfortable drop in her stomach. "No, I don't think so," she said, wishing she had a hoodie on, so she could pull up her hood and slouch away.
"Nah, he says he knows you from somewhere. You ever go to Davenport? You go to the clubs there?"
"No," she said. It was a stupid question. She was obviously young and they were way older. The guy leered at her over the counter. His friend stood nearby, his hands shoved in his pockets, staring at her with gross intensity.
"Hey, so, when do you get off work?"
Maddie cringed. She didn't want to answer that question, but everyone knew the hardware store closed at 9 p.m.
"Tell me when you're off. We can grab some beers. Come on, you drive here? Or you having a friend pick you up?"
She looked around, wishing for someone to swoop in and interrupt their conversation. Then, suddenly, her eyes landed on him. He walked into the paint section silently. His presence sent a little shock through her system. She hadn't run up the mountain for a while. She was older now, and she knew better how to avoid her stepdad when he was drinking. These days when he was belligerent, she walked into town and sat at a diner until it closed, messing on her phone. Although she still thought of Gareth often, they hadn't encountered each other on the mountainside in a while. He came up to stand behind the 2 men. She met his gaze. He must have seen her desperate look. He spoke to her over their heads.
Hey, you got deck sealant?
She nodded, her palms sweaty.
Where? Show me.
The sleazy customer at the counter turned around, his face scowling, then stopped when he saw Gareth's towering frame. Gareth glared down at the 2 men.
You gonna buy something? Or you just pissing around?
The 2 guys stepped back quick.
"Hey, we're good, no worries. You have a nice day."
The sleazy guy and his friend slunk off through the store. Gareth watched them go. Maddie walked out from behind the counter. She led him over to the deck sealant, barely able to look at him. She could feel him standing next to her. "Here's what we got," she said, motioning to the shelf. Then, awkwardly, she muttered, thanks. Those guys.
Yeah. You should tell your manager.
She glanced up at him, feeling her face flush. She nodded silently. After a pause, he added,
Men are shit. Don't be nice. Tell them to fuck off. You got mace?
No.
You sell it here?
The hardware store had a self-defense cabinet in the back, next to the camping section. She nodded and pointed. It's, at the end of aisle 15. He grabbed a can of sealant and walked away. She stared after him, confused. Maybe 20 minutes later, he returned to the paint section and handed her a little keychain mace. It was still in the plastic wrapper. The price tag read $30. He bought her a nice one.
Keep it on you. Ask someone to drive you home tonight.
She took it. She watched him go. She remembered feeling a warm sense of relief. A sad, pouty part of her wished that he could drive her home. She should ask him. She hesitated as he walked away. Don't be weird, she told herself. She was the obsessive stalker in this situation. He was just some guy she met in the mountains. She didn't really know him.
Where'd you go?
Gareth's voice grumbled deep in his chest, bringing her back to the couch, his arms, the TV. His hand lifted up her hair, then gently cradled her head against him.
You tired? You can fall asleep if you want.
The thought of falling asleep on him sounded divine. She listened to his breathing, lulled by the gentle rhythm of his chest rising and falling. His spicy scent filled her nose. Is this real? Am I dreaming? She might have slept for a minute before the sound of the heater kicking on startled her awake. He resettled his arms around her. His thumb gently stroked over her cheek.
Relax.
He kept saying that word, relax. Was she really that tense? She had carried tension her whole life. His hand started kneading the top of her shoulder. It felt nice. Her breathing deepened automatically as he worked on a knot near her neck. Usually she didn't like being touched, but she could lean into this. Just breathe, she thought. He shifted, pulling his other leg up on the couch so she was lying completely on top of him. Then he started massaging her back. A tiny moan escaped her lips before she caught herself. His thumbs went to the base of her neck, into the fleshy parts of her shoulder blades, then down her spine. It felt heavenly. She didn't know when it happened, but suddenly she was kissing him. Her face lifted and his mouth met hers, his lips soft and sensual. So soft. Slow. He took his time, his mouth lazy and gentle, placing little kisses across her lips, her nose, her chin. Then back to her lips. He was very patient, inviting her to return his soft caresses. His fingers mindlessly rubbed small circles on her back. She squirmed on top of him as a warm ember began to grow into a flame. Gently, with the finesse of an expert, his tongue slid between her lips. He explored the soft cavern of her mouth, sensually teasing her, brushing against the walls of her cheeks. Maddie was overwhelmed. Her jaw went slack. At first she tried to mimic what he was doing. She didn't know how to kiss, but then she couldn't think. Countless minutes passed. Gareth paused only to let her breathe for a second before slipping his tongue inside her again. His kiss grew bold and hot. His hand sank into her hair and he held her hostage, kissing her like he would devour her face. Strange and wonderful sensations moved through her body. She thought she might drown, but she didn't want to take a breath. She didn't want him to stop. She felt like he had no intention of ever stopping, like he had waited a long time for this moment too. It's happening, she thought. This is really happening. She felt a hard bulge against her belly through his sweatpants. He didn't try to hide it. She was lying on top of him, partly cradled between his legs. His bulge dug into her waist. It was a lot larger than she expected. His hand slid up under her shirt to rest on the bare skin of her back. His hand traveled from the band of her sweatpants up the flare of her hips, exploring the dimples in her lower back. Then his rough, warm palm traveled up to her ribs. His hand brushed the scar on her left side, a big spiderweb of raised white skin, where she had landed on a broken bottle. She flinched at the touch. Then her anxiety spiked. Wait! She sat up with a start. Wait, stop. He stopped and gazed up at her in surprise. She sat up on top of him, her legs to either side of his hips, one hand braced against his chest. She winced when she moved her head too fast. Then she grabbed her shirt and tried to pull it down. She pushed his hand away. His lusty eyes, full of simmering heat, widened.
What happened? Did I hurt you?
I don't like being touched. Just stop. She wanted to throw her hands over her face in embarrassment. Fuck me, she thought. I'm such a fucking loser. She finally had him all to herself and she went and fucked it up. He removed his hands from her back and raised them slightly so she could see them. He watched her face.
Sorry. I got carried away.
They stared at one another. She was breathing heavily, her lips were buzzing, her chin wet with his saliva, the taste of him all over her mouth. Her entire body was humming, and she knew he felt it too. The bulge between her legs was rock hard and so thick. Was that really supposed to fit inside of her?
Maybe this was a bad idea. You've been through a lot.
His words crushed her. A bad idea? Like, she was a bad idea. No, it's not a bad idea. I like kissing you. He relaxed a bit. He looked relieved. He reached for her waist again, then stopped.
If you liked it, why did you want to stop?
I don't, she said. He frowned, puzzling through her words. He looked so fucking manly, she thought she would melt. Damn it, I ruined the mood, she thought, forlorn. What if he never touched her again? I suck.
We can stop. You don't have to do this for me.
I don't want to stop. I'm just not used to people touching me.
Okay, I get that. Can I touch you, Maddie?
She nodded. Then he moved to sit up. She grabbed his shirt. Wait, what are you doing? I said it's okay.
You have a concussion. Let's keep it chill.
All right. So then.
Lay down on the couch. I'm going to give you a real massage, help you let go of that tension.
Maddie stiffened. Can I keep my shirt on?
Yeah, if you want.
With a bit of hesitation, she climbed off of him. She'd never had a man give her a massage. Or anyone, really. It was way outside her comfort zone, but not a bad idea. He disappeared into his bedroom and returned with a bottle of warming lotion. She tried not to make a nervous joke about it. He probably used that lotion to jerk off. Shut up, she told her brain. Maddie found herself lying on her stomach on the couch, the warm leather beneath her cheek. His lips brushed against her neck. A satisfying tingle ran down her spine. He settled between her legs. He applied the lotion to his hands, then placed them spanning her lower back, his thumbs feathering the little dimples above her hips. True to her request, he left her shirt untouched. He ran his hands up her spine under the cotton fabric. She gasped.
You like it?
Yeah.
Good.
He kept rubbing his hands over her back until her body felt warm and loose. She thought she would melt into the couch. Why do you always help me? She asked in barely a whisper. His silence lasted so long, she thought he didn't hear her.
Because you're alone.
Maddie felt a lump form in her throat. Yeah, she was alone, even with her stepdad coming and going like a hurricane. Sometimes she felt totally invisible. Gareth's hand traveled up to her shoulders beneath her shirt. His palm left a path of fire across her skin.
Let's say, I'm a wolf.
She closed her eyes, listening to his deep voice, imagining it.
I've been wandering for months with no pack and no territory. I'm running through the forest at night. Suddenly, I smell something different. I come across a girl, all alone. I take her back home, where she's safe, but she keeps running away. It seems that half the time I'm on that mountain, she's out there too. I can't help but wonder why.
His hands traveled over her shoulder blades, warm and steady. She could feel the hard calluses on his fingers. Then his hands roved across her back, slick with massage oil. His fingertips found the scars left by her father's drunk rages. Across her left side was the biggest one, from a broken handle of rum that shattered on the wall next to her head during one of Dean's worst tantrums. She was 15. She took money from his wallet to pay for groceries.
I ain't raising no thief.
He threw a handle of rum at her head. It shattered on the kitchen cabinet. Then she slipped in the rum and fell on the glass. He got pissed at her for falling. A neighbor 2 lots down drove her to the hospital. 30 stitches in the ER with a doctor asking her 100 questions. I fell. I don't know. I just fell. So much blood, it made her sick to look at it. It took the nurses 2 hours to remove all the shards of glass from her skin. Remembering that day almost ruined her mood. She focused on Garrett's palms sliding down her ribcage. His thumb ran over the edges of her scars. He stroked them over and over again, as though memorizing them. Then his hands grew still. He lifted up her shirt, exposing the length of her back. She stiffened in surprise, ready to spring from the couch, but he pinned her down with one hand.
Shit.
Maddie's good mood dissipated. Get off, she said, trying to sit up.
No.
He held her down easily and lifted her shirt higher. She could feel the weight of his body behind her on the couch. She stopped struggling and submitted to his gaze.
Fuck. How did this happen?
He touched the big white web of scar tissue on her left side, just beneath her ribs, where the glass had gouged her. I fell off my bike as a kid, she lied.
Bullshit.
His hand brushed over the bruise on her left hip, where she had slammed into the table just last week. It was almost healed. A pleasant green color.
And this bruise here, who did this?
She opened her mouth. Her jaw worked for a moment. Then a terrible, overwhelming sense of shame filled her. Fuck off, she snapped. It's none of your business. She tried to slide away from him off the couch, but he grabbed her hips. He dragged her back under him. They wrestled for a moment. But she wasn't very strong, and he wouldn't let her slip away. She ended up in the corner of the couch, his arms locked on either side of her, his face hovering over hers. She cast her eyes down, staring at his wide chest, unable to look him in the eye.
All right, let's talk. Since I'm your boyfriend now, I've got some questions. First, how long have you lived like that?
Her lip quivered. Like what?
The house, Maddie.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know it's bad.
You don't gotta apologize, but I want to know how long.
Since my mom died, I was 13. Maddie began to tremble.
Right, sorry that happened to you. That's hard. So your stepdad. I get the mess, but why are you afraid of him?
She clamped shut her mouth. How was she supposed to tell him? She had never told anyone before. She kept her eyes fixed resolutely on his strong chest. His hand brushed a lock of red hair back from her face. He leaned in close.
Why you keep running up mountains at night, little girl? You gonna tell me the truth? Or are you gonna keep lying?
She stared at the ink on his arms, at his long black hair spilling over his shoulders. Anywhere but his eyes. After a long, silent pause, he smirked.
Right, so you want to wait this out. I'll wait.
The minute stretched, his big body imprisoning her in the corner of the couch, his arms like a cage. His scent made her skin tingle with electricity. Shame and desire warred within her. She wanted to run. He wouldn't let her off the couch. She glanced down at the floor, then over at the kitchen, looking for an escape route. He casually reached down, clasped both her wrists, and pinned her. Finally, she broke. My stepfather hits me, okay? When he gets drunk, sometimes he's completely incoherent, he gets angry, and I'm the only one around. Tears sprang to her eyes, and she let out a choked laugh. He threw a bottle at me, it broke and I slipped on the glass. I had to go to the ER. That's why I have that scar. His shoulders grew rigid. The energy shifted between them. Gareth's face looked dangerous, almost feral. She could almost believe he was a wolf.
I'll fucking kill him.
His voice was so guttural, she could barely understand him. What? No! You can't.
Why do you care? He treats you like shit.
I don't care, I'm over it. Gareth, please listen to me, my life isn't normal. Other kids wonder if their parents love them, but I worry if I'll have running water next week. That's how it is. Hating my dad doesn't change my life. So whatever, I'm over it.
You're not over it.
I am. I'm doing just fine on my own.
No.
His face hovered close to hers.
No. You're hanging on by a thread, but don't worry, I've got you. You don't need that piece of shit anymore. I'll daddy you all you want.
Her mouth opened in shock. He kissed her, his tongue sliding between her lips. His hand went to her jaw, holding her face as he tasted her. When she tried to kiss him back, he groaned and sucked her tongue into his mouth. His teeth bumped against hers. A heady rush of fire moved through her body. Everywhere he touched began to burn, her arms, her neck, her stomach. His head dipped down. He didn't hesitate, his mouth fastened on her nipple through her shirt, hot and wet through the thin cotton. He ran his teeth gently over the hard peak. Then he drew it deep into his mouth, sucking on her flesh. Shivers of pleasure racked her body. Oh my God. He lifted up her shirt and she didn't stop him. He gazed at her naked breasts for a long moment, his eyes devouring her. Then he fell upon them, squeezing the soft flesh with his palms, rubbing her nipples between his fingers. He pushed one breast into his mouth and took a big bite, stuffing his face like a starving man. He growled. Then he bit down on her nipple, making her gasp. He sucked on her tit, flicking it with his tongue so she moaned.
Fuck, you have nice tits. Fuck, Maddie.
He switched to the other breast, leaving a trail of bites and kisses across her chest. Maddie found herself mindless and panting, overcome by his assault. She didn't want him to stop. She didn't want to think. She just wanted to feel him. When he slid down her pants, she lifted her hips and helped him get them off, kicking them to the floor. He caught her legs and pulled her closer to him, so he was leaning between them. She lay with her naked back on the leather couch. Her panties were already soaking wet. When he spoke, his voice was thick with lust.
Pink, that's the girliest shit. I fucking love you.
What?
You heard me.
His fingers found her swollen clit, which he rubbed through her panties just enough to make her gasp.
You like that, huh?
He did it again, trailing his finger over her clit, making her shiver with pleasure. What are you doing? She gasped. She had never felt anything so divine.
What boyfriends do. You ever been touched like this before?
He stroked his thumb over her clit through her panties. She jumped a little, she was so sensitive. She gazed up at him, unable to hide her vulnerable expression. He seemed caught by her look. He leaned down and gave her a deep, wet, devouring kiss.
Spread your legs for me, baby girl.
She made room for him, as his head dropped down to take one hard nipple into his mouth. He sucked on it, making her groan. She had never felt pleasure from her breasts before, not this kind of melting weakness. His thumb rubbed little circles over her clit, applying more and more pressure. Maddie ground her hips against his hand, unable to resist. He played with her clit, trying different things, rubbing and tapping and stroking her. He studied her reactions like he was memorizing a map. She felt a wave of tension growing in her body. She sighed and arched against his hand.
There it is.
He pressed against her again. She started, her voice catching in her throat. Deep pleasure flared behind her belly button. What is he doing to me? The pressure kept building. He kept rubbing his thumb in slow, steady circles, his hand braced against her crotch. She threw her arm over her mouth and bit her wrist. He watched her face with the sexiest grin she had ever seen. Gareth, she gasped.
Let go, baby girl.
She cried out when the wave of pleasure crashed over her body. Her legs clenched around his wrist. Her back arched off the couch. She felt herself gush deep inside, her hips convulsing, her whole body squeezing down on him. He continued to rub her, his touch gentle and persistent, pulling her into a second peak. She didn't know how he did it, but she orgasmed a second time, right on top of the first, her heart hammering in her ribs, her muscles contracting powerfully. She cried, almost falling off the couch. He laughed and gathered her up in his arms, pulling her into his lap. Her second orgasm made her limbs like jello. She felt loose and uncoordinated, completely in his power. His lips grazed her forehead, then he kissed the wound on her temple, holding her close.
Was that your first time?
She nodded, unable to speak words. He looked smug as hell. She was naked except for her drenched panties, but she couldn't make herself care. His arms tightened around her, and he kissed her nose.
That's my job. To make you feel good.
She couldn't respond immediately. She felt like melted butter. She just stared into his eyes, all brown and green and gold-flecked. Then, shyly, "So you're serious about the boyfriend thing?"
Fuck yes, I am.
He kissed her again, wet and sloppy across her mouth, getting his saliva all over her lips, totally shameless. She felt completely dominated by his strength, his heat. She tried to turn her face away to breathe, and his mouth trailed down her neck. His hands easily moved her in his lap, placing her legs on either side of him, their crotches rubbing together. She could feel the hard bulge of his erection. He wanted her to feel it. She moaned. Damn. She wanted more. Then his arms went under her ass, bracing her against him as he stood up from the couch. He scooped her into the air like she weighed nothing at all. Her legs wrapped around his waist and she grabbed him hard around the neck. She knew he wouldn't drop her, but she wasn't used to being carried. "Where are we going?" she asked. He walked into his bedroom and lay her down on the bed. Then he pulled off his shirt, revealing his chiseled abdomen. She had never seen a six-pack up close. Her mouth went dry and her lips parted. His body was delicious, toned, hardened, with a wide chest and massive shoulders. Nothing like the boys at school. Every muscle in his abdomen stood out like rock, his skin smooth and tan. His pectoral muscles were like two small mountains across his chest, with a deep indent between them. His shoulders were just as defined. She stared up at him, wondering if he was going to finish what he started. Would she lose her virginity tonight? Her eyes dropped to his crotch where she could see the outline of his hard cock through his sweatpants. The little cuts in his abdomen trailed down past the rim of his pants. His hard-on looked way bigger at this angle. Fuck. He groaned and layered himself over her on the bed, propping her legs up on his shoulders and spreading her wide open, exposed and vulnerable. She felt submissive beneath him, overcome by his natural dominance. The giant wall of his body pressed her into the mattress. His cock nestled against her crotch in the most intimate way, completely sexual. He nestled the hard length of his erection against her dripping cunt. She caught the whimper in her throat. When he finally broke their kiss, she was hot and panting. He hovered over her, their faces an inch apart.
You ever fucked before, little girl?
Maddie shivered, hard. She couldn't reply at first. Well,
Maybe not tonight then. I could hurt you.
His hand gently went to her head, touching her bandage, then her hair. No, 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 I want it. She screamed in her head. Don't stop. She wanted to beg him, but she couldn't get her words in order. He bent down and kissed her again, lazily devouring her mouth. She felt her legs pushed farther back by his shoulders, opening her, trapping her beneath his body. His tongue slid across her bottom lip. Heat. She could feel it down to her toes. Her hips flexed instinctively, and he pressed his heart on firmly against her, riding her gently.
Maybe I will.
He whispered into her ear. Thoughts of his cock filled her head. What would it feel like to have him fill her empty, aching core? To fully submit to his body, to give herself over to him completely. Yes, she murmured, barely able to speak. His tongue slid in and out of her mouth. She moaned, overcome with desire. He was a lot stronger and heavier than her. He kept grinding against her, and she gasped, her clit sensitive, feeling another wave of pleasure begin to grow. She writhed and groaned. God, was she going to come again? He grinned, watching her face, moving his hips with deliberate slowness. The thought barely passed through her mind before another climax took her body, wringing her out like a towel. She gasped and cried out. He watched her face as her legs gripped him and her spine bowed off the bed. His hand gripped her neck as she cried and moaned, holding her by the throat possessively.
Look at you, coming again like a good girl.
His voice was so deep, she felt it in her belly. She collapsed beneath him, sweating, hardly able to breathe as the wave passed. Her arms and legs were completely useless. She felt like a doll.
You have the sexiest eyes,
he said, his hand still wrapped around her throat. He stroked his thumb over her jaw, then across her bottom lip, then pressed it into her mouth.
You're a puddle now.
She couldn't answer with his thumb filling her mouth. She looked up at him, helpless. 3 times, she had submitted to him, feeling her body weaken and melt into his strength. He enjoyed seeing her melt down. He was dominating her slowly, imprinting himself on her, bringing her into a state of deep arousal, more than she had ever comprehended or imagined. Her mouth opened softly, her lips swollen. I want to have sex with you, she said, perhaps in the most unsexiest way, ever.
You do.
His thumb dipped into her pink mouth again, brushing her tongue. Then he withdrew it and spread her saliva across her lips. He was teasing her. He pushed his hips down.
Like this.
She nodded, speechless.
Ah.
His hands went under her ass, cupping her against him. His arms flexed. He moved for real this time, thrusting against her body like he was really fucking her. Maddie gasped at the taste of his power. Her eyes widened. Oh fuck. He was really strong. It scared her, and she clung to his neck in shock. He kept it up for a minute, thrusting against her like he was fucking her, his hips moving so powerful she thought she might break. She clung on tightly to his neck. Fuck, was this what he wanted to do to her? Then he slowed down, pressing her back into the mattress. He kissed her jaw.
Horny girl, this cock is too much for you. Maybe I'll just keep giving you orgasms until you faint.
She shuddered. She knew a threat when she heard one. Please, can we do it? She asked. God, was she whining? I mean, I've come this far.
Tits out.
Hey, that's a big deal for me.
It's a big deal for me too.
He bit her left nipple to prove it and gave her breast a little shake, like a dog with a bone, and she yelped. Stop it.
Okay?
No, I mean, stop teasing me, you're not taking me seriously. Gareth held her pinned against the bed as he considered her.
You ever fucked before?
Maddie blushed. Like, yeah, totally, a lot.
Really?
He watched her face with a discerning look. His eyes narrowed and lost some of their humor. She cringed. I mean, no, not really.
Oh, not really? So you were gonna lie to me again?
I wasn't.
Yeah, you just did.
He pushed his cock against her drenched cunt. His grip tightened on her ankle and he pushed her leg back a little farther. She felt a twinge of fear at how completely he was in control of her body. His voice dropped, growing serious.
That's twice tonight you lied. I don't like it when you lie to me, little girl.
You make it sound like a big deal.
Because it is. If you don't tell me you're a virgin, you're gonna get hurt.
Yeah, whatever.
All right. Have you ever had a finger inside of you?
She blushed at the intimate question. She opened her mouth to answer, but she was too embarrassed. No, actually. She was totally inexperienced. She had played with herself on occasion, and she had tried exploring a few times, but she didn't know the first thing about her own anatomy, except for what she had seen in porn. Gareth groaned.
Fuck. I'm serious, Maddie. I could have hurt you a lot.
My head is fine. I'll be careful.
No, I don't mean that. I'm larger than average. Sex hurts the first time, you know that, right? You can get hurt a lot if you're not ready, or if the guy's a fucking moron.
She shivered at his tone. So then you're not going to sleep with me because I'm a virgin?
I didn't say that.
Then why not?
You're not ready. It's too much for you.
Maddie felt embarrassed. The more the silence stretched, the awkward tension grew, until she didn't know how to dispel it. He released her legs so she could wiggle out from under him, his hand slipping over her body as she moved away. He probably doesn't sleep with virgins, she thought. Or he was having a moment of regret over her age or something. Either way, she didn't buy it. What guy with his level of testosterone wanted to go slow?
You need to sleep. It's late and you have a concussion. I'm gonna take the couch.
He pushed himself off the bed, crossed the floor, ripped a t-shirt down from his closet and threw it at her. Maddie caught the shirt and sat up, feeling a pang of rejection. She gazed up at him with big, confused eyes.
Aw, shit. Don't look at me like that. I'm trying to be the good guy.
She opened her mouth to respond, but he swooped down and kissed her open mouth, sticking his tongue down her throat. Then he broke away with a devilish grin.
Good night, Maddie.
Oh, she started, surprised. Yeah, good night, Gareth. He left the room and shut the door behind him. A little put out, but also exhausted, Maddie slid under his sheets and pressed her face into his pillow. She took a deep, steadying breath, waiting for the pent-up, sexual heat to drain from her body. As the darkness settled around her, she tried not to feel rejected. Fuck, I'm so stupid. She had thrown herself at him, practically begged him to have sex, and he turned her down. A few hot tears slipped down her cheeks. Why did her life have to feel so fucking awkward? It wasn't her fault that she was behind. Most girls got a boyfriend in middle school. She knew one couple who had been together all of high school. It's not like she hadn't tried to date. She had a few crushes. Just no one wanted to date crazy porno titties. Gareth was probably having second thoughts right now. He had seen the trailer and the extent of her fucked up life. Maybe he would dump her in the morning. Why would a guy like him want to be her boyfriend? I have to make myself better somehow, so he'll want to stay with me. Then she fell asleep to his scent on the pillow. Heart of the Wolf, a paranormal romance novel written and produced by author A. Mariposa. Available now on Amazon in print and ebook format. Chapter 7.
Gareth stayed awake that night. Sleeping on the couch was not his favorite place. Technically, he had a spare bedroom with a mattress left over from his old roommate. Now that was a shit show that didn't work out. But he hesitated to use it. He should have thrown it out by now. The guy had terrible hygiene. He groaned and rubbed the raging hard-on throbbing in his pants. No matter how much he longed to hold Maddie, he couldn't sleep next to her yet. He wouldn't be able to control himself. and with her big eyes looking up at him all confused and sexy and heated. Beckoning him, begging him. Fuck. The alpha in him wanted to finish what he started, bend her over doggy style and take her from behind. He groaned. She would be tight at first, but she would adjust. Her body was beautifully responsive to his touch. He wanted to tie her up in his bedroom and keep her as a pet, pleasuring her body, mating multiple times a day, just to work out this raging frustration he carried. It was his darkest fantasy, one he had entertained before, seeing her bent over stocking shelves in the hardware store. Carry her off somewhere secret in the woods. Keep her naked for his use. Pleasure her senseless. He would ply her with orgasms until she was an incoherent mess. Then, he would do whatever he wanted. He remembered the day his lust hit him in a wave. It was maybe a year or two ago. She looked like a little woman to him, with all the curves in the right places. It was summer. An unusual heat wave had descended upon the town. It was over 100 degrees that Saturday afternoon. He remembered the hot, stagnant air. It reminded him of Phoenix, where he grew up, except dank and soupy and heavy from the humidity. He was building a deck in his backyard with sweat running down his back and pooling on the wooden planks. Black River was not a sexy town. When the clothes came off in the heat, most people resembled tapioca pudding. He took a break to eat a sandwich and run by the hardware store to pick up another box of deck screws. It was busy. People were lined up down the aisles for checkout. He was waiting in the heat with everyone else. Then a voice over the intercom called,
"Cashier number 3 to the front."
He remembered her running down an aisle from the back of the store, looking flustered. She was wearing a white tank top with a black bra underneath it. A pair of torn-up booty shorts hugged her juicy thighs. Her tits bounced and jiggled almost out of her shirt. He didn't expect to see her. She didn't work weekends. He turned and froze. Everything jiggled and bounced. The impulse to reach out, grab her, drag her down onto the white linoleum floor and bite into those big breasts was overpowering. He almost lunged. Half of him wanted to ravage her. The other half wanted to throw himself over her body so no one else could look at her. He knew every man in the store caught an eyeful of those bouncing titties. If they had a dick and balls, they went home and wanked it. He hated that thought and the uncomfortable, protective feelings that accompanied it. The image stayed with him for days. That's when the hunger started to grow. When he stopped seeing her as a little girl needing his protection and realized he wanted her, no, craved her, as a woman. Damn it, Maddie. He would wait for a little longer until she fell asleep. Then, he'd take out his frustration with the hand lotion in the bathroom. Fuck, he hadn't felt this horny since he was a teenager. He thought back to her trailer. What a sorry wreck of a place. Now that he was alone in the dark quiet of the living room, he had a chance to digest everything he had learned. His feelings swung between disgust and rage at her father, and then deep sadness for all she had endured. He felt bad, knowing that was the home she had fled so many times, if he had known how bad it was. What could he have done? Rescued her? How could he make that move? Under 18, it would have been kidnapping. But he would have done something. She was his life mate, but he didn't know if she felt the same. She hadn't changed yet. Did she have any wolf sense at all? He caught her sniffing his sweater a few times. Maybe his scent filled her with that same intense, smoldering craving he felt whenever she walked close. He could only wonder. He sighed, rubbing his pants again. Fuck, it was going to be a long night.
Maddie woke up the next morning to someone sitting on the bed, the whole mattress dipped. She opened her eyes, still exhausted. Her body felt like it was made out of sand. The shadow of Garrett's wide shoulders loomed over her.
You awake?
5 more minutes.
I made coffee. I gotta go to work. You feeling okay?
She sighed and tried to sit up, then slouched back against the pillows. She blinked up at him, stunned by his handsome face in the morning light. His black hair was swept back in a ponytail, accentuating his firm jawline. He looked fresh out of the shower and smelled like... Oh my. Memories of the night before flooded her, and she felt her nipples swell beneath the cotton shirt. She tried to sit up again, but she couldn't quite fight her way free from the pillows. She groaned and mumbled. Geez, I feel like I'm 80 years old. I'm so tired. His gaze grew firm, like he had made a decision.
I'm calling the school. I think you should stay home. It's Friday anyhow.
But...
Sleep in. You'll feel better.
He took out his cell phone and called the school in front of her. Maddie watched, her lips parted in surprise.
Yeah, I'm calling in for Maddy Donovan. She's gonna be out sick today.
A woman's voice babbled into the phone.
I don't give a shit about her attendance. She's got a concussion.
Another pause.
Okay? Yeah, have a good one.
He hung up. Maddie's mouth was hanging open. He called the school for me? The last time Dean called the school for her, she was 15.
See? Easy. Anyway, let me give you my number. You can text me if you need anything.
Oh, right, I have it already.
You have my number.
She paused awkwardly. Technically, it was against company policy to steal a customer's information. She really shouldn't have done it. Her mind flashed back to that particularly hot and humid summer just before she turned 18. She remembered her manager slapping a yellow order receipt in front of her for a stack of wood planks for a deck.
Hey Madeline, can you call this guy and tell him his lumber is ready for pickup?
Yeah, sure. She didn't know it was him until she heard his voice over the phone. No one had a voice that deep or gravelly. It tied her stomach into knots.
Hello?
Oh, hi. This is Hawkins Hardware in Black River.
Right. This about my deck boards? Hey, you guys deliver?
Yeah, for a fee. She remembered stuttering and fumbling as she took down his address and payment for the delivery, then she hung up. She held the receipt for a couple of minutes, battling with her conscience. She told herself she was just crushing on him, it was harmless curiosity, and not illegally stealing someone's personal information. Then she put his number and street address into her phone. That afternoon was the first time she walked past his house on her way home. It filled her with a sneaky, shameful sort of excitement, like she was getting away with something. She thought she was prepared, but she remembered ducking behind the neighbor's fence when she saw him getting into his car, her heart racing in her chest. She still didn't have the courage to talk to him. After that, she would try to catch a glimpse of him any time she was walking through his neighborhood. As for his phone number, she never used it, but she took it out at night sometimes when she was alone in her room, the TV blasting away down the hall. She wondered what she would text him. How he would respond. She imagined their text message conversation going something like this. Hey there.
Hey, who's this?
It's Maddie. From the hardware store?
I don't know a Maddie. Sounds like wrong number.
So lame. She remembered cringing in the dark, squirming with anxiety, too scared to take that first step. She took selfies in her dark bedroom, wondering if she should send one. The angle was bad and her hoodie hid everything but her face and her luminous eyes in the screen light. She liked the ones with a little pout, her cheekbones accentuated, some hair framing her face. Then she would delete them, embarrassed. If she sent him a selfie, maybe their conversation would go like,
Hey, cute pic. I think I recognize you. So how'd you get my number?
Then her imagination fizzled. She'd have to admit to stealing his number from the store, which made her look crazy and could lose her job. For that reason, she never texted him. Maddie realized she had been quiet for a long moment while Gareth waited for her to answer his question. She was a little embarrassed as she explained. I got your number from work, like a year ago.
Breaking company policy.
Gareth guessed at her prolonged silence. Then he threw back his head and laughed. The deep, rugged sound shocked Maddie. He almost sounded like his Camaro.
Damn, stealing my number. You're a rebel. So, were you ever going to use it?
I don't know, maybe?
Maybe. Glad I made the first move then. Anyway, how about you give me your number since I'm so behind?
Okay, it's... She rattled it off. He saved it to his phone, and then he sent her a text. She heard her phone ping somewhere in her backpack.
All right, I'm going to the shop. Get some sleep. I'll be home tonight.
Have a nice day at work. He leaned down and claimed her lips, his tongue entering her mouth and stroking lovingly against hers.
Now I will.
Gareth turned and left the room. She listened to the front door open and close. Then the jingle of keys as he locked the bolt. Maddie lay back and closed her eyes. Why was he so hot? And why was she so lame? She thought of getting up, but the bed was too inviting. After tossing and turning for a few minutes, she drifted back to sleep. When Maddie next opened her eyes, afternoon light filled the bedroom. Whoa, did I sleep all day? She didn't remember the last time she had slept for so long. She got up and used the bathroom, then she walked through the quiet house. She stood in the living room for a minute and breathed deeply. Now that she could recognize it, she noticed Gareth's scent filled the house in a warm, pleasant way. She looked at the couch where he had pinned her down the night before, where she had lost herself in his arms. Her first orgasm. 2 orgasms. No, actually, 3. He was intense, and masculine, and dominating, and totally unfamiliar in so many ways. But somehow, she felt like she had known him forever. Even in the woods on those dark rainy nights, his presence comforted her. He was rough around the edges, a molten volcano of testosterone, but he seemed genuine, and the way he said boyfriend made her toes curl. Finally, she was 19 and she had her first boyfriend. She had made it to the second day of their relationship, and she hadn't fucked it up yet. It was a miracle. Hungry, she wandered into the kitchen and looked in the fridge. She saw half a gallon of milk, some oranges, a few eggs and an ancient container of pasta. No beer or alcohol. His freezer was also sparse, with a bag of Stouffer's buffalo chicken strips and a pack of frozen veggies. She rummaged through his cupboards. She found a bunch of random cans of beans and peas and stuff. But no hidden handle of vodka shoved above the fridge. No little sacks of weed or anything that looked like drugs. Where her paranoia came from, she didn't know. Was he sober? He seemed so wild. She made herself an omelet and washed her plate. Then she checked her phone. Her heart thumped when she saw a text message from him.
Hey, it's Gareth. You up yet? Text me when you get this.
He sounded so serious, no smiley faces or anything. Her hands trembled as she stared at his texts. Her stomach squirmed. How many times had she taken out her phone and stared at his number, wondering what to say? Clumsy, she wrote back. Hey, yeah, it's Maddie. I'm awake. I can't believe it's already afternoon. How was your day? Then she deleted it. No, too much. She had to play it cool. After she deleted it, then she wrote. Yeah, I'm awake now. What's up? She sent the text and hesitated. Since they were dating, shouldn't she send him a little heart emoji or something? Was it too soon? What about a kissy face? Any of that made her want to die with embarrassment. She started to pace around the living room, throwing her arm over her face, feeling totally silly. How long until he texted back? Her phone buzzed.
Good morning, sleepyhead. Was getting worried you ghosted me. How are you feeling?
Maddie typed back and sent. A lot better.
You got homework?
Maddie blinked at the phone in disbelief. Seriously, was he asking about homework? Well, actually, yeah, she had a ton of makeup assignments for her math class from this past week. And nothing else to do around the house. She really should get out her assignments and get to work. She sighed. She hated school so damn much. Is he really going to tell me to do my homework? She found that a bit annoying. He was treating her like a child. With sudden stark clarity, she remembered her embarrassment the night before. She had actually begged him for sex, then pouted when he turned her down because she was a virgin. It was humiliating. He thought of her as a kid. The boyfriend thing is bullshit, she thought, trying to calm the butterflies in her stomach. He couldn't possibly see her that way, they barely knew each other. All of their interactions up until now had been distant and covert. So what if he kissed her and touched her and said all those sweet words last night? She couldn't believe it was real, fantasies didn't cross over into reality. He was acting more like,
"I'll daddy you all you want."
She turned bright pink. After what she felt last night, the way he overpowered her body, making her melt into the bed. Maybe he was serious about that? She squirmed. She felt naughty. It was kind of hot. So maybe she was into it? She couldn't leave him on read. She texted back, "Yeah, I have homework, I'll work on that now." Then, after a long moment, feeling bold and a little sassy, she wrote, "Thanks, Dad." She was surprised when her phone pinged back.
Good girl.
Huh? Why? Maddie threw herself down on the couch with a dramatic flop and threw her arm over her eyes, writhing in embarrassment. Why was he like that, teasing her about their age difference? And why did she like it? What's wrong with me? She must be a lot more fucked up than she thought. It's harmless, she told herself. She didn't actually want to fuck her father.
Yuck.
That was gross. She struggled for a moment with her confusing feelings. Then she went to get her backpack. She put her phone on the charger, then she returned to the couch, sat down on the carpet next to the coffee table, and took out her math assignments. Maybe now, with some peace and quiet, she could get some work done. It seemed like the ideal environment. The early afternoon light shone peacefully through the front windows of his west-facing living room. It almost felt like a library. The silence of the house soothed her nerves. Maddie preferred the quiet. She finished 2 assignments before her head started to hurt. She was focusing for too long. It seemed like a good time for a break. She got up to get a glass of water, then she stared at the magnets on his fridge. One magnet had big Fiesta-style letters and a picture of a saguaro cactus that read, Phoenix, Arizona, Botanical Gardens. Was he from Phoenix? She really didn't know much about him. She was crossing back to the couch when a loud car drove by on the street. It backfired just outside the house. It sounded like a gunshot. Maddie jumped, her feet left the floor. Then she froze while a knot of fear lodged in her throat. Her heart jarred painfully in her chest, and her hands started shaking. She stared at the front door of the house, half expecting to hear someone rattle the knob. She waited, every muscle tense. Then, like something out of a nightmare, she heard a loud clunk from the back of the house. Maddie spun around. Her eyes dilated. Sickening dread washed over her for a second time. Someone is in the house. Her body flew into overdrive, hijacked by a sense of unknown danger. She stood, frozen, listening. The hair on her arms prickled. What should she do? She tried to think rationally. The likelihood of anyone coming in through the back of the house was slim. They would have to slip through a window, and Garrett's property was slightly slanted, so the back windows were much higher off the ground than they seemed. Maybe I imagined it? She was doubtful. But she should probably check before calling the police. Maddie looked around for a weapon and grabbed the poker next to the fireplace. Don't be crazy, she thought. I'll just take a look and see. Heart pounding, she tiptoed down the hallway. She checked the empty bedroom and the closet. Nothing but stacked storage boxes and a bare mattress. Then she peeked into the bathroom and looked behind the shower curtain. Finally, she crept into Gareth's bedroom. His window was securely closed with a stick to keep it from sliding open. She even checked nervously behind the bed, which left the laundry room. She snuck down the hallway to the closed door, telling herself to calm down. Her ears strained for any hint of sound. She cracked the door open. Nope. Just a pile of laundry waiting to be folded on top of the dryer. Maddie breathed out slowly. See? It was your imagination. She should have felt better. But she found herself walking through the house again on high alert, her gaze combing every corner, even the utility closet where the water heater was kept. She was convinced she had heard someone rustling around. But no one was there. Then she sat down uneasily on the couch. She kept the fire poker next to her, her homework spread out and forgotten on the coffee table. Her neck prickled uncomfortably, she couldn't relax. Adrenaline circulated in her veins, she couldn't make herself calm down. Okay, I've lost it. I'm going to have another panic attack if I don't get my shit together. Her phone pinged, making her jump, then she released a breathy laugh. Fuck. She checked her text messages. Gareth.
How's homework going?
It was a little after 4 p.m., she imagined he would be heading home soon. She didn't know how late he usually worked. Her hands shaky from the adrenaline, she texted back. It's good. Normally she would have played it cool, but her fear got the better of her. She still was not entirely convinced someone wasn't in the house. Her rational mind said it was fine, nobody home, but her body told her differently. She didn't know which one to believe. For the moment, she was locked to the couch, totally paralyzed and overwhelmed. She texted him. So I'm kind of freaking out right now.
What's wrong?
Before she could text back, her phone started ringing. Fuck, he was calling her. She picked it up.
Hey.
She realized they had never spoken like this on the phone before, except for that one time she stole his number. Hi.
What's up? You okay?
He must have heard something in her tone, because his voice had an edge. I'm okay, she said.
What's wrong?
Well, this car went by, it backfired and... Then I thought I heard something in the bedroom and... I don't know. I don't know if there's someone in the house. I think maybe there is. But I can't tell. She sounded crazy. Like super paranoid. He listened. Then calmly, he said.
All right. How about you go outside and wait for me on the porch?
Okay. Should I call the police or?
No, I'll be there in a few minutes.
Then she heard him say off the phone.
Hey, Ben, I gotta go. Close up when you're done? Yeah, I know it's Friday. Then tell the customer Monday, okay? I'm heading out.
Then to Maddie he said.
Are you outside yet?
She climbed to her feet, her legs wobbly. She crossed the living room, unlocked the front door, and walked out onto the porch in her bare feet with no bra. She felt dumb, but once outside, she didn't want to go back in. She sat down on the cement front steps, tears stinging her eyes. She felt trapped by her own body. What is wrong with me? Yeah, I'm outside, she said.
Okay, I'm leaving now.
Do you think there's someone in the house?
Look, baby girl, I trust your judgment. But you might be having some PTSD.
I don't know what that is.
You don't? Okay. Look, I gotta drive, so I'm gonna hang up, but I'll be there in 15 minutes. Just chill on the porch for me.
Okay. Bye.
Yup.
He hung up and she put her phone down, defeated. PTSD? Was that like some sort of mental disorder? She sat her ass down on the cement step with a sigh, propping her face in her hands. Well, fuck. So he really thought she was crazy. Maybe she was. Maybe she had been crazy for a long time. She waited anxiously until she heard the roar of the Camaro down the street. Gareth pulled into the driveway, his sunglasses on. When he got out of the car, he was carrying a paper bag. Maddie stood up when she saw him. He came up the steps, reached out and dragged her into a full-body hug, wrapping his arms around her. His heat and smell enveloped her. She felt the tension drain out of her instantly. His big hands cupped her face and he looked into her eyes.
You okay?
I'm better, I think.
Good.
Then he opened the front door. She followed him hesitantly inside. Somehow, with his presence there, the house didn't seem nearly as big or foreboding. He noted the fire poker still leaning on the couch. Then he stalked down the hall, checking each room. When he got back to her side, he looked satisfied. He finally closed the front door.
Right. Checked everything. No creeps hiding out anywhere. You got spooked, I mean. Who wouldn't? You've had a hell of a few days.
I am sorry.
You're good, baby girl. Look, it's probably not the last time. So, here.
He handed her the paper bag. Maddie opened it. Inside was a soft fuzzy white bear and a CBD pen.
Hold the bear, it helps. And the guy at the weed shop guarantees this is the best pen for anxiety.
Maddie was in disbelief. She looked down at the bear in her hands and squeezed it. A basic bear with 2 little black eyes. She almost cried. Then she started unwrapping the CBD pen. Her fingers felt cold and clumsy. He took it from her and finished opening it.
Just hit the button like this. It heats up. Inhale. Not too long. Like this.
Gareth showed her and let out a little poof of vapor.
Now you try.
Maddie hesitated. She had never messed with weed before. Will I get high? She asked, a bit suspicious.
No, it's just CBD. You'll feel better. Takes the edge off.
Maddie hesitated, then took a little puff. She coughed. It tasted grassy. So, she said, still choking a bit. So I imagined it? It felt so real.
Yeah, it feels like that. You had a flashback.
Oh. I almost called the cops. He wrapped her in a second hug, longer than the first, and kissed her forehead right next to her bandage.
I'm glad you texted me. Don't worry. Nobody's gonna get you here. You're safe. You got me protecting you now. You trust me, right?
She nodded into his chest.
Good.
Maddie felt tears well in her eyes. She couldn't hold them back. She gripped him hard and started to cry. He held her, pushing her deep into his chest, like he would absorb her into his body. She cried big, sloppy tears into his shirt. She didn't hold back. She didn't think she could. Snot dripping, breath heaving, she sobbed and sobbed.
Hey. Yeah, let it out. I gotcha. You're safe.
He stroked her hair. Finally, the tears started to slow down. As she choked and hiccuped, he pulled back to wipe the hair from her face. He kissed her forehead.
Hey, you know what?
What? She hiccuped.
I haven't taken you on a date yet.
She started laughing through her tears. Are you serious?
Yeah, it's Friday night. You hungry? You like pizza?
She nodded.
Okay. How about you wash your face, and let's get pizza.
He released her, his hand clasping hers until she could stand up straight. Then she pulled her hand away and wiped it over her snotty face. Sorry about your shirt.
No big. I was gonna change anyway.
Gareth walked behind her down the hall. She turned into the bathroom and washed her face. It was all puffy and gross. She grimaced at her reflection in the mirror. Why did she cry like that over a stuffed bear? She totally lost it. She never cried. Why did she always come undone around him? No matter how hard she tried to be strong, she kept falling apart. God. He must think I'm a mess. I have so many problems. Why isn't he running away yet? But he had never run away before. Instead, he seemed intent on drawing her closer to him. Maddie cleaned up and crossed to his bedroom to change out of her pajamas. Gareth took over the bathroom and showered. She met him a half hour later in the living room. She felt her heart do a little flip-flop. He wore a black crew neck sweater with a subtle knit weave. The sleeves were pushed up to his elbows, revealing the tattoos on his forearms. His jeans looked nice, no stains or holes, like the kind he set aside for special occasions. She noticed a big silver watch on his left wrist. Shiny. She had changed her outfit twice. She hadn't brought a lot of clothes, so her options were limited. She wore her ripped jeans and a black t-shirt that said Nope across it, and her favorite black hoodie. She applied a little eyeliner and mascara and brushed out her hair, but that was it.
You ready?
Yeah, where are we going?
You know Zippy's?
She should have guessed, but it didn't stop her from grinning. Zippy's was the only pizza joint upriver. It wasn't a fancy place by a long shot, but it was a local hotspot. Maddie could never afford to eat there. An X-large meat lovers cost almost $40. But sometimes she ducked in after school and wasted $5 on video games. Gareth must have seen her perk up, because he grinned and reached for her hand.
Come on, let's go.
Heart of the Wolf by author A. Mariposa. Now available on Amazon in paperback and ebook format. Chapter 8. Zippy's was a weird hodgepodge pizza joint over the bridge on the south side of Black River. It used to be a house that got converted into a pizza parlor, then the owners built an arcade off the front and turned the rear parking lot into a beer garden. Now it was part family pizza place, part arcade, part late-night hangout. Behind the gravel parking lot was a few acres of empty grass leading into the forest. Zippy's attracted pretty much every crowd in the upriver community. On a Friday night, it was noisy and chaotic. It was pretty much the only thing to do in Black River besides the mini golf course down Highway 20 and the new climbing wall that closed at 7 p.m. The gravel parking lot was packed. Gareth found a spot at the far end next to the woods. Night had fallen, and the parking lot was lit by a lonely street lamp half buried by foliage. Gareth held her hand as they walked inside, but Maddie found herself hunching her shoulders as they neared the crowded restaurant, worried she might run into someone from school, or worse, her dad's friends. Out back, a big group of college kids were playing competitive cornhole on a mowed area of the yard. Behind that was a bonfire surrounded by outdoor furniture. The 21-plus crowd filled every seat. Indoors, families packed into the front restaurant where a big TV blasted a football game and little kids crawled under the tables. It was the first week of October. The windows and ceiling were hung with little paper bats, ghosts, and jack-o'-lanterns. Maddie saw flyers taped up for Fright Farm Haunted Manor out at Beaumont Farms. It was a historical site that put on a haunted house every year. It was pretty famous to the upriver area, but she had never been. Gareth pulled Maddie through the chaos to a small booth at the side of the dining room, far away from the counter and the long line of people waiting to order. Gareth emptied his pockets on the table and threw down his heavy plaid jacket in the booth. Maddie remembered the thick flannel from about 1,000,000 times he had worn it in the hardware store. That surreal feeling descended again. It felt strange to be sitting here at Zippy's, sharing a table with him in public, no longer just a fantasy.
How about a large pepperoni?
Sounds good.
You want a beer?
Maddie looked up at him, surprised, then saw a glint in his hazel eye. He was teasing her.
Right, a Coke?
Iced tea?
Got it. See you in a minute.
Gareth left her alone at the table and went to stand in line. Maddie sighed and looked around. She shifted uncomfortably. Her eyes immediately spotted a group of kids staring at her from one of the booths nearby. She thought they might be juniors. They were pointing and whispering, then giggling and texting on their phones. She overheard some of their conversation.
Is that the missing girl who was on the news?
Yeah, she just turned up at school randomly, like nothing happened.
Lame, I thought she got eaten by a wolf.
Maddie slouched down a bit in her seat. Black River High School had less than 400 students, so of course she would be recognized. She messed around with her phone for a moment. Then suddenly she heard a buzzing sound. With a frown, she picked up Gareth's jacket. His scent assailed her like heady perfume, and for a moment, she couldn't think straight. That annoying, potent, masculine scent made her tits swell pleasantly beneath her sweater. Damn. Why did his smell have such a strong effect on her? Then she reached into his pocket where his phone was buzzing. The screen was locked, but she still saw a missed call from Roxy. Roxy? It sounded like a stripper's name. Maddie bit the inside of her cheek, her stomach dropped. Holy shit. She knew, deep down inside, that another woman must exist in Gareth's life, like an ex living on another planet somewhere, but she didn't expect to see a missed call on his phone. Was Roxy his ex? Why would an ex call him on a Friday night? His phone started buzzing again in her hand. Maddie jumped and almost dropped it. Roxy's name appeared again on the cracked screen. Oh no, 2 calls back to back? She must be more than just an acquaintance. Then a text popped up.
Hey, what are you?
Maddie couldn't read all of it because his screen was locked, so she just glimpsed the preview. Her face turned bright red. She didn't know whether or not to feel pissed, guilty, or embarrassed. She shoved his phone back into his jacket and tossed it down on the booth like she was trying to cover a fire. Damn. Why did she have to be such a snoop? She had no right to be going through his phone. Even if it was his own fault for not updating his privacy settings. Just forget it, she thought. It was none of her business, they had only just started dating. But the name ate away at her. She found herself picking at her nails, filled with a sudden, terrible anxiety. Maybe it was his sister? A customer at the garage? An employee? Shit. Maybe an employee. How did she feel about a female employee named Roxy calling him twice on a Friday night? Girls crushed on their bosses all the time. Please, dear God, be a sister, she thought.
Here we go. 1 large pepperoni and breadsticks. Here's your drink. I guess it's a fountain.
Gareth slid the pizza onto the table and flopped down across from her. Without hesitation, he put 2 slices on her plate and set it in front of her. Then he took 3 pieces for himself. He began tearing into the pizza like he hadn't eaten in a year. Maddie reached for a breadstick, her appetite somewhat curbed. Her mind worked over the missed phone calls as she watched him eat. She should just ask him about Roxy. But she couldn't say she was snooping on his phone. That was like a huge breach of privacy or something. So how many years have you lived in Black River? She asked innocently. He raised an eyebrow.
5 or so. Why?
Just curious. Do a lot of people work for you at the garage? He swallowed his first slice almost whole and started on the second one.
Just Vin. Probably gonna have to hire more. Business is picking up this year. It's a good thing. Almost closed up the place a few times.
Right. So, any girls work for you? He gave her a side glance.
No.
Do you have any sisters?
No. 2 brothers. Why the interrogation?
Maddie shrugged, still feeling nervous. I don't know, just wondering. I'm an only child.
Yeah, I figured.
Maddie sighed, frustrated. How was she supposed to ask him about Roxy? She sounded like an ex. It was getting difficult to look at him. Why am I so sensitive? It's not like we've been dating for years. She stood up with her cup. I'm going to get a drink. I'll be right back. Then she turned and walked across the crowded dining room to the drink fountain near the counter. Kitschy decor hung from the walls, like someone had cleared out 5 garage sales and filled up every available surface. Maddie walked past old-school pizza ads, posters, license plates, strings of lights, stuffed animal heads, and a vintage bike frame. Twice she almost got toppled by a child running back and forth from the arcade at the back of the dining room. She saw some familiar faces from school, but no one she really knew. She stepped up to the fountain and got ice, then started filling her glass with iced tea. She tried to clear her head. Just forget about Roxy. She glanced at the booth over her shoulder and saw Gareth checking his phone. She tried to get a look at his expression. Did he seem happy? Was he reading Roxy's text messages right now? A terrible knot of jealousy and insecurity formed in her stomach. She honestly couldn't tell what he was doing.
Oh, look. This bitch.
A nasty voice spoke up from behind her. A zap of electricity ran up Maddie's spine. She turned to see Kaylee and two of her cheer squad friends standing in their cheerleading outfits behind her. She blinked in shock, then she looked around the pizza parlor. Why were they here of all places? Guessing by their outfits, a high school football game must have just ended. As the thought went through her head, she noticed the inrush of jocks in their varsity jackets streaming through the door. Luckily, they were all sitting on the other side of the restaurant.
Are you going to move so we can get our drinks?
Fuck off, Maddie said. Kaylee's blonde ringlets were pulled back in a high ponytail. Her pointy face turned into a scowl.
You better watch your back, Muddy. After what you did to Adam, you're lucky his parents didn't press charges. You should be in jail where your redneck ass belongs.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're the one who provoked me.
You psycho bitch broke his nose.
The girls on either side of Kaylee crossed their arms. They might be cheerleaders, but they looked athletic. Maddie didn't fancy fighting all three, not without a baseball bat. The one on the left, a gorgeous black Barbie with blonde extensions woven into her beautiful dark hair, took a threatening step forward.
You got some real issues, you know that? Like you're crazy toxic for real. You think you can just fuck up someone's face and walk away? You mess with one of us, you get the whole pack.
The third girl chimed in.
You're basically dead.
Maddie took a deep breath, trying to control her temper. She thought privately to herself, so I'm the toxic one? She wanted to scream in frustration, but she couldn't lose her shit here in front of 100 people. Inwardly, she cautioned herself. Just let it go, disengage, violence is not the answer. She picked up her drink and turned to walk away. Then one of the girls, she didn't see who, shoved her from behind. Hard. Maddie rammed her ribcage into the edge of the countertop. She spilled her drink all over a basket of hot pepper packets. Her cup went tumbling across the countertop onto the floor. The rest of her drink went on her hoodie. Fuck you! She screamed and whirled on Kaylee, ready to rake her nails across the bitch's face. Then someone grabbed her from behind. Giant arms went under her armpits and dragged her backwards, lifting her feet off the ground. She kicked for a moment. Put me down! Kaylee and her two cheerleader friends stared past Maddie at the man behind her. Kaylee's eyes were wide, her cheeks turned bright red. Gareth set Maddie down but kept a firm grip on her arm.
What are you doing?
His usual baritone growl was somehow even deeper. It wasn't clear who Gareth was speaking to, but the three cheerleaders stared at him as though they had seen a god. Barbie's mouth gaped open just a bit. Girl number 3 looked winded. Then Kaylee recovered. She looked at her two friends.
Oh wow, thank you so much. That crazy cunt was about to attack me. Right, girls? She's fucking psycho, you saved us. That was so heroic of you.
What? You shoved me and spilled my drink. Maddie tried to rush at Kaylee again, but Garrett's grip on her arm was like an iron chain. He dragged her back toward him. Then he pointed at Kaylee.
I saw all of it. Next time I won't be nice.
Then he dragged Maddie with him away through the packed restaurant. Maddie felt hot tears stinging her eyes. God, she felt crazy. Why did Kaylee make her feel so unhinged? She felt like the whole room was staring at her, though in truth, the place was so packed that maybe only a handful of people had witnessed the exchange. Even then, they'd just seen her spill her drink. Maddie tried to pull her arm away, her cheeks hot with shame and her ears ringing with adrenaline. Let's just get out of here and go home.
No.
Gareth, please? If we stay, they'll come back around and...
Yeah? And what? We're gonna give up good pizza 'cause some little cunt wants to fight you?
He dumped her back into the booth and slid in next to her, his big body trapping her against the window. His scent washed over her again, warm and spicy, and she felt a tingle move through her belly. He was so close, his leg pressed against hers under the table. He held her barred with his shoulders. She found herself glancing away, struggling against a natural urge to submit. Outside was so dark, she couldn't see the parking lot.
So, you gonna explain that to me?
How much did you see?
All of it. Don't try to lie to me again. They said you were lucky some kid didn't press charges. What did you do?
His voice was soft with warning. She stared up at him, her mouth gaping, his face was stern. This close, she could feel the heat of his body through his sweater. He had rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, revealing the tattoos that covered his muscular forearms. His black hair fell across his shoulders. He looked 5-star hot and intimidating as hell. His accusatory words rang in her head. Why was he looking at her like that? Did he really believe Kaylee's story? He was no better than the teachers and the school principal. Maddie spat angrily. You too? Yeah, fine. I'm the bad kid. I always fuck up somehow.
Just tell me what happened.
Maddie sighed. It was embarrassing to talk about. She couldn't go into every detail. It would take a freaking hour to explain Kaylee's super bitch psychosis. Some of the stuff was so passive and insidious, it didn't even sound like bullying to a third party. The belittling, the subtle nags, spreading rumors. It didn't sound real. But physical fighting? Oh right, that was real. Look, that's Kaylee Makovich. She's like, my enemy, I dunno, it's dumb. She told this boy Adam to give me $20 to flash my tits.
What?
Yeah. She's been spreading rumors that I'm a stripper and I work at Sapphire. So like, kids have been coming up to me since the beginning of the school year, asking for blowjobs. So this guy Adam offers me $20 to flash my tits, and I decked him. Like I think I broke his nose, I don't know, I just ran. It was the same day that night, my trailer got broken in. Her words were unraveling. Her hands started to shake again, remembering the night of the break-in and the gunshot near her head. Maddie felt dangerously close to crying, and she had promised herself not to cry in front of Gareth again. At least not so soon. She was supposed to be mature and responsible, like an adult. But almost getting into a fight at Zippy's on their first date really wasn't making her look good. Shit. What if he broke up with her? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, okay? Like, I wasn't thinking, I know I shouldn't have hit him, I'm lucky his parents didn't report it. I mean, I've been suspended for fighting before and I didn't want it to happen again.
You're a hot fucking mess.
Maddie opened her mouth, shocked by his bluntness, and hurt that he would use those words. I'm really not, I'm responsible. I've been working since I was 16, I'm not fighting at school, I only hit Adam because... Ugh, look, I'm going to graduate this year no matter what.
Yeah? You sure about that?
Of course I am, He shocked her by turning his head and catching her lips in a sudden, deep kiss. He drew it out, his tongue pushing between her lips, his mouth slanting over hers. Over and over.
Fuck.
He said softly into her mouth between kisses. He slid his tongue across her lower lip.
You're a hot fucking mess.
Maddie's face was bright red. He held her trapped between his body and the dark window, shielding her from the restaurant with his big shoulders as he massaged her mouth with his tongue. Fuck. He was going to turn her into a hot mess if he kept kissing her like this. A wave of passion began rising between them. Her heart was racing. He turned his upper body farther towards her. His hand found her jaw, cupping her face in his big palm. He was gentle, his fingers clasping her jaw, yet his hand was firm as he controlled her mouth. She gripped his thick wrist, trembling against his onslaught. His kiss deepened, sucking her tongue into his mouth, where he trapped it with his teeth. She felt a hot wave of testosterone rising off of him like smoke from a fire. She was going to suffocate. He finally released her lips with a groan.
Come on, come with me.
What? He slid out from the booth, dragging her behind him.
Come on, let's play some games. Fucking make the most of it. I want to beat my crazy-ass girlfriend at air hockey.
What? I'm not crazy. Gareth laughed from deep in his chest.
What do you want to play?
It took Maddie a moment to process that she wasn't in trouble and that he seemed to be enjoying himself. If he meant to take her mind off the confrontation with Kaylee, then he had succeeded. Despite it all, she felt herself begin to smile. Then she pointed to a game called Dino Safari, where two people sat in a fake jeep and shot dinosaurs with toy guns. How about that one? Gareth got $10 worth of quarters and climbed into the seat next to her. With a grin, he said,
Ready to get your ass kicked?
Maddie grinned back. You're going to regret this.
Boy, I hope so.
Then she lost track of time shooting dinosaurs. Maddie couldn't remember the last time she had gone to the arcade. Never on a date, and it felt like one. Gareth paid for their games and collected the tickets for Zippy's little prize counter. He kept finding small ways to touch her, his hand on her lower back as they left the dinosaur game, brushing her hair back from her face, sliding his hand up her wrist as he showed her how to play skee-ball. Kissing the top of her head when she beat him at Mortal Kombat. Wrapping his arm around her and pulling her into his shoulder as they waited in line at the ticket counter. He got her a little plastic ring with a spider on it and a handful of Halloween candy. Maddie forgot to look around for Kaylee and the varsity jackets. She forgot to feel claustrophobic in the crowd of screaming children. All that mattered in the sweaty chaos of the pizza parlor was his big body next to her, his hands drawing her attention back to him, and the way her stomach fluttered every time their eyes met. Later on that night, as the moon rose high in the sky, Maddie found herself sitting in Garrett's Camaro with her Converse sneakers kicked up on the dashboard and a bag of Halloween candy in her lap.
The thing is, Maddie, with bullies, you gotta just leave them be.
They sat in his car. It was about 11 p.m. Behind them, the pizza parlor had slowly transformed from an after-school fun zone into a late-night pub. Maddie was sweaty from a few hours playing video games in the humid arcade. She couldn't remember the last time she had laughed so hard. Her fingers were sore from button mashing. They must have played OG Street Fighter for an hour, then other classics. Ninja Turtles, pinball, air hockey, skee-ball, Pac-Man. The list went on and on. She leaned back in the bucket seat of the passenger side with her Converse kicked up on the dash, her hoodie pulled up. Gareth sat next to her with his elbow on the door and his head propped on his hand. Watching her. She sighed, messing with the string of her hoodie. Kaylee and I used to be friends, back before my mom died. I don't understand why things changed. She told me it was my fault for being a bad friend. I guess I wasn't there for her when she needed me. She said I was toxic.
When your mom died, you mean? She can fuck right off then. Don't take that shit to heart, Maddie.
I mean, I wasn't there for her at all that year.
So what? So you deserve to become a target? Bullies don't think like you or me. They don't need a reason. Seeing you weak and vulnerable is reason enough. They just like the rush of pinning someone down. You said her name was Makovich.
Yeah, why?
Her mom was a customer at the garage.
Maddie groaned. Just thinking of Mrs. Makovich gave her anxiety. Yeah, she's the worst. Kaylee's mom comes through the hardware store like she owns the place. Nobody wants to deal with her. I guess maybe she does own this town in a way. Their family is super rich. I think she said her dad owns part of Main Street or something like that.
Ain't nobody that rich if they're living in Black River.
There's $1 million houses out in Elk Haven. Maddie rarely went out that way. Elk Haven was a gated community a few miles down Highway 20 in the opposite direction of her trailer. It was a place for fancy folk who wanted to pretend they lived in a wilderness resort. They even had a little community gym and campground with showers and RV hookups. Maddie remembered going to Kaylee's house a few times in middle school. She'd never seen so many bedrooms and staircases, and the kitchen island was a solid sheet of quartz. Maddie spoke up. Kaylee acts like it's the Hamptons. Her house is like an apartment complex. It could fit so many people. She's so lucky, she lives like a princess. Gareth was quiet, then he shrugged.
Yeah, well, that might change. I heard they're getting a divorce. Mrs. Makovich will be Miss Banner soon.
Maddie looked skeptical. How do you know that?
She told me.
At the garage?
Yeah.
Why would she tell you that? Gareth raised an eyebrow.
Why else? She wanted to see if I'd bite.
It took Maddie a moment to figure out what he meant. Then, in horror, she exclaimed, You mean Kaylee's mom wanted to date you? Gareth laughed.
Date? No, I don't think she wanted that.
Then what? Oh my God. She wanted to hook up? Like fuck you? Gareth shrugged, and Maddie's eyes widened. She looked him over, reminded of their age gap. With all the fun they were having at Zippy's, she almost forgot about it. She muttered. That's weird.
Is it?
Yeah, a bit. He turned and leaned toward her.
How weird? Too much?
I don't know. Maddie started to feel self-conscious. She had all but forgotten about Roxy's calls and text messages, but now her mind jumped to them. She knew Gareth had a lot more experience under his belt than her. She could easily imagine him being happy with someone his own age. How old are you anyway?
28.
Oh. Suddenly Maddie felt shy.
I'll be 29 next month. What about you?
I'm, 19. My birthday was in August. Maddie cringed. Fuck. A solid 10 years? Of course, she had always known about their age difference, but hearing him say it out loud put their years in stark contrast. She had no idea what it meant to be 28. Or even 25. And here she was, whining about being bullied in school. He really must see her like a kid. Fuck, what was she doing with a guy like him? Maybe she had daddy issues after all. He should be with someone his own age, she thought. The imaginary vision of Roxy rose up in her mind. She imagined some badass chick with tattoos and black pinup hair working second shift as a bartender, someone wild and fun and cherry red lipstick. Not some sad teenager like herself in a second-hand sweater, a tomboy getting picked on in school. He could do a lot better. I mean, isn't it weird for you, dating someone in high school? I'm sure dealing with bullying and homework isn't what you signed up for. The question hung between them. She regretted asking it the moment the words left her mouth. She felt vulnerable. He studied her in the dark, quiet cab of the car, his eyes glinted gold in the night. The roof of the car cast his face in deep shadow, shielding him from the harsh white light of a lone street lamp. He looked a lot like a wolf, she had to admit. She was reminded, suddenly, of the times he would find her on the mountain, a silent presence with his secretive, gold-glinting eyes. She was much younger then, 14, 15. Her secret crush had grown slowly over time as she noticed more and more how good-looking he was. But in the beginning, he had been a ghost, a mysterious god of the forest, someone who made her feel safe and less alone, despite the strangeness of their connection. He was her secret. What we are doing is forbidden. If she told anyone their story, they would think he was some predator, but she was the stalker in this situation. Normal people would never understand how he had saved her, just by showing up in the darkness.
Do I find it weird? No. Why? Do you?
I mean, a little. You're almost 30. You're older than some of my teachers. Maybe I have, like, issues. You know it's kinda wrong, isn't it, for us to be together?
Do you feel like it's wrong? Like you'd rather be with someone your own age?
His question made her tremble, though she wasn't sure why. She thought of the little white bear he had given her to hold, how he always came to her rescue. The thought of losing him, even going back to the way things were before, left her gasping for air. No, she said quickly. No, I like this.
You like this?
Yeah, I mean, I like you. It feels right. But What if I have daddy issues and there's something super wrong about me? She cringed saying it out loud.
Alright, so let's talk about that. Daddy issues. You know what those are?
I think it's when you're into older guys.
Sure. So, do you get a lot of crushes on old dudes?
No, not really.
Just me?
Yeah. Gareth grinned wolfishly.
Then maybe you're just into me. Anyways, so what if you want a daddy, Mads? You don't have one at home. Well, you do, but he's a piece of shit.
Maddie glanced away, a little embarrassed. He was so direct. It made her feel like she was under a spotlight.
To be honest, Mads, I think I met you for a reason. You need someone to protect you. I think that's what you want. Call it daddy issues, but you just want protection. Nothing wrong with that.
Maddie was silent for a minute, digesting his words. She huddled into her hoodie self-consciously. He obviously didn't care about their age gap, or any other issues she might have. It's like he knew her, really knew her, in a way she didn't even know herself. She looked up at him, searching her eyes, feeling something deep inside of herself relax. She had never talked like this with anyone before. She finally asked, her voice soft. But shouldn't you want to be with someone more independent? Someone you don't have to protect or take care of.
That's just what boyfriends do, baby girl.
She stared at him. She found that difficult to believe.
Let me put it this way. A man protects the people who need him. That's what I believe. And you need me. So here I am.
I mean, what if you get tired of protecting me?
Hasn't happened yet. We've known each other a while now, Mads. You think I haven't thought this through?
She actually had no idea what he thought about their history.
You don't think I'm genuine? Or wait, you think I'll abandon you eventually, right? So you're testing me. You want to know when I'm gonna dip out.
Dip out?
Yeah. Take off. Ditch you. Set boundaries, or whatever the hell people are calling that bullshit nowadays. You think I'm gonna drop you on your ass right when you need me the most?
Maddie stared at him. It was like he could read her mind. Wait, how did you know?
It's not hard to see you're scared, baby girl. We're not that different, Mads. My old man had a drinking problem too. More than that. So I get it.
Maddie blinked. I didn't know that. Gareth sighed and sat back against the door, his eyes turning to the night outside the window.
Well, how would you? Not like I've told you much about my life, but we all got our stories, Mads. This age difference is no big deal. You know how much crazy shit I've seen? I've seen women in Iraq who hide their faces their whole lives from everyone but their families. I know married couples in Black River right now who are poly, with 3, even 4 or 5 partners, and twice as many kids. There's swingers who swap spouses at parties. Transgender couples, asexual, pansexual, heteroflexible, you name it. Just last year, I read an article in the Davenport newspaper about a middle school history teacher caught with a male student. Now that's nasty shit.
Maddie grimaced. Yeah, I remember it went viral on Pick Place. That was like the first week back to school. They held an assembly about it and everything. She was tutoring him over summer vacation, right?
I just read the headlines. But this, what we're doing, is not that, Mads.
Right. So you're happy dating some kid like me? Gareth made a show of looking her over, his eyes combing her from head to toe.
I'm looking at a grown-ass woman, not some kid. What's so wrong about you? You're a good person. You work hard. You're fun. You got a job and pay bills. You got the shit end of the stick with your stepdad. I get that. But hey, you're still cute.
Maddie laughed.
You said you were 18? 19?
Yeah, 19.
So what?
Maddie felt better. Maybe the age gap wasn't that weird after all. It worked for them. She gazed at the angular planes of his face and his masculine neck. They had known each other for so long, but this felt like their first real conversation. Her mind went back to the hardware store and all those years they spent dancing around each other. Do you remember when you bought me that mace?
When those 2 creeps were bothering you?
Yeah.
Yep. That was a few years ago. Why?
She took a breath and looked out the window. God, why did they have to be sitting so close? Admitting all this made her stomach squirm in a delicious way. I really wanted you back then, like, for real. I had such a crush on you.
Yeah? So you had a little crush back then?
It was a big crush. He laughed.
Yep, I figured.
What? No!
I knew it. I could tell. You turned all cute and pink anytime I came over.
He reached over and pinched her chin suddenly. Oh shit. Maddie thought she was going to die. Gareth leaned in and caught her lips. In the privacy of the Camaro, Maddie felt like they were on the dark side of the moon. He kissed her slow and gentle, his lips brushing over hers, his mouth soft.
So, you still got a crush on me?
He spoke against her mouth, his voice deep in his throat. She shivered, hard. She couldn't speak.
Huh. I like when you get all shy. Now that you told me, maybe I should have teased you more in the hardware store.
Maddie closed her eyes. God damn it, his words sent a jolt of electricity down to her clit. His kiss deepened, his tongue entering her mouth, tasting her. She tried to kiss him back, and he playfully sucked her tongue into his mouth. His hand reached up to cradle the back of her head. He kissed her like that for several minutes, wet and bold and hungry. Maddie couldn't think. Couldn't breathe. All she could feel was the heat pulling in her belly. Then he broke away, his lips hovering over hers, a trail of saliva dripping down her chin.
I should have called you back to the scrap lumber section. Yeah, I could have cornered you back there. That aisle is always empty. Could have been fun.
Gareth! She gasped. His hand went up under her sweater, unhooking her bra with ease. With a low growl of frustration, he pulled her shirt up and took her breast into his mouth, sucking on her swollen nipple. She gasped at the intense sensation. He squeezed her breast with his hand, pushing it deeper into his mouth. He sucked on her tit, his tongue flicking across her sensitive peak. Maddie heard herself moan. She didn't know she could make sounds like that. In her mind, she imagined the hardware store. She would take him to the very back of the warehouse, between the long stacks of baseboard and timber framing. There, he'd catch her wrist. Push her up against the wall between the piles of wood. It was so wrong. Why did it make her so wet?
Look at what you do to me.
He picked up her hand and pushed it against the crotch of his jeans. Maddie gasped as she felt his erection. He was so large. He held her hand against him, he wrapped her fingers around his length through the fabric, making sure she felt his size.
Fuck Maddie.
It's really big. She met his intense gaze, his eyes like dark whiskey, hooded and heavy with desire, his hair a wild mess around his shoulders. He searched her face. Then he leaned forward and took her lips again. His kiss was hot and forceful, full of pent-up, desperate need.
You really want me inside you?
She felt like she was drowning. She nodded. Suddenly her phone started to vibrate. Maddie groaned. It took her a moment to switch gears. Her body felt hot and heavy, her thoughts sluggish with desire. She pulled her phone out of her hoodie. She didn't recognize the number on the cracked screen, but it was close to midnight. Seemed like it might be an emergency. She glanced at Gareth. He looked about as frustrated as she felt, his face drawn and intense, his eyes burning with lust. He took a deep breath and cracked the window to cool off. Then she picked up the phone. Hello?
Hello. This is Officer Langjurek with the Davenport Police Department. Is this Maddy Donovan?
Yes? Maddie's heart stopped. Was she in trouble?
Your father is here. We need someone to pick him up. He says you can give him a lift home. He was arrested for public drunkenness and threatening an officer.
It's pretty late.
If you don't get him now, then we will have to surrender your dog to the animal shelter.
My dog? I don't understand. My dad has a dog with him?
Yes, he says it's his dog.
She shared a look with Gareth, who could overhear the conversation easily in the quiet car, even if the phone wasn't on speaker. He shrugged.
Well, if it's a dog that needs rescuing.
Maddie almost laughed. Right, sure, We're driving from Black River, so we'll be there in 45 minutes.
See you then, Miss Donovan.
The phone went silent as the call hung up. Gareth straightened up and put his keys in the ignition.
Not how I plan to spend the evening, but I think it's worth saving a life.
How the hell did my dad get a dog?
I guess we'll find out.
Maddie buckled in as Garrett's Camaro roared to life like a jet engine, utterly destroying the silence of the night. He turned out onto the street and started towards the interstate. Heart of the Wolf by author A. Mariposa. Chapter 9. They spent most of the drive in silence. It was cold in the car, even with the heat on, and Maddie snuggled into her hoodie to keep warm. Now that the rush of the arcade was fading, she was growing tired. Gareth asked after a while.
So, he's your stepdad?
Yeah, Dean Harvey. I have my mom's last name.
You know him a long time?
Most my life, he's the only dad I've really known. My mom met him when I was 5.
Right. A real part of the family.
Gareth sounded nonplussed. Maddie stared out the window as the Camaro passed through a low fog bank. The highway to Davenport was black and empty. They had passed one car in the last 15 minutes. In these parts, they were more likely to hit a deer this late at night than run into traffic. Her mom met Dean down at the bee joint when Maddie was 5. He was a lot different back then. He worked laying brick for the union, drove a new truck and owned a little fishing boat. He was a fun guy back then. Maddie recalled him taking their family on camping trips. That was a long time ago, before his back injury, then the spiral of drinking and painkillers. Maddie didn't know if Dean and her mom ever got married officially. She knew her mom wore a ring, but she didn't remember the wedding.
What about your bio dad? You ever hear from him?
No, Mom called him my sperm donor. I think he was a trucker just driving through, or something like that. Maddie shrugged. The mention of her bio dad pissed off Dean, so she rarely brought it up. She didn't have a name or nothing to go off, anyway. Gareth stopped asking questions after that. She didn't blame him. It was late and he was probably exhausted. She couldn't banish her creeping sense of guilt. She felt bad, like she had messed up. Driving out to Davenport to rescue her dad from jail wasn't the ideal ending to a first date. In an awkward attempt to assuage her guilt, she spoke up. I had a lot of fun at Zippy's. I'd love to do it again sometime. Gareth looked over at her like she'd said something cute. He reached over and squeezed her leg.
Same, baby.
They pulled off the freeway and started down Davenport's main strip. Davenport was an old city. In its heyday, it was probably a nice place to live, with a 4-screen theater downtown and lots of cute shopping boutiques. Nowadays, the theater was boarded up and the shopping boutiques had turned into shady little business fronts. Laundry mats, pawn shops, Chinese food restaurants and the occasional florist. This late at night, shops were closed and storefronts were dark. They passed by the occasional neon sign. Gareth parked on the empty street outside the Davenport police station. They went in together. Maddie walked up to a cop sitting at a bulletproof glass counter. She introduced herself and handed over an ID. Soon after, another officer brought out her stepdad from the back hallway. Dean Harvey was a short, stocky man with a beer belly and a face like a wrung-out Leonardo DiCaprio. He was probably handsome in his youth, though Maddie couldn't really see it. He now resembled any other bar rat. He was squat and barrel-chested, with thick arms from laying brick most of his life. He had wispy blonde hair that he usually wore under a baseball cap when he was working the odd job. A week's worth of gray scruff covered his neck and jaw. On this particular evening, vomit stained the front of his denim jacket. His face was red and puffy from drinking for several days straight. His blonde hair was greasy and mussed. He reeked of liquor.
Maddie, my girl, you're a good kid, you know that?
Hey, Dad. Dean stumbled a few steps forward like he meant to wrap her in a hug, then he caught himself on the wall. His bloodshot eyes traveled to Gareth. He seemed to sense intuitively that Gareth was not just a friend.
Who's this?
Dad, this is Gareth. He's my boyfriend. It was her first time using that word to introduce anyone in her life. It should have been a special occasion, like a homecoming game or prom night, or maybe a dinner with her folks. That's how normal kids broke the news to their normal parents. But here she was at a police station at 1 a.m., talking to her old man with vomit on his jacket.
You have a boyfriend? How'd that happen? You owe money or something? Aha. Kidding. Look here, dude. You hurt my daughter and I'll shove my shotgun up your ass.
The cops exchanged a glance. To his credit, Gareth stayed silent with his hands shoved in his pockets. He was a good half-foot taller than her dad. He didn't seem put off by the threat, but he also didn't act friendly at all. Another cop emerged from a hallway to their left with a young pit bull mix on a leash. It had a fawn-colored coat with big white paws. It looked maybe part lab. The dog ran up to them, tail wagging enthusiastically. It walked like a puppy who hadn't grown into its legs. "And who's this?" Maddie asked, relieved to have a distraction. She let the dog sniff her hand, then it began licking her fingers.
This is Joker. I picked him up last night from a buddy. What do you think, Maddie? You always wanted a dog, remember?
I think I was like 10 years old when I said that. I don't know, Dad. I didn't realize it was a puppy. She's going to need training.
Peesh, you're always so serious. You worry too much for a kid your age. Just look at his lil face. Let's keep him. We're keeping him. What's a home without a dog?
Maddie sighed. Despite the added responsibility, the dog was adorable. Little Joker, who was actually a girl, was just too cute. She sat down and scratched, losing balance and half falling, then wiggling in a happy circle. Yeah, okay, I guess it's all right. What's a home without a dog? The cop handed Joker's leash to her. The puppy immediately went up to Gareth and rolled onto her back with an eager whine. Gareth reached down and scratched the pup's soft pink tummy. Joker promptly started to pee. Gareth stepped back to avoid the stream.
Shit, you got paper towels?
One of the cops answered him.
The janitor will get it. We got some paperwork for Madeline to sign before we release Mr. Harvey. His license is out of date, so we'll need a current address for the ticket and the fines.
Fines? Maddie felt a little sick, the police officer explained.
He broke the window on a man's car. We cited him for drunk and disorderly conduct and destruction of private property. I don't think the damage will exceed a few $100s. So that's good news. No criminal charges.
Maddie glanced up at Gareth, unable to read his expression. He was frowning at her stepdad again, who was clinging to the wall for balance. How much do you think all that will cost?
We'll send the damage assessment and any follow-up tickets via mail. Make sure to update that home address. Failure to pay the fines within the allotted time will only add more fees.
Maddie sighed. She crossed to the counter and started filling out the paperwork, then signed the release. Already her mind was running its old program. The last 48 hours spent with Gareth disappeared as though they had never happened. This was just another typical Friday night, getting a call from somewhere to rescue her stepdad. She would take Dean back to the trailer. Then what? She chewed on her bottom lip. Gareth wanted her to stay at his place, but what about her stepdad? This was brand new territory. She might be over 18, but she had never tried to spend several days away from home before. Dean could get needy and volatile when he was coming off a bender. That's when he was the most unpredictable. If he threw a tantrum, he could do all sorts of damage. And someone needed to take care of the dog. Maddie felt the weight of her life start to suffocate her again. Come on, let's go home, Dad. She left the station with Joker's leash in one hand and Gareth walking silently beside her. She couldn't get a read on him. She knew he was unimpressed with her father. Who wouldn't be? But his face was stoic, his lips firm. He unlocked the car and her dad slid into the back seat, where he sprawled out. Joker jumped in after him. Then Maddie and Gareth got in the front. The drive back to Black River was excruciating. At first her dad rambled on and on about a big win at the casino and a subsequent party spree around Davenport. His story wandered in and out of bars, clubs, and hotel rooms. He talked about a fight with a stripper that got him and his buddy tossed out of a club, then throwing his beer bottle at a parked car that cracked a window, which ended in his arrest. Some cursing and ranting about the oppressive socio-political system in America. He offered Gareth a bunch of money, like $200, to drive an extra 30 minutes to South Davenport to pick up cocaine from a buddy. Gareth declined with a few words. Then Dean's muttering faded into snores as he toppled over and crashed. Joker wiggled around the back seat, whining. Maddie was overwhelmed. Sorry about that, really, I'm so sorry, he's just drunk. I don't think he can really afford cocaine.
It's fine, Mads. Don't worry about it.
She couldn't tell if Gareth was pissed or just tired. She sighed. She always felt shaky and fragile when her stepdad got like this, maybe because he was unpredictable. She picked at her fingernails as the Camaro shot down the highway like a bullet. Gareth's big, warm hand suddenly landed on hers, covering both of her hands with his own, interrupting her anxious fidgeting. Maddie glanced up at him. His eyes were focused on the road. He still hadn't said anything. But he kept his hand over hers. She wondered what he was thinking. They got back to her trailer well past midnight. Gareth carried her dad into the house without needing to be asked. He dumped Dean on the couch with a grimace of disgust. Maddie took Joker out to pee, then let the dog back in the house. The big pup immediately jumped onto the couch next to her dad and curled up to sleep. Maddie wondered how she was going to afford dog food. Then she started picking up the living room. Gareth hesitated before helping her. For a half hour or so, they picked up trash and moved furniture around. Then, finally, he came to stand by her side.
Let's go.
Maddie hesitated. She dropped her eyes and shoved her hands in the pockets of her hoodie. She still hadn't figured out where she was going to stay the night.
Maddie, you're coming home with me.
Maddie felt her shoulders grow tense. She swayed on her feet. She wanted to go with him. God, she would like nothing more. But some terrible chain held her bound to the trailer and the absurd man sleeping on the couch. She might hate her stepdad, but she also cared about him in that foolish, stubborn, childlike way. He wasn't a perfect person by any means, but he looked out for her in his own way, for her mom's sake. He was the only family she had left. He called her his daughter. She couldn't just abandon the old fool. Her hands curled into fists. Let's talk outside. They walked out the back door into the yard, just beyond the light from the kitchen window. How many times had Gareth led her back to this spot from the mountainside? Now they stood face to face. He crossed his arms, the tree line at his back, his eyes solemn.
Don't tell me you're staying here with that sorry sack of shit.
There it was, anger. Maddie flinched at Gareth's words. She tried to keep her voice level as she replied, Look, I don't like him either, but he's my dad. I can't just leave him, you see how he is. He could hurt himself, and... I don't know, Gareth, this is my home. It's been a crazy few days, it would be nice for things to go back to normal. Gareth was silent, and Maddie bit her lip again. She hated feeling like she was disappointing him. I know you want me to come with you, but I don't think it's a good idea. Not yet, anyway. I need to keep an eye on Dean.
All right, so let me ask, how bad does it have to get before you leave?
Maddie's eyes widened. She sucked in a breath. What do you mean?
Just how long do I have to wait before I drag you out? Until he beats you again? Or burns down the trailer with you inside of it?
He looked pissed. Maddie's thoughts flashed to the gun in his car. He had a weapon. What if he got violent? Would he attack her father? She didn't want to take that risk. Gareth, that's my business, not yours.
I'm your boyfriend now. Those scars on your back? Those are my business. Someone's got to take care of you.
That happened a long time ago. You don't have any say over what I do.
I think I have some say. Especially over your safety.
No, you fucking don't. I'm an adult and I can make my own decisions. Gareth half smiled, but it was not a nice look.
So now you're an adult. Right, and you're gonna make all the big decisions. All right.
Maddie was furious. Don't mock me.
Then stop acting like a child.
Fuck you.
You're protecting him.
I'm not.
You're enabling him.
What? Maddie glared. So this is my fault? I can't help who my dad is. Gareth spoke in a low growl.
But you help him every day. You pay the bills. You clean up his shit. You buy groceries. When are you calling it quits? You're not his daughter, Mads. You're his housekeeper and his caretaker. That's it. That man doesn't give a shit about being your father. He's using you.
His words pierced her. She bit her cheek in sudden pain. The brutal honesty was more than she could take. What did Gareth know about her family? Dean was the only father she had ever known. She felt herself shutting down. Thank you for reminding me that my stepfather doesn't give a shit about me. Gareth's expression changed, his anger fading from his face.
Maddie, I didn't mean.
You did. And you're an asshole for saying it. Gareth hung his head. Maddie continued, her words direct and practical. You're right, I don't really have a dad or a mom. No one really cares about me, but that doesn't change anything. I've been on my own for a long time. I don't need you looking down on me, or pointing out everything that's wrong with my life. Gareth stared at her. He looked at a complete loss for words. Maddie folded her arms around herself. I think you should go. I need some time to think about all this.
Right.
Really, Gareth? Just leave.
Okay.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out his keys. Then he paused. He looked back at the house.
Do me a favor?
Yeah, what?
Call me if you need anything. I mean it.
She wondered if he would try to touch her or kiss her before he left, but he didn't. She watched him walk away. Every muscle in her body yearned to spring after him, to run and wrap her arms around his back and beg him not to go, but she couldn't move. Her feet remained glued to the ground. Fuck. How did this happen? She felt torn in half. Strange how just a few hours ago they'd been laughing together in the arcade, and now the night ended with this sour pit in her stomach. Maddie heard the Camaro roar to life. She ached inside as she listened to his car run down the gravel driveway, growing more and more distant. Then she turned back to the house. She felt like she had made a mistake. With a surge of anxiety, she reached for her phone, intending to call him, but she stopped herself. He called her a child. It was a slap in the face. He couldn't use her age against her like that. He didn't have to speak such ugly truths out loud, to her face, like he did. Just because he was older than her didn't make him her keeper. Her stepdad might be a pain in the ass, and a belligerent drunk, but he was her only family. Was she supposed to abandon Dean to move in with some guy she had known for 2 days? Putting it like that, it seemed insane. How could Gareth ask her to make such an impossible choice? She was used to taking shit from people, but his words shot straight through her defenses and struck a nerve. He was the first person to get a front row seat of her shitty life, and instead of helping her, she felt judged. All right, so that's it. Maybe it really is over. Maddie sighed. She felt sick to her stomach. Was she really ready for a relationship? For 2 days, she had lost herself in the rush of being with him, her wildest fantasy come to life, but now her stepdad was home and reality was knocking. Dean Harvey was a hurricane. Her stepdad's chaos took up so much of her energy, now she wondered if she had room for Gareth or anyone else. Maybe it would be better for her to call things off. Fuck. She felt like she wanted to cry and scream at the same time. Maddie went back into the house. Dean snored and grumbled on the couch. It was a familiar scene. Everything back to the way it should be, as though the terrifying night of the break-in had never happened. Whatever money, debt, or stash of drugs those thugs had been after would remain a mystery. She doubted Dean would remember or tell her. She wanted to cry, but instead she sucked in a deep breath. If she gave herself time to wallow in her feelings, they would swallow her alive. She'd figure out her shit on her own, like she always did. Joker jumped off the couch and followed her down the hallway, her skinny tail wagging. Maddie let the big puppy into her room. Together, they climbed into bed. Joker stretched out instantly against her back, as though she had always slept there. Maddie felt a little better. She turned and pushed her face into Joker's sleek tan fur. She whispered to the dog, "I'm sorry you're part of this mess, but you don't gotta take care of me, okay? I'll take care of you. I'll figure it out." Maddie wondered if she should text Gareth, but she didn't know what to say. She was too exhausted, physically and emotionally, to hold a conversation. She hadn't planned to be back in her trailer so soon. In truth, she was surprised she was falling asleep. She closed her eyes, trying to ignore the deep, painful throb in her heart. Thank you for listening to Heart of the Wolf, a paranormal romance story about forbidden first love. Now available in print and ebook format on Amazon.com. Please subscribe to this channel and stay tuned for the next chapter, starting now. Chapter 10. Dean sprawled on the couch and moaned the following day. Maddie brought him water and ibuprofen. Then she tiptoed around the trailer, picking up and straightening what she could. She tried not to bother him. He was always in a sour mood the day after a long bender. Sometimes he was in a shit mood the whole week. With any luck, he'd sleep it off. She was a nervous wreck. Memories of the break-in haunted her as she cleaned up the trailer. She tried not to look at the bullet hole in the wall. She kept glancing out the front windows, thinking she saw someone in the driveway, but of course no one was there. "Congratulations, Maddie," she told herself. "You've reached a new level of paranoid." It was afternoon by the time Dean got his ass up off the couch. Maddie was in the kitchen trying to clean the massive stack of dirty dishes in the sink. She wasn't making much progress. The sink kept clogging, and they were on a septic, so she couldn't use a garbage disposal. She kept emptying the little strainer into the garbage. The stench of mold made her eyes water. Then her dad groaned, sat up and climbed unsteadily to his feet. His face was red and swollen. He wandered through the living room and turned down the hallway, trudging to the bathroom. Maddie heard the fan turn on. When Dean finally came back out, he was still zipping up his trousers and buckling his belt. He paused at the entrance to the living room. That's when he noticed the crumbling drywall and the bullet hole. He poked at the hole with his finger.
The heck? Something happened to the wall? Wowzers. That's a bullet. And what's with all the caution tape on the front porch?
There was a break-in.
No shit?
Yeah. Dean looked around the living room again. Maddie cleared her throat. She had been dreading this moment all day, her inevitable confrontation with her father.
Did they take anything?
No, but they were looking for you. They wanted me to give you a message. They said you owed them money. I think they might come back if you don't pay them.
Pay them? Pay who?
Dean adopted a bewildered look. Maddie glowered. Denial. All right. His act was pretty convincing, but she had learned not to take him seriously. Ever. "So, you don't know anything about that?" she probed. With a scowl, he grumbled.
I don't owe anyone a damn thing.
Maddie found that hard to believe. She felt a little nauseated. It might not mean anything to her father, but she remembered the giant man's body on top of her from that night, his weight suffocating her, holding her down, ripping her shirt. She was pretty sure these guys meant business. Something was up. She couldn't let her dad sweep it under the rug. She gripped the side of the countertop where her dad couldn't see her hands. "What about those letters from Gelson's and Associates?"
What the fuck? You reading my mail?
"No, I just noticed."
Mind your own fucking business.
She pushed on, for her own self-preservation. She explained, "I didn't read any letters, I just saw them on the table. I didn't recognize the company. Are they bills or something?"
Nope. Probably advertisements. Just ignore them.
Bad news. Now she was doubly worried. She didn't know what her stepfather had gotten himself involved in, but it seemed pretty dangerous, and he was hellbent on hiding it from her. These guys were pretty serious. They're going to come back if you don't pay them. I'm worried about you, Dad. Are you in trouble?
No. What trouble? I'm the life of the party. Anyway, I got money, so I'll handle it.
Handle it? Sure, like he handled everything else. Dad, if you just tell me.
So these guys who broke in, did the cops get them?
Maddie blinked. She scratched the back of her head and glanced outside, remembering the story on the news. No, actually, it's a little weird. I guess they were attacked by a wolf. They didn't survive.
A wolf? What the hell?
It was kinda wild. That's what the cops said when I made a report. A wolf attacked them.
In our own backyard? No shit. Well, dang. So they're dead?
Yeah, they found 5 bodies in the woods.
Well, shit. What are you all worked up about then? Look at you, making a mountain out of a molehill. If these fuckers are dead, then no one's gonna come hassle us again.
Maddie looked down at the sink, feeling frustrated and a little embarrassed. How did he always make her feel stupid?
Fucking ridiculous. Thinking I'm in some trouble. You're just a kid. Don't forget that. You might pay a few bills, but you don't know shit.
Dean slumped back onto the couch with a deep sigh. Maddie bit her lip, a mixture of troubling emotions warring inside of her. She felt angry, ashamed, and invisible. Dean didn't seem to care that she was home when the break-in happened, or that her head was bandaged. He didn't ask if she was all right. She was a missing person on the news. The whole town knew, but he didn't. It never bothered her before how Dean never asked about her. But now it did. It disturbed her. The more she thought about it, the less safe she felt in the trailer. She doubted Dean would lift a finger to protect her if more thugs showed up. Dean started rummaging for his phone between the couch cushions.
I gotta call my buddies. They're not going to believe this shit. A fucking wolf? Dang.
Yeah, do that. Maddie mumbled. She didn't think he heard her. Dean pulled his phone out and fumbled around with it. Maddie went outside. She took Joker with her. Having the puppy around the house was a nice distraction, but it came with its own challenges. She didn't have any dog food, so she fed the dog scrambled eggs and a can of tuna fish that morning. She didn't have a leash either, so she used a length of nylon paracord she found in one of Dean's boxes of random junk. She tied it in a loop around Joker's neck, then she took her on a little walk through the woods. As she walked, Maddie checked her phone to see if Gareth had texted her. It was almost noon. She hadn't heard anything yet from him, not even a platonic good morning. She refused to text first. She didn't want to chase after him and look clingy, especially after telling him to leave last night. But damn. Didn't he care? You said you needed time to think about things, she reminded herself. But she still hadn't arrived at any answers. She felt angry and sullen. His words from last night still stung.
You're not his daughter. You're enabling him. That man doesn't give a shit about being your father. Stop acting like a child.
Tears welled in her eyes. She knew Dean took advantage of her in many small ways, but she was orphaned after her mom died. She could have been homeless or put in foster care. Dean stepped up in his own way. He was her only family. What did Gareth know? Despite her stepdad's nastiness, she was relieved to see him safe at home. Sometimes she wished he was dead, but she didn't really want to see him hurt. Deep down, she hoped someday he would kick his drinking habit and straighten out. She still believed it was possible. Joker pulled at her leash suddenly. She whined at something in the woods. Then, without warning, she lunged. Maddie didn't have time to react. Her grip slipped on the leash and the dog took off through the forest. Joker, no! Joker bounded off through the underbrush, her tail wagging furiously. Without thinking, Maddie took off after the dog. She plunged into the woods, following Joker's yellow body through the ferns and blackberry vines. Luckily, Maddie was a fast runner. She caught up with Joker about 10 minutes later. The pit bull mix was barking excitedly at a tree where a fat raccoon sat on one of the lower branches. The awkward little rascal looked disgruntled. She guessed that Joker had startled it and then chased it up into the tree.
No! Joker, bad dog!
Joker ignored her and kept bouncing around at the foot of the tree. Maddie wasn't any good at scolding animals. She sighed and looped the paracord leash around Joker's neck again. She would have to get a sturdier collar or maybe a harness. Joker was surprisingly strong for her size. She dragged the dog away from the tree, then she paused. She turned and looked around. They were deeper in the forest, in a place she hadn't visited before. All she saw were pine trees in every direction and a deep emerald canopy overhead. She couldn't see any mountain peaks or familiar landmarks through the dense branches. The sky was overcast, so even the direction of the sun seemed debatable. It was uncanny how every direction looked identical to the next. She had no idea where she was. She turned in a slow circle, trying to remember which way she had come from. She couldn't see the mobile home or her yard. Shit. A cold knot formed in her gut. Usually she didn't go running haphazardly through the woods. She stuck to the trails and familiar spots near her house. Now that she was paying attention, the forest was awfully quiet. She usually heard the trill of bird song and the rustle of squirrels, but everything seemed very still. A branch snapped behind her. Maddie whirled around. Some desperate part of her hoped to see Gareth standing between the trees. She froze. It was a wolf. Her heart raced. She felt her knees begin to quake. Shit. She couldn't believe it. A big black wolf stood between the trees. It was freakishly large, almost the size of a horse. This must be the monster who killed those men, she thought. After telling Dean all about the wolf attack, she didn't expect to encounter the creature in the woods. I'm an idiot, she thought. Of course the predator would still be wandering around the mountainside, where else would it be? Joker whined and hid behind her legs with her tail tucked and her ears down. Maddie felt like she would pass out. Her hands went numb and her heart pounded painfully in her chest. She had never been more terrified in her life. The wolf gazed at her with golden eyes. It was completely silent. Maddie stepped back and almost tripped over Joker. Her instincts told her to run, but her knees were shaking so bad, she found herself sinking to the ground, unable to remain upright. Fuck. This is it, I'm going to be eaten alive. But the monster didn't lunge at her, as she expected. Instead, it seemed to copy her. As she sank to the ground, the beast sat on its haunches. It crouched between the bushes, its ears perked forward, watching her. Maddie felt confused. It wasn't acting wild or aggressive. Was it someone's pet? No way. She didn't see any collar. But it wasn't acting like how she would expect a man-eating predator to act. It's fucking huge. That monster could eat a whole cow, she thought. She could pull out her phone, but what good would that do? Who was she going to call? She wasn't even sure she had reception. Unexpectedly, the wolf stood up. It walked toward her, completely silent. Maddie sat on the ground, shaking, ready to meet her fate. She was going to become dog food, a fitting end to her pathetic life. Then unexpectedly, Joker ran out from behind her. The dog approached the wolf with her belly close to the ground.
Joker, no!
Maddie cried, terrified she was about to see her dog get eaten alive, which seemed a lot worse than forfeiting her own life. Joker ignored her and approached the wolf with a sad whine. She flipped onto her back in the pine needles and showed her pink belly. Maddie felt like doing much the same. She held her breath, unable to predict what would happen next. The big black wolf looked down at Joker, almost as though it was amused, then it walked around the dog and approached Maddie. It got super close, she didn't move. The beast leaned in and sniffed her face. Maddie held her breath, waiting for its massive jaws to chomp down on her head. The wolf sniffed her chin, then her forehead, then her hair. She was shocked when she felt a cold nose press against her ear. Then the beast licked her cheek. Maddie stiffened at the roughness of its tongue. Maybe she didn't taste very good, because after that, the wolf turned away and started walking back through the woods. Maddie watched it go, still holding her breath. After about 10 feet, the beast paused to look back at her. It waved its tail twice in a lazy sweep. Maddie stared after it with wide eyes. It beckoned to her again with its bushy black tail. It wants me to follow it. So then, is it taking me home? No, this is real life, not Alice in Wonderland. Wolves don't do that. Except, it was totally waiting for her. Feeling surreal, Maddie stood up. Joker got up too and ran after the wolf, keeping a careful distance from the creature, her ears back and tail tucked submissively. Maddie started walking behind the wolf. Once it saw that she was following, the beast continued on through the woods. Maddie wondered why the wolf was alone on the mountain. Usually lone wolves were solitary males looking for a female to start a new pack. She checked the beast's anatomy tucked up under its bushy tail. It was a male. Maddie wondered about that. Maybe it was looking for a mate? "Sorry, I'm not a female wolf," she said to the beast as she walked. The black wolf's ears perked at her voice. Maddie felt a little crazy. "You should find yourself a nice lady and settle down, somewhere far away from here." The black wolf turned its gold eyes back on her, then it kept walking. It was the most bizarre 30 minutes of her life, as Maddie followed the wolf through the forest. They didn't take any discernible path that she could recognize, but sure enough, after a bit of time, she noticed some familiar pine trees, a few rock formations and fallen logs. She passed by an old, empty box of Bud Light that must have blown out of the trash can weeks ago. Definitely a Dean. The beast was leading her back home. This can't be happening. The wolf paused when her trailer came into view through the trees. Heavy clouds were gathering in the sky. It looked like it would rain soon. Maddie was thankful she wouldn't be lost out on the mountain in a storm. Joker started wagging her tail when they reached the edge of the backyard. She made an unexpected play bow and barked at the wolf. "Quiet, Joker." Maddie hushed the dog. She hoped her dad didn't come outside, it would ruin the moment. Then she turned to face the beast. "Thank you," she said to the monster. The black wolf regarded her with its intelligent yellow eyes. Then it turned and slunk off through the trees. It moved in complete silence, like a ghost. Maddie shivered. She felt like she was coming out from under a spell. Did that really just happen? Damn, she hadn't gotten a single pic on her phone. No one was going to believe this. Well, maybe B would believe her. Was it really the same beast who had saved her from those men in the woods? She couldn't think of any other explanation. Maybe it had a den close to the trailer? She stood out on her deck for a moment, surveying the forest. Oddly enough, knowing the beast was out there didn't scare her. If it had saved her from those dangerous men and led her back home, then maybe, despite all odds, it was a friend. Maybe some sort of magic existed in the world after all, or maybe she was just a very lucky girl. Then the sliding back door opened and Dean stuck his head out.
There you are. Soup's on.
What?
I made soup. You know, that ramen stuff you like. Even put a fried egg on top. Come on, slowpoke. Let's eat.
20 minutes later, Maddie found herself in the living room, sitting on the gross couch next to her stepdad with a TV tray in front of her. She ate her ramen as Dean talked on and on about his big win at the casino.
I'm gonna get you a new phone. I mean it. Or maybe a computer.
Sure, Dad. Privately, she thought to herself, yeah, right. Maddie listened with half an ear, blindly staring at the weather report on the TV. Dean always talked big when he won a little extra money. She remembered when she used to believe in him and his absurd promises. She used to hang on his every word. Now she wondered when that had changed, maybe around 17? Yeah, Probably about that age, she began to realize her stepdad was just useless. She had gone out of her way to get him a job at the hardware store as a maintenance tech. She hassled her manager for months to get him the position. It would cover all their bills. She thought Dean just needed help getting a job. Maybe once he had a job, he wouldn't lie around on his ass all day. She blamed her mom's death for the alcohol problems. She told herself he was just broken up and grieving and needed help. She took it on herself to dig him out of the hole. That's what family did, right? Help each other? Dean acted like he wanted the job. He even went to the interview sober. He started talking about the new Honda truck he was going to buy, how he'd repair the deck, maybe install an AC unit on the mobile. All that. Then, on his first day of work, she found him face down on the couch, an empty handle of vodka next to him, too drunk to even sit up, his pants soiled with shit. She tried to get him up, but he wouldn't budge. Then he disappeared for a week. She went to work ashamed and told her manager her dad was sick. They gave the job to someone else. Yeah. About then, she had realized he was just a flake. Totally useless. She shouldn't have expectations for him. Or really, for anyone.
How bad does it have to get?
Gareth's words echoed in her thoughts. She didn't really have an answer to that question. The break-in 2 nights ago was pretty bad. Her mind returned to Gareth. Why hadn't he texted yet? She checked her cell phone, no new messages. Maybe he was done with her mess. Despite his big words at the arcade, she had scared him off after all.
You think I'll abandon you eventually, right? So you're testing me.
Fuck. She wasn't testing him. She didn't even know what that meant. She just wanted to see if he would text her first. And so far, he wasn't. The evil voice in her head taunted her. Maybe he's just not that serious about you. Maybe he's not even thinking about you. Yeah, that was probably true. She needed to protect herself. She didn't think she could survive a real breakup with him if she actually let her guard down and opened her heart. She closed her eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and pushed the thought of him far away. She didn't need him. She had learned long ago to rely on herself. It was safer that way. Then her stepdad's words caught her attention.
So, let me get this straight. That guy last night was your boyfriend? No joke? Or was I so shit-faced I hallucinated all that?
Maddie glanced at Dean. Yeah, sorta.
Sorta? What does that mean? You fucking him?
No.
Right, alright. So what's he want with you, then?
We're just hanging out.
Classic line, coming at you like you don't want teen pussy. He's just waiting for you to put out. He's a little old for you. Guys his age only want one thing. Trust me, it's not your brain.
Maddie pushed the noodles around her bowl. She deflated a little. She knew she wasn't that smart. Truth was, she had no idea why Gareth wanted to be with her. She spoke up. He's actually a really good guy. He gave you a ride back from the police department. Her dad rolled his eyes.
Out of the goodness of his heart. Right. He's got you fooled. He better drive me home from Alaska if he wants to fuck my daughter. He's just playing nice, Maddie. Waiting for you to put out. You guys really not fucking?
No, we're not. We just started dating. Dean scoffed like she had said something dumb.
Sure. Some advice? Don't nail yourself down. You're young and tight, and you got great tits. Get yourself 3 boyfriends, yeah? Then all our problems will be solved. You'll have them paying all our bills, hey.
Dean let out a loud laugh. Maddie set down her bowl of ramen. She didn't think she could eat anymore. Her ears burned as her dad rambled on.
You know what? We got to get you set up at Sapphire. I'm telling you, I know the owner. He'll get you a nice job there. Those girls make bank off tips. You don't even need to graduate. You'll make more than all those college kids, and it's close to home. Hell, you could walk there. Anyway.
Dean's tone suddenly turned serious. Maddie felt herself shrink down. She knew that tone. Dean pointed a swollen finger at her. He glared.
Stay the fuck away from that guy, Maddie. He's too old for you, and he looks like a pain in the ass. Last thing I need is some dickhead thinking he's gonna fuck my daughter. What next? Coming round like he owns the place? If I find out you're hanging around him, I'll knock you into next week. You understand?
Maddie dropped her eyes. She nodded. She knew she should feel something, hurt, fear, or disappointment, but she just felt numb. Her hands were suddenly shaking. She was 13 again with a grown man raging at her. She wanted to run and hide.
You understand, chickadee?
Dean made the cutesy name sound threatening. Maddie nodded again. Yeah, I understand.
You want to date some old guy? I got buddies at the bar who'll treat you right. You can have your pick.
That's funny, Dad. It wasn't really a thing anyway. We just hung out a few times. It's not serious.
Damn right.
Maddie felt a little sick. Everything Dean said about men and sex made her feel gross. She stood up. She went into the kitchen and dumped out the rest of her dinner in Joker's bowl, who was more than happy to finish her noodles. She felt hollow inside. She grabbed her phone and walked down the hallway to her cramped bedroom. She shut the door behind her and flopped onto the bed. Murky twilight filtered between the trees outside her window. She popped in her earbuds and turned on her favorite playlist, a mix by Fantagram. Then she checked her text messages again. Still nothing from Gareth. She remembered, suddenly, the missed calls from Roxy on his phone. The thought struck her numb. Maybe that's why she hadn't heard from him. Maybe he was tired of her teenage drama and spending time with Roxy right now. It was too painful to think about. Hot tears stung her eyes. She let the tears begin to spill down her face. I'm a fucking worthless idiot, she thought, sniffling like a baby. Why couldn't she just handle her life? Outside her window, the sky deepened into late evening. It started to rain. Heart of the Wolf. A steamy paranormal romance story written and produced by author A. Mariposa. Chapter 11.
Gareth got into Jack's auto repair early on Sunday morning. He was in a shit mood and he wanted to do something productive. He parked his Camaro in front of the auto shop in the chill fog. The sun was still climbing over the mountains and the October air was frosty. Tendrils of mist clung to the pine trees in the forest behind the building. Highway 20 was pretty quiet this early in the day, before the morning rush to Davenport. His breath rose in little puffs of vapor. He wore a heavy, quilted flannel jacket and work jeans. It was fucking cold. Black River was nothing like the arid Sonoran desert where he grew up. He glanced at the clock on the dash and gauged the time difference. It would be early morning over there, but his mom should be awake. She was a gym rat and preferred to work out before the sun came up. He took out his phone. He scrolled through his contacts. He hit the dial button. The phone rang a few times before a woman picked up.
Am I imagining this, or is my boy calling me?
Gareth grinned. Hey, Mama.
Mijo. So then I'm not crazy.
Not yet. You still got time. His mom laughed.
So why are you calling me? ¿Qué haces? I got your cousins here visiting this weekend. They're asking about your new address. No one knows where you moved to. Are you going to tell us, or just stay mysterious?
Gareth dodged, thinking of his old man and his brothers. His family was pretty nuts. He didn't want unexpected visitors. Nah, not yet. Say hi for me, he said.
Okay, chico loco.
Hey though, I got a question for you.
¿Qué quieres?
It's about wolves. His mom went quiet on the phone. He heard a slight scuffling as she moved through the room, and a soft click as a door closed. He guessed she had stepped outside on the porch. Then his mom said, curiously,
What about wolves?
I think I met one. A girl.
¿Verdad? That's rare these days.
Yeah, she's different. She hasn't gone through the change yet. When does that happen? Is it the same as males?
Sí, más o menos. It can vary.
His mom pursed her lips over the phone. Gareth could almost see her standing in the silver early morning light of the Sonoran desert, a light shawl wrapped around her shoulders, overlooking a pristine swimming pool in the backyard of a Spanish-style mansion. His family had struggled when he was a teen, but these past few years the Sonoran pack was thriving. Gareth didn't know what kind of business his father was involved in. He'd rather not ask, but at least his mother and his brothers were doing well. He couldn't say he didn't benefit either. His mother fronted the money for the down payment on his place. He could afford the house now, but those first few years running the auto shop had been a bit dicey. She continued.
The change can happen suddenly. With you boys, it was like una granada blowing up as soon as you turned 14. Pero las mujeres son delicadas. Your Aunt Juana and Rosalia all entered the change at different ages. Para chicas, the age she becomes a woman will make a difference. How old is she?
Definitely past puberty, Gareth said. She's turning 20.
Yeah, that is late. Okay. Sometimes being all alone can stop it.
Alone? Gareth echoed. Like separated from her pack? Does that happen a lot?
A veces, it's more common now because of the foster system. Wolf pups need other wolves to stimulate them. Les dan vitalidad. They pass along their vitality. If they're isolated, then pups never really get a chance to come out.
I didn't realize that was a thing, Gareth said.
Well, it is. Your tío and your cousins took you boys on a lot of fishing trips. And you had me and Poppy at home. It's why we stick to the pack.
Right. Gareth didn't miss the subtle nag about sticking to the pack. He knew she didn't approve of him leaving their family behind in Arizona, but he couldn't live around his dad anymore. He and his old man never got along. Their last altercation got bloody. He ran a hand down the tattoos on his forearm. It was better for the family if he ducked out. Any other reason? Gareth asked.
Well, there's one more. If a wolf child is malnourished, or living under a lot of stress, that can also stop the change. Natural self-preservation, or just the physical toll of the stress.
That's something to think about, Gareth murmured.
You sure this chica is a wolf?
Oh yeah, absolutamente. But she hasn't changed yet, so she doesn't know.
Was she adopted?
Kind of.
Careful millo. Remember your father is an alpha. Your wolf blood is potent. If you're spending a lot of time together, you might trigger the change without meaning to.
Oh, I mean to, he muttered.
Oh no. Mijo, escúchame. She's going to need support if she starts to change and no one tells her what's going on. It can be very dangerous. You know what happened to Rosalia, and we only just got her back.
Gareth's brow darkened. Yes, he knew Rosalia's story very well. His mom's youngest sister was abducted by slave traders and sold as breeding stock on the black market when she was 15. Unfortunately, it was a common story in lichen families. Females were rare, and they could be auctioned for as much as $250,000. Her mother's family had searched for Rosalia for 25 years before they were finally reunited. His aunt lived in Phoenix now with the rest of the Sonoran pack, but she was a very private person. He didn't know much about Rosalia's life. His aunt didn't share her story with many people. His mom and cousins knew more about it than he did. I hear you, Gareth said. I know the danger. Don't worry, Mama, I can handle it. I will keep an eye on her.
I worry for this girl. You keep a close eye on her. Remember Rosalia. Bad men are everywhere.
Gareth was distracted by Vin's black truck pulling up in front of the car garage. Shit, he'd forgotten that Vin was coming in for overtime today. He was hoping to get some space to think. He suspected Vin had a girl now and needed the extra cash. But he didn't know for sure. If it didn't relate to work, they didn't talk much. Gotta go, Mama, he said. Gotta work.
Ahí, mijo, I hope it works out with this wolf girl.
Gareth grinned. Sure, Mom. Say hi to my cousins. Love you.
Te quiero. Call more often, okay?
I will, I promise. Adios. He hung up the phone with a sigh. He felt a little better having this information in his back pocket. He had been thinking about Maddie's wolf blood since last night. If she changed, then he could explain the life mate thing to her, and all this wouldn't seem so strange. She'd get it, she would have to. But she was very delayed. Now he knew what was delaying her. Of course it was Dean. The stress of living in that house. Her isolation and the whole fucking situation had compounded into this mess. His instincts were right. Living in that mobile home wasn't healthy for her. He had to get her out.
Remember, your father is an alpha. Your wolf blood is potent. If you're spending a lot of time together, you might trigger the change without meaning to.
His mother had shared some priceless information, so his alpha blood might trigger her change. Alphas were not like regular Lycan. They were a cut above the rest. Stronger, fiercer, a little crazier. His father was a prime example of that. Gareth had spent the last several years trying to get away from the devil blood that defined him. Now it was finally coming in handy. Supposedly only alphas had life mates, though he wasn't sure of that, so little was known anymore about the bond. He could have asked his mom, but he didn't want to get her excited. A life mate was a very big deal. She would want to fly out to meet Maddie, and that wasn't a good idea right now. He got out of the car and slammed the door behind him. Then he went to unlock the garage doors. His jaw was clenched. Vin was climbing out of his black truck.
Oh, hey, boss. Thought you were taking Sundays off.
Plans changed, Gareth growled as he unlocked the two big garage doors and slid them up overhead. He had hired Vin over the summer to help him handle the rush. The kid wasn't much good with customers, but he was a whiz at fixing cars, and he learned the new diagnostic equipment in a day. He liked to tinker and figure stuff out. He was awkward, but useful, and he wanted to work. Gareth wanted to keep him around for as long as Vin wanted to stay. Luckily, the busy summer season was slowing down. Over the summer, they were both working 7 days a week and raking in the cash. Now in October, the mountain passes were closed due to heavy storms, less traffic coming through from the other side of the mountain. So the shop got a break. Still, there was always something to do. Gareth stood face to face with a big diesel F-250 that needed a new head gasket. Easy enough to swap out, and the part just came in. He rounded the truck and went to change into his work overalls. "You hittin' the Mercedes?" he called to Vin.
Yup, just finishing the tires.
The 23-year-old kid turned on his Bluetooth speakers and started blasting music. Vin hit the button and boosted up the Mercedes on the other lift. Gareth thought of Maddie as he put on his work uniform. He had been pissed since Friday night. It all went south like a landslide after Dean showed up. Maddie was a different person around her stepdad. He regretted taking her to get the dog, but he supposed her stepdad's return to her life was inevitable. He just wished it wasn't so soon, right when he was gaining her trust. For a moment in the arcade, she had let down her walls and acted her age. He loved it. She was laid back and hyper all at once, curious and ready to play. He was high energy, and she kept up easily. She laughed at his dumb humor. He saw her genuinely smile at him, and she had dimples. Fucking adorable. But then he'd gone and fucked it all up. He called her out on her caretaking. She reminded him of his mom that way. He saw the pattern, so he said something. But she was young, and he was too honest, too blunt. He let his anger get the best of him. He wasn't a perfect man by any means, and he had been too harsh. He knew she had some figuring out to do. He couldn't make her leave her stepdad behind, though after seeing the ragged scars on her back and the trash throughout the trailer, it seemed like a no-brainer. But good people were loyal, sometimes loyal to the wrong people. And, in her twisted world, that was the only father she knew. Gareth knew how addiction worked. He had dealt with it in his own family. His dad, the alpha of the Phoenix Pack, was straightened out now after suffering a major heart attack and losing half his kidney function. But he was still a cold and violent man. How the rest of the pack put up with such an alpha, Gareth was done wondering. He wouldn't go back. Not until his old man was dead. He was worried about what would happen to Maddie if he left her alone in that house. Dean Harvey was a fool, not a manic tyrant like his own pops, but he was still dangerous. Would she turn up with more bruises? Gareth pulled in a deep breath. He might have to murder Dean if he saw one more scratch on that girl. Gareth grabbed the box with the new head gasket and walked back into the shop. Sunlight spilled into the shop floor through the two open doors. Looked like the heavy, overcast sky was breaking up a bit. Nice to have a break in the rain. He got Vin lined out on the Mercedes. Then he opened the hood on the F-250. Time to get his hands busy. Then his cell phone buzzed from the shelf behind him. Fucking finally. Was Maddie ready to talk yet? He had dropped off some things for her that morning, hoping to draw her out. He paused to check his phone. Damn, another text from Roxy.
Hey, big guy. Are you busy tonight? You should come over.
Gareth sighed. Roxy was all right. They had fucked around for a bit, off and on. Usually late-night stuff. He never invested or talked about his life. They had both agreed to keep things casual. He never met her friends or family. Hell, they only hooked up a few times. When she started trying to get closer to him, he took a big step back. That was the last they spoke. He was surprised she still had his number. They hadn't spoken in a few months. Maddie was his life mate, but for the past 5 years she had been way too young for him to approach her, and wolf blood ran hot. So Roxy became a hookup for those nights when he thought he would break his wrist from beating off. He never meant to use her. He thought their arrangement was mutual. But last July, Roxy confessed her feelings to him. He simply didn't feel the same way, so he'd been forced to break things off. He hovered for a moment, wondering what to say. Then finally he texted back. Hey, sorry I can't. I'm seeing someone.
Huh? You're kidding? For real?
Yeah. He texted. I got a girlfriend now.
Since when? You told me you didn't get serious.
Well, things changed. I'm serious now.
Wow, that's messed up. So when you said you didn't get serious, you just meant with me?
It's nothing personal, Roxy. I thought we both agreed it was just a temporary thing. She sent a much longer text. He glanced over it, but all he saw was a bunch of cuss words calling him a jackass. Maybe he deserved some of it, but he didn't think so. He was pretty selective with his sexual partners. He thought Roxy could handle the arrangement. Guess he was wrong. He selected her name in his app and blocked her number. Then he went back to work.
Sunday morning, Maddie woke up late. She was exhausted, but the dog was whining to go out. Right, new responsibility. She got up and used the bathroom. Her head injury looked healed enough to take the bandage off. She felt wistful throwing it in the trash. She pulled on her hoodie and a pair of black leggings, tied on Joker's paracord leash, then opened the back door to take Joker on a walk. She almost tripped over a giant bag of dog food and several grocery bags laid out on the covered porch. Next to the groceries was her backpack. She stared at the collection, stunned, then she dropped the leash and almost collapsed. She had cried most of the previous night and slept like shit. If her backpack was there, that meant Gareth had delivered these groceries for her. But he hadn't said a word. Hadn't asked to see her or talk. No texts or missed calls. Maddie shuffled nervously through the groceries. He even bought her toilet paper. Damn. He must have dropped almost $200 on all this. Her kitchen would be stocked for weeks. All right, so the groceries were probably to relieve his conscience. But he returned all her personal stuff too. She brought everything inside, then she went through her backpack. She found her homework and her change of clothes, her phone charger, CBD pen, the white stuffed bear, and other items. She even found the little spider ring he had won for her at Zippy's. But still no text. Shit. Maybe it really was a breakup. Tears stung her eyes again. This wasn't how it was supposed to work. She was supposed to give him a silent treatment while she thought things through. Then he was supposed to cave in. He would send her a text message admitting he was mean and wrong for all the shit he said on Friday night. He was wrong about her stepdad, wrong about her enabling, wrong about her life. He was just wrong. Then he would beg her to forgive him. But now the tables were turned. Was he done with her? Had she pushed him too far? Her stepdad was still asleep on the couch. Maddie retreated to her bedroom with her stuff and shut the door behind her. Then she held the bear for a moment, feeling anxious and sad. She didn't know what to think. Was this his way of saying goodbye? Summoning her courage, she took out her phone. She typed out a message and hit send. Thanks for the groceries. Then she waited. It became apparent that Gareth wasn't going to respond quickly. So she shoved her phone in her pocket, flipped up her hood, and went to take Joker on a stroll through the woods. As she walked, she remembered her surreal encounter with the wolf the day before. She looked around the woods a lot more than usual, jumping at every rustle in the bushes or snap of a twig, but she didn't see any big black beasts roaming about. She sighed. Wolves hunted over a wide range of territory. Maybe the beast was on some other part of the mountain, and maybe that was a good thing. On the way back, her phone pinged.
Sure thing. Make sure you eat.
She didn't know what it meant. Why did he care if she ate, if he was breaking up with her? She tried to imagine where he was and what he was doing. She texted again. So, are you busy? Gareth replied after a minute.
Just working. What's up?
Didn't hear from you yesterday.
You said you needed space, so I was giving you that.
Maddie chewed her lip. She had never been in a relationship before. She didn't know what to do, but she felt worn out and emotionally drained from her long night. She typed out, "Are we broken up?" Then she hesitated, scared to hit send, knowing it could unleash a domino effect and completely break whatever thread still bound them together. But she couldn't stay in limbo, it was driving her crazy. She hit send. She waited. God, what was taking him so long to respond? Did he want to torture her? This was bad news. She finished walking Joker and went back inside. Then her phone pinged. Her stomach tied itself in knots as she opened her messages.
Do you really think I'd buy groceries for you if we were broken up?
Maddie blinked at the text. She replied, "I don't know. I thought maybe you felt guilty."
Nope, but we need to talk. Come over.
Maddie read the text twice. We need to talk? Shit, why did those words scare her? It was not going to be a pleasant conversation. She felt like she was in trouble. Couldn't they just talk over text messages? Ugh, no, that might actually be worse. Maybe it was better to handle this kind of thing in person. With shaky hands, she texted. Yeah, okay. Should I go to your place?
I'm at the car garage. Jack's Auto Repair. It's on Highway 20. Here's the address.
Maddie felt a spike of anxiety. She hadn't planned on going to his workplace. It was kind of intimidating, the thought of seeing him out in the adult world, doing adult things. She knew he worked at a car garage, but she didn't know where. I guess I'm about to find out. She entered the address for Jack's Auto Repair into her phone's GPS. It was only a 2-mile walk down the highway from her house. Not far at all, actually. She was surprised. 3 miles was about her daily commute to school. She could walk there in less than an hour. One thing was for sure. Gareth did not text like the kids at school, who spent all their time on the phone. His messages were brief and to the point. She felt like she was talking to an authority figure. And now she felt like she was in trouble. I'm on my way. She sent him the short message. Maddie dropped into the trailer briefly to tell her dad she was taking Joker on a walk and wouldn't be back for a while. Dean waved her off. He looked groggy from just waking up, and he was lighting up a joint. As she shut the door behind her, she heard Dean grumble.
Hey, pick up laundry detergent while you're out.
Maddie rolled her eyes. She was going the opposite direction from town, so that wasn't happening. He could buy his own damn detergent, though she would probably pick some up from the store tomorrow on her walk home. Then she started walking towards the highway, Joker following happily along on her rope leash.
Hey, thanks for listening to Heart of the Wolf by Mariposa. Next chapter is about to start, but I wanted to remind you super quick that you're smart, sexy, and you got a great ass. Also, don't forget to pick up a copy of the print book or ebook, available on Amazon.com. Like and subscribe to this channel for more story. Next chapter in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Chapter 12. Maddie walked down the long black ribbon of highway through the mountains. The rain had stopped for a bit, though the sky was still overcast. She had no idea Gareth worked this close to her house. Geez, no wonder she saw him so often in the woods. If she or her dad owned a car, maybe she would have encountered him a lot more often. Highway 20 was the only route from Black River over the mountain into upstate New York. The highway cut through an old-growth pine forest before it climbed upward and turned east into the Adirondacks. The woods were filled with black bears, moose, white-tailed deer, bobcats, and coyotes. It was unusual to encounter a predator like a wolf. Maddie wondered if she would ever see the beast again. Maddie loved watching the wildlife on the mountain. It was better than a movie in her opinion. Nature always seemed busy if she took the time to slow down and watch. Overhead, a flock of honking geese flew by in V formation, their necks stretched out and white wings flapping. Over the summer, it wasn't unusual to see clouds of monarch butterflies making their way through the meadowed woodland. October was a bit late in the year, but she kept an eye out. Butterfly watching was one of Maddie's secret, hidden pleasures. She had a whole sketchbook full of drawings. She wasn't very good, but she tried to capture all the different patterns on their wings. Through the forest to her left, if she went far enough, she would encounter the banks of the Black River, which flowed into Lake Ontario 100 miles away. To her right, the mountain reared its mystical, white-crowned head. At this time of year, the passes were closed higher up the mountain, which meant less traffic on the highway. It took about 45 minutes to walk to Jack's Auto Repair. Joker made the walk a bit more challenging because she kept trying to chase after squirrels or follow weird smells off into the brush. Maddie kept the leash tightly wrapped around her wrist. Joker might be a puppy, but she was strong. As she walked, Maddie thought over her argument with Gareth on Friday night. She was still hurt by everything he had said.
You're not his daughter, Mads. You're his housekeeper and his caretaker. That's it. That man doesn't give a shit about being your father.
Dean was the only father she had ever known. She knew he wasn't her real dad, and she wasn't his real daughter, but the reminder of it stung. This was her life. She couldn't change it. Gareth owed her an apology. Maddie saw the sign for the gas station first, a small convenience store with 4 pumps out front. Jack's Auto Repair was across the parking lot. A slight incline separated the two properties, covered in gravel and tall grass. Only a few cars were at the pumps. Maddie walked past the gas station to the garage. Jack's Auto Repair was painted light gray with a new red sign. It had 2 big garage doors open, revealing the service ramps inside. 2 cars were boosted up on metal lifts, a big F-250 and a little red Mercedes. A steel gate enclosed a car lot at the back of the garage where it looked like a few trucks were being kept overnight. Maddie assumed they were waiting on parts. A small office with a blue door hung off the side of the building. Maddie didn't know if she should go into the garage directly or through the office. She didn't see Gareth anywhere. Then she caught sight of someone. A skinny kid close to her own age was working underneath the Mercedes. He might have been 22 or 23. He noticed her approaching and stepped away from the car. He wiped his hands on a rag that he thrust into his back pocket. Maddie's eyes swept over him curiously. He wore gray overalls with the words Jack's Auto Repair embroidered over the left breast pocket. Besides that, he had an edgy look about him. His face was thin with hollow cheeks, and Maddie thought he sorta resembled a goat. He had a little triangular soul patch on his chin, black plugs in his ears, and an eyebrow piercing. Maddie imagined him and her friend, B, making a cute couple. They definitely had the same aesthetic.
Hey there, can I help you? Cute dog, by the way.
Thanks. I'm here to see Gareth. He looked her up and down. Maddie couldn't tell what he was thinking. She was a little sweaty from the walk, but she didn't think she looked that bad.
He's busy right now. We got a tow truck if you're broken down. I can haul you back here for a fee.
Oh, no, it's not that. He told me to come by. I think he's expecting me.
Okay? What's your name? He didn't say anything to me.
Maddie frowned. Was she supposed to make an appointment? Who was this guy? Look, it was kind of last minute. I just walked here.
Maddie.
She heard Gareth's loud, deep, booming voice echo from the other side of the garage. They both jumped.
Yeah, it's me.
Her own voice sounded high and timid in comparison.
Bring her back, Vin.
Sorry, I'll take you back now. My bad.
The punkish guy gave her a bashful smile. As he led her into the garage, he explained.
Boss says not to bother him when he's working, but then he goes and changes his mind all the time. He wants me to get better at handling customers.
It's okay, no worries. They found Gareth at the back of the garage. He was bent under the hood of the big truck with a socket wrench in hand. His black hair was tied back in a messy, partial bun at the base of his neck. His jaw and cheekbones looked sharp enough to cut a finger. His eyes glimmered bright hazel in the soft autumn daylight.
Here she is, boss.
Thanks, Vin. You almost finished with the Mercedes?
Yeah, just gonna write up the invoice.
Right. Keep an eye on the front.
Vin nodded. He gave Maddie a little wave, then walked back through the garage. Maddie didn't know what to do. She hovered nervously, watching Gareth's broad back as he finished working on the transmission. She glanced around the interior of the garage. She hadn't spent much time around cars. She saw metal shelves lined with oil canisters and transmission fluid, different sizes of wheels and hubcaps, some larger tools and machinery. But the shop was clean and well organized. No garbage or clutter lying around. So this is where he works, she thought. He owned this place. It was his garage. He was running his own small business. He even had an employee. Someone called him boss. I'm dating a boss, she thought. Or at least, she had been dating a boss for all of 3 days. Their talk would probably put an end to that. Now she felt like a kid who had been called to the principal's office, especially in a place like this, all heavy metal and cement, and no softness. Their meeting felt like all business. Finally Gareth finished and straightened. He sighed, stretching out his back.
Did you walk here okay?
He turned to look at her. Well, shit. She could tell just by his tone that he had something on his mind, and his expression was too serious. He reached up and undid his hair, shaking it out, running his hands through it, then pulling it back. He tied it again at the base of his neck. Yeah, it wasn't bad. I brought Joker with me. Then he noticed the dog. Joker was lying on the cool cement floor. He stooped down to scratch her ears and she thumped her tail. She was much more calm after the long walk.
Come with me.
She and Joker followed him through the garage into a small break room. The walls were unapologetically gray and utilitarian, the cement floor covered with black rubber mats. Harsh fluorescent lights hung from the ceiling, one of them was out. She saw 4 lockers, a card table, a mini fridge, and a microwave. Gareth unzipped his work overalls and stepped out of them, then tossed them in one of the lockers. Underneath his gray jumpsuit, he was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. She stared again at his muscular, tattooed arms. She read over those words, Loco Lobo. She knew loco meant crazy, but she didn't know the other word. He took a minute to get a plastic bowl down from a cabinet in the break room and fill it with water from the sink, which he gave to Joker. Meanwhile, Maddie looped the end of Joker's leash to one of the cabinet doors. Stay. Joker wagged her tail. She wasn't trained, but she seemed happy enough to sit on the floor next to the water bowl and pant.
This way.
Gareth led her through the break room into an even smaller office, with barely enough room for a filing cabinet and a desk with a new computer on it. The computer was turned off and looked like it hadn't been used in a while. The desk was covered in paperwork. It was a bit chaotic, and Maddie felt slightly better about the state of her house. He shut the door firmly behind them.
All right. Have a seat. Let's talk.
He pulled up a metal stool and pointed to the computer chair behind the desk. Maddie took the computer chair while he sat on the metal stool. The chair was very low to the ground, and he was higher up than her. She gazed up at him nervously. He said with a bit of humor in his voice,
You don't gotta look so scared. I won't punish you.
What do you mean?
You look like you think you're in trouble.
Oh yeah, ha. So, I texted you a question. She waited as Gareth released a slow breath.
Right. You want to know if we're broken up.
Maddie fidgeted with her fingers. She stared down at her hands in her lap. Gareth leaned forward slightly, trying to catch her gaze.
Why'd you ask me that? You freaking out?
Maddie released a breath she didn't know she was holding. Well, she began, yeah, I guess so. You didn't text me yesterday, and you brought my stuff back to the trailer. I thought maybe it was a sign, like maybe you're over it. She glanced up and searched his eyes. Are we breaking up?
I don't plan on it. But Mads, I'm not gonna lie, we gotta talk about Friday night. 'Cause I'm pissed.
What? Why?
You agreed to stay at my place. But the moment Dean appears, that changes.
Well, I had to take care of him.
You don't owe him that. He's a grown man. And I don't want you staying in the trailer after what you showed me.
What did I show you?
On your back. Those scars.
Oh.
That's right. Oh. After seeing those, I don't want you anywhere near that guy. I want you far away from him.
So what, you want me to move out?
Something like that.
Maddie bit back a laugh. Her voice had a hysterical edge. That's wild. Where would I go? You want me to move in with you? Gareth raised an eyebrow. He didn't need to respond. Maddie glanced away from his steady gaze and swallowed past a hard lump in her throat. Yeah, that's what he wanted. She knew that, and she liked his house. It was quiet, peaceful. She could see him every day, which was kind of mind-blowing, but the thought of moving out was overwhelming. There was too much uncertainty. She wrapped her arms around herself. That's a lot to ask of me right now, she said.
Why?
Because someone has to take care of the dog.
That's not a real reason, Mads.
Maddie knew it wasn't. She could always bring Joker along, or find the pup a new home. She couldn't really vocalize her reasons. It was all instinctive. Reality was, she didn't know Gareth that well. She was drawn to him, but they had barely spoken over the last 5 years. She felt that cosmic force pulling them together, but he was intimidating as hell. There was plenty about him she didn't know. On top of that, she was afraid of leaving the trailer. She had lived there her whole life. It would be a lot easier if Dean liked Gareth, but he didn't. Maddie would get her ass kicked if Dean found out they were dating. What would happen if she left the trailer to live with Gareth?
You're not gonna tell me why.
Maddie realized she had been quiet for a long time. I can't stay with you, she repeated. It's too much, too soon. We've been dating for 4 days. I can't just move in with you.
Sure, Mads. I get that it's fast. But you're a special case. We didn't just meet, and I've got a problem with someone leaving bruises on you.
She dropped her eyes, ashamed.
He beats on you. Mads.
He hasn't hit me in over a year.
Then what's that bruise on your back?
That's different. It was an accident. He pushed me because I was in the way. Gareth was quiet, his shoulders stiffened. Maddie fought the urge to over-explain. Her excuse sounded weak, even to her own ears, but it was the truth. Dean had apologized for shoving her. He was drunk. Just give me some time to figure some stuff out, she said.
All right. How long?
Really? We're going to put a deadline on it?
Yeah, we are. So how much time do you need? A week? 2 weeks?
Maddie stared at Gareth with wide eyes. He looked dead serious. Try like a year. You can't force me to do something I don't want to do.
You're right. I can't. But I'm warning you now, little girl. If I see one more bruise on you, I will drag you out of that trailer by the scruff of your neck.
Maddie stared at him, biting back her retort. She could have been snarky, but something about his voice, so low and gruff, made her throat close up. He looked like he was about to drag her back to his house right now. I'm not moving out in 2 weeks. I told you my life's a mess. I warned you to stay far away from me. So this is it. Take it or leave it. Gareth folded his big arms across his chest. He gave her an appraising look.
You really want me to stay away from you?
Maddie dropped her eyes. She shoved her hands into the pockets of her hoodie. No. Gareth released a deep, put-upon sigh. Then he reached out. He caught the front of her sweater and pulled her over to him. Maddie stumbled forward out of the chair as he dragged her into his arms. Her eyes widened as his warmth enveloped her. She found herself standing between his legs, leaned up against his inner thigh. He held her loosely in the circle of his big arms. He smelled a little bit like sweat with a hint of oil and rubber, totally manly.
All right, so I said some words Friday night. I think I hurt you. You want to talk about that?
Yeah. Maddie swallowed. Standing this close to him made her heart race erratically in her chest. She was really bad at talking about her feelings, especially face-to-face like this. Throwing a tantrum or yelling seemed so much easier. She felt her anxiety spike. So Friday night, you really hurt my feelings. You said some harsh stuff.
Yup, I know. So what hurt you?
You said Dean's not my real dad.
Well, he's not.
Maddie flinched. She was trying really hard to be nice, but she felt her temper flare again. That's a fucked up thing to say. You basically said my stepdad doesn't give a shit about me. Gareth brushed a strand of red hair back behind her ear. He studied her face as though considering his next words. Still, she thought he could have considered them longer, since when he spoke, it wasn't exactly sweet.
Mads, sorry to be blunt, but he doesn't give a shit about you. I know it's not black and white. He's probably an alright guy sometimes. But trust me, he doesn't care about anyone but himself.
Maddie felt tears stinging her eyes. Gareth's voice gentled.
I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. But I meant what I said. I was being honest. It's tough love, baby girl.
I can't help my stepdad's issues.
He's abusing you, using you, and he's got you pinned down.
Maddie flushed. She hated how he looked at her, his gold eyes piercing her like they could see into her soul. She felt like he had the upper hand, and she hated it.
You gotta stop lying to yourself, baby girl. I saw the bruises. How do I know he hasn't done anything since Friday? Would you tell me?
Maddie hesitated, shocked by his question. She didn't have time to react. Gareth turned her suddenly in his arms and yanked up her sweater, his eyes running over the skin of her back. She gasped. His warm, calloused hand brushed the spiderweb of raised scar tissue. He rested his palm there for a moment. Her heart quickened. She felt the possessiveness in his touch. A shiver of anticipation went down her spine, and warmth settled in her belly. He owned her, she knew it. But she couldn't just belly up like a lost puppy. Trusting people came at a price. He dropped her sweater back down and turned her around to face him. He pushed up her sleeves to check her arms.
Good, no new bruises. So I don't have to kill a motherfucker today.
Then he held her wrists and looked into her eyes.
Mads, you deserve better. You don't owe that piece of shit anything. Give me one reason why you should stay loyal to him.
Hot tears stung her eyes. She felt her face grow pale. He didn't throw me out when my mom died.
What? Is that it?
Yeah, I was an orphan. He could have sent me to social services, but he didn't. He gave me a place to live. Maddie cringed inwardly. Saying it out loud sounded pathetic somehow, but Dean had thrown it in her face 100 times.
In your mom's trailer?
Yes.
Does he own it?
Maddie hesitated. She actually didn't know anything about that. I don't know.
So the generous and benevolent Dean Harvey let you stay in your mom's trailer after she died. Maybe the trailer belongs to you. Have you thought about that? Maybe he couldn't send you to social services because he would lose his home.
In truth, Maddie hadn't considered that. She had no idea whose name was on the title of the property. It hadn't occurred to her to check. Now she felt dumb. She had always thought of it as Mom's place. Maybe he had a point. I don't know, that's a lot to think about. But Gareth, you and me, we only just started dating. You keep pushing me to move out, but I really can't move this fast. I've never had a boyfriend before. I've never been kissed before. Until, in the car, when you... Gareth squeezed her wrists gently.
I know.
Dad says you got me fooled. He thinks you're just after teen pussy. Gareth grimaced. He glanced down briefly. A look of disgust flickered across his face, probably at Dean's raunchy language.
Well, some guys would be.
I think it's better if we're just friends right now, she blurted out. Like, slow down a bit, let me take this one step at a time. I can't move out of my house to live with you, that's psycho. No one would make that demand of someone they just met. I need to breathe. I need to slow down. Gareth looked thoughtful. He searched her eyes, his thumb stroked the inside of her wrist in a slow circle. The small touch made her relax, she felt some of the tension leave her shoulders as she waited for his response. He brushed another stray lock of long auburn hair behind her ear. Each small caress of his calloused fingers made her heart flutter. His eyes flickered over her face. He sighed.
Friends, huh? All right. Maybe I jumped in too fast and you weren't ready. You've been through a lot this past weekend. You're overwhelmed. I get it.
Thank you.
I'm not finished.
Maddie bit her lip.
We can slow down if that's what you need. But I see what's going on, Mads, maybe better than you do. You're a caretaker. You think it's normal, but it's unhealthy. You might put up with Dean's bullshit, but I won't. He's got addiction issues, and it's running you into the ground.
He's not just some addict. He's my dad.
Yeah, well, that's hard.
You really think I'm unhealthy? Like I'm toxic?
I think you're in a toxic situation.
So, yes, he thought she was toxic. She almost heard Kaylee's voice in her head, taunting her. Maddie struggled with that for a moment. She knew her home life was unhealthy, how could it not be? But it was the only home she had ever known. This is all my fault. Why am I so fucked up?
You know what I saw on Friday?
What?
Dean comes first. Before yourself, before me, before anything else. You might say you hate that guy, but he calls you at midnight from an hour away and you go running. Your world revolves around that wasted son of a bitch. So sure, let's go slow. Let's be friends. Because if I'm your boyfriend, I'm not putting up with Dean. And I won't watch you caretake his sorry ass. I gotta nip this threesome in the bud.
Maddie felt frustrated and confused. He was turning the tables on her, like being friends was his idea. She crossed her arms angrily in front of her chest and glared at him. Gareth sat casually on the stool as he considered her. Why did he have to look so calm? All right, then we're just friends.
Yep.
You act like it's no big deal.
I want you to sort out your situation with your dad before I sort it out for you.
Maddie scoffed. You don't have to sort out anything for me. I already think Dean's an asshole.
So you gonna move out?
Maddie was silent.
All right. You gonna tell him you saw me today?
Maddie glanced up and met Gareth's eyes. She couldn't answer him. His face darkened the longer she hesitated.
I don't like you sneaking around. I get you learn to lie to protect yourself, but it's a bad habit, Mads.
She felt ashamed. Why did he have to make her feel like a kid? You don't have to worry about me lying anymore. We're not together, we're just friends. So you can ditch me whenever you want. Maddie tried to sound tough, but she saw Gareth's face soften.
I'm not abandoning you, Mads.
Sure. Fine. Right. They stared at each other for a long moment. Maddie couldn't handle the tension in the room between them. She felt angry and sick and hurt. The office was so small and cramped, she thought she would suffocate. She needed fresh air and space to think. She stood up in the small office and turned to the door. I'll just go now. She started to push by him, but his arm snaked out. He caught her easily by the waist and dragged her back into his body, between his legs. His strong arms trapped her against him. One hand went to the back of her neck. He angled her head as his mouth boldly slanted over hers. Maddie froze. Her lips parted instinctively as his tongue dipped into her mouth. Fuck. He tasted delicious. His breath mingled with her own, his kiss deep and sensual. She felt a slight brush of stubble from his jaw. His kiss deepened, his tongue thoroughly exploring her mouth. A little whimper of pleasure fought up from her throat as her knees grew weak. Her nipples began to tingle and swell beneath her sweater. His fingers wove into her hair, gripping her head firmly, holding her captive. She could feel the heat of his body through his white t-shirt. Fuck, he was so big. Spirals of pleasure moved through her at his touch. His arms held her bound. Her fingers started to travel on their own, inching up his back to his muscular shoulders, then up his neck into his thick hair. The messy bun at the base of his neck came loose in her hands. His black hair fell soft and silken across his shoulders. She ran her hands through it in a daze. He shifted against her, pulling her more firmly against his body. He wasn't shy in the least as his arms slipped down and his hands gripped her ass. He manhandled her through her black leggings. His long fingers pressed into her intimate folds through the thin spandex material. Maddie gasped in shock, squirming away with a little mew of protest, but he held her ass firmly in his big, strong hands. His fingers probed along her slit through her leggings. She thought he might tear her pants off, he was so aggressive.
Friends.
He repeated into her mouth, his voice thick with passion.
Let's be friends, Mads.
She moaned, she felt like melted butter. Her eyes slitted open. His face was dark with passion as he kissed her. She knew her own gaze must be sultry and vulnerable. He pulled her flush against him, letting her feel the size of his erection through his jeans against her crotch. Then he leaned in close to her ear.
Why you pushing me away, Mads?
Fuck. I'm not.
Don't lie to me.
He pinched her ass, hard. She squealed, squirming against him, arching in his arms like a cat. He caught her lips in a deep kiss, taking her noises into himself.
You know what I think.
He spoke into her mouth. She murmured something incoherent.
I think you're afraid.
Maddie tried to respond, but her words were muffled. He kept drowning her in kisses, at first passionate and slow, then soft and playful, then deep and lusty. She groaned. His lips traveled back to her ear, where he nibbled at her earlobe, catching it between his teeth, then down her neck, leaving a trail of pleasure. His hand went between her legs and he pressed against her clit. Maddie gasped and weakened, gazing up at him with a helpless, vulnerable expression. He gazed into her eyes, his own dark with lust.
You're so fucking beautiful.
She blushed. For a wild moment, she thought he would take her right there in his office. Drag off her panties and claim her virginity, make love to her like a scene from some steamy, late-night HBO special. She never got the chance to find out. One of the metal lockers in the break room slammed shut, and she heard Joker whine in excitement. Sounded like Vin was making lunch. Gareth released her with much reluctance. Maddie sucked in a deep breath. Her lips were swollen and soft, her cheeks flushed, her head spinning. She tried to stand up, but she overbalanced and fell against his chest. Why did she feel drunk? Gareth. She met his eyes. Shit. His look pierced her, she couldn't deny the hunger in his gaze. She felt it to her core. I'm sorry. I can't.
Why you apologizing?
He drew her close again, and she shivered as his big, tatted arms looped around her. His lips brushed her forehead. The gentle caress brought tears to her eyes. I meant it when I said we should be friends. She felt terrible saying it again, but she knew it was the right thing to do. I can't handle this right now. I don't know how to be in a relationship. I can't. He hushed her gently.
It's all right. I know you're overwhelmed.
I'm sorry.
You don't gotta apologize, baby girl.
I'm really sorry, she repeated. Damn, why did he always make her cry? She tried to push away from him and stand up straight, but she overbalanced again, feeling dizzy. The room dipped slightly to the left. Gareth grabbed her by the forearms. He steadied her. He looked concerned.
You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm okay, I think. The lights are kinda bright.
Bright, huh? You look pale. You gonna faint on me?
No, I don't think so. The room kept spinning. She clung to his arms as her pulse raced. She felt like she couldn't catch her breath. Why was she so dizzy?
Mads.
Gareth's voice seemed far away. Something's wrong, she mumbled as her vision narrowed. His arms went around her, and he drew her against his chest as her legs lost strength. She felt like her limbs had turned to water and she was melting into the floor. The last thing she saw was his concerned face as she fell forward. Heart of the Wolf, a steamy paranormal romance novel by author A. Mariposa. Chapter 13.
Gareth paced up and down the driveway outside of Jack's auto repair. His cell phone was raised to his ear. He listened to it ring. Inside, on a wooden bench in the break room, her head propped up on his jacket, Maddie lay unconscious. It wasn't the most comfortable place to take a nap, but he didn't have a couch she could lay on. He didn't like customers to be too comfortable around his shop. Then they hung around longer. Her cheeks were pale, but her pulse was steady. He suspected what the problem might be, but he didn't want to assume anything before he talked to his mom again. If Gareth craned his neck, he could see through the break room door. He glimpsed Vin sitting next to Maddie on a foldable plastic chair, scrolling through his phone. A bemused half-smile crossed Gareth's face. The kid was probably looking up home remedies for fainting online. Luckily, Gareth was well versed in first aid, CPR, and other survival skills from his time in the army. He wanted to laugh. Fuck the internet. He was the damned home remedy. He remembered Vin's look of shock when he carried Maddie from his office into the break room. Vin had just sat down at a small card table with a meatball sandwich for lunch. He looked like he was about to watch an episode of something on his phone. Joker was eagerly sitting by his feet, her puppy eyes trained on the meatballs, a bit of drool puddling on the floor between her paws. When Vin saw Maddie, he sat up straight and almost dropped his sandwich.
Whoa, what happened? She okay?
She got dizzy. Gonna lay her down here for a minute.
Is she all right? Did she hit her head?
No. I'm gonna make a phone call. Watch her for me?
Sure thing, boss.
Vin looked a little pale and nervous, but he seemed determined to help. Don't you go passing out on me, too, Gareth growled as he grabbed his phone from his jacket pocket. Then he folded up the flannel jacket and tucked it under Maddie's head. I'll be right back. Come get me if she wakes up. Gareth left the break room, his cell phone in hand. He walked through the garage to the driveway before dialing. He had his suspicions about what might have caused Maddie to faint, but that was wolf business, stuff that Vin wouldn't understand. As the phone rang and rang, Gareth paced up and down in front of the shop, trying to stay calm. If everything his mom said was true, then maybe all this fucking around had triggered Maddie's change. It might be happening a lot faster than he originally assumed. He didn't know what to expect. When he tried to remember his first werewolf change, all he remembered was being ravenously hungry and horny all the time. But maybe that was just called being a teenage boy. Finally, the phone picked up.
Mijo. ¿Qué tal? 2 calls in one day. Now I know something happened.
Hola, mama. Quick question for you. It's about that girl. The one I told you about before.
Yes. The wolf girl. She must be una persona muy preciosa para ti.
Gareth paused. He spoke all right Spanglish, but it took a second to understand what his mom said. Then it came to him. She must be a very precious person to you. His mom's voice was laced with heavy implication. He couldn't deny it, but he didn't want to say too much more. His mother was an intelligent woman. She would put it all together if he gave up too much. He hadn't called her since her birthday, and here he was calling twice in the same morning about a girl. Yeah, she knew something was up. He asked quickly, "So what are the signs of the change?"
I already told you a few signs. Can you be more specific?
This girl. She's having dizzy spells, like she will faint suddenly. His mother made a clucking sound with her tongue as she thought. He could almost imagine her pursing her lips with one hand propped up on her hip.
I am no doctor, mijo, but wolves need to eat. Use your head. The change takes a lot of energy. You know this is true. You don't need me to tell you. So she might be burning a lot of calories in preparation for the change. If she's not eating enough, because she doesn't know her own body, she might pass out from hunger. So make sure she eats. And if she keeps fainting, for God's sake, take her to a hospital.
Yeah, trying to avoid that unless I have to.
Don't be stubborn. Use your head and be safe, mijo.
What else? What happens when a wolf starts to change for the first time?
Let me think. Increased energy, or she might sleep a lot, vivid dreams, and she might find smells and sounds to be very strong. Sometimes it starts off slow with little changes like that, then suddenly, boom, hit full transformation, not necessarily at the full moon. Ju said she was very delayed, so hard to say. It might be especially hard on her. So what do you think? Is she starting?
I don't know. Maybe.
I will send you a care package. That's your address?
Gareth hesitated. It's all right, Mama. Just text me a list of things. I'll buy them. His mother sighed.
My mysterious son. You got Whole Foods out there, mijo?
Just basic groceries.
Basic groceries? So, you're in the country somewhere?
Mom, I can't tell you.
Okay. I will let it go, for now. But I'm so curious where you live now. Someday, I'm going to visit you and meet this girl who's got you so worried.
Sure, Mom. Whatever you say. I gotta go. Text me the list.
Okay. Hasta luego.
He hung up the phone and started through the garage, his muscles strung tight as a bow, unable to hide the tension running through his body. He didn't know much about Maddie's food habits. She wasn't skinny or emaciated like some girls. Actually, her body was all soft feminine curves, with a delicious jiggle that made him want to sink his teeth into her thighs. But she probably didn't eat a lot of nutritious food, considering her low income. That's why he bought her groceries that morning. He remembered her fridge was empty, but maybe she hadn't eaten yet today? He entered the break room at a fast pace. Vin looked up startled from his phone. He was watching a YouTube video on how to resuscitate a drowning victim. Joker, the dog, was sitting under the kitchen table staring intently at Vin's meatball sandwich. Better keep an eye on your lunch, Gareth said. Dog's looking pretty keen.
Yeah, I know, I see her. She's a super chill puppy. Hey, we could use a shop dog. So what did you find out? Who'd you call?
Not a doctor, but someone just as good, Gareth grinned, thinking of his mom's words. It's probably low blood sugar. We just gotta wait, I guess. Then make sure she eats something when she wakes up. Gareth opened up his iron gray locker, where he kept his work overalls, some deodorant, and a change of clothes. On the shelf above his clothes was a little box where he dumped his wallet and keys. He grabbed a $20 bill out of his wallet. Then he shut the metal door with a slam. I'm going to the gas station. I'll be right back. If she wakes up, make sure she doesn't move around too much. She could fall again.
Where are you going?
Getting some sugar. He left the break room and jogged through the shop, dodging around the side of the Mercedes, then out into the brisk mountain air. It was just past noon. White nimbus clouds filled the crisp blue sky. Across the highway from the garage stood a wall of solid forest, where frost still covered the grass in the shade. Still, it was a pleasant day in the mountains. It took Gareth 5 minutes to cross the parking lot to the gas station, walk into the tiny convenience store, and grab a bag of M&Ms off the shelf. An old Asian man named Johnny was sitting at the register, smoking a cigarette and reading a newspaper. He was covered head to toe in tattoos. The ink had bled together on his wrinkled skin to resemble wave-like patterns or big blotches. He and his wife owned the gas station and the small convenience store attached to it. The convenience store was called Sunshine Grocery, but the locals referred to it as Tiny Costco. Mr. and Mrs. Sato bought Costco bulk goods and resold them at a higher price, so folks didn't have to drive downriver. Gareth had shopped there plenty of times. It was a great service. "Hey, Johnny," he said as he threw down the pack of candy and a $20 bill. "How's your weekend going?"
"Slow as shit. Hey G, you read the paper. There was a murder down the road. 5 men, killed by a wolf. It got me thinking. I wonder why a lone wolf kills 5 men.
"What's that?" "Like a riddle." Johnny blew out a ring of smoke. He tapped his cigarette in the ashtray by his elbow. Gareth waited. Some people knew about werewolves, but it wasn't an everyday topic of conversation. He wondered if Johnny was an avid reader of the werewolf subreddits online.
No riddle. I think it was gang execution. Back when I was a Yakuza, bad employees everywhere, bad for business, so you get them all together in one room and take them out in one hit. Problem solved. If you join up but you waste time and money, you don't live long."
"Why not just fire them?" Gareth asked with a side grin. Johnny laughed.
Yakuza don't get fired, Yakuza get dead.
"Right. Something to think about. I don't think there's a mafia this far out, though. We're pretty far in the sticks." Johnny shrugged.
Plenty of drugs around the casino, that's my opinion anyway.
Gareth took his change and waved goodbye, then headed back to the shop, his mind returning to Maddie. When he reached the break room, Vin was still sitting next to her in his fold-out chair. Maddie was still on the bench, small and pale. Gareth knelt next to her, his face drawn into a thoughtful frown. His hand rested against her forehead, his thumb feathering against her temple. Her pulse was steady, her breathing deep and even. She didn't have a fever. She didn't smell sick to his wolf senses. And yet, something about her scent was subtly different. It made his blood stir. He told himself it was his imagination, and yet, could it be? The change was already happening. So soon? His brow knitted with worry. Vin scooted his plastic chair a little closer to Gareth next to the bench. His eyes flickered over Maddie's generous chest area, which was distracting even through her oversized sweatshirt. Then he looked studiously at the ground. Gareth noticed the look but didn't say anything. He didn't like it, but he couldn't really expect anything from the kid. Only a goddamn saint would fail to notice her curvaceous proportions.
"She your girl, boss? Are you guys dating?"
"Yeah, something like that."
"I didn't know you were seeing anyone. So how did you two meet?"
"Eat your sandwich, Vin."
"Right. Okay, just saying, you never talk about yourself. I didn't know you had a girl. Thought you were just kinda more of a..."
Gareth raised an eyebrow, turning to look at his employee. "You thought I was what?"
"I don't know. I just figured you were a Netflix and chill type of guy."
Gareth, honestly, did not know what to say about that. Then Vin pointed at Maddie on the bench. He looked more than a little relieved to change the subject.
"Oh, look. She moved. I think she's waking up."
Gareth looked down at the bench. He gazed intently at Maddie's face as she stirred. Her eyelids fluttered. Then he half turned to Vin and reached out his arm. "Hand me a water bottle."
Maddie opened her eyes. She blinked woozily as she gazed up at the ceiling. A hand swam into her line of vision, offering her a bottle of Arrowhead water.
"Easy. You're okay. Just go slow."
He helped her wrap her fingers around the bottle. Her head was throbbing. What's wrong with me?
Hypoglycemia.
Hypo what?
That's low blood sugar. But you're doing fine. You just gotta eat something.
He helped her into a sitting position. Maddie's grip was pathetically weak on the water bottle. She tried to undo the cap, but her fingers weren't working quite right. Gareth took the bottle back and opened it for her, then passed it to her lips. Maddie took a few deep sips. The water cleared her head a bit. She met his warm, hazel gaze. Gareth knelt next to the bench where she was sitting. It was a long way for such a tall man to bend down. His shoulders and chest were like a wall blocking out the rest of the room. His big hand rested on her knee. She could feel the gentleness of his touch through her leggings. Just that small gesture sent a spiral of tenderness through her belly. Somehow, it was doubly endearing to see such a rugged man show so much concern. She felt herself melt a little. Then he tore open a bag of M&Ms. He spilled a few into her hand. He waited as she chewed on the candy and swallowed. She felt a little self-conscious. By his intent gaze, she was certain he wouldn't let up until she finished the whole bag. She ate a few more.
She's looking a lot better.
Maddie glanced over and recognized the Herstein face of Gareth's young employee, Vin, standing a few feet away. The young man was glancing between her and Gareth, obviously gauging their relationship. Maddie wondered if he had ever seen Gareth act this way around anyone before. He almost seemed amused by it. He crossed his arms and put a hand to his chin, hiding a grin. "What happened?" Maddie said, blinking in the harsh overhead light.
You passed out. Like I said, it's probably low blood sugar. You eaten yet today?
"No, not really," she said with a wince.
That's probably it then.
If she wants, she can have some of my sandwich. Or like, half of it.
Gareth glanced over his shoulder with a raised eyebrow. Maddie rushed to say, "No, I don't want to take your lunch. The candy is enough. I feel much better already. I should really get home. Thanks, though." Vin shrugged.
Cool, well, glad you're feeling better.
Then he went back to the table where his sandwich and a begging Joker was waiting. Gareth turned back to Maddie.
You sure you're feeling all right?
"Yeah. I was just dizzy for a moment."
You still dizzy?
"I mean, a little bit." In truth, the thought of food made her feel nauseous. Chewing and swallowing the candy was a bit of a challenge, but she knew Gareth was right. She had likely passed out from low blood sugar. She had skipped breakfast that morning, and she walked 2 miles up the highway to the car garage on an empty stomach. She was probably hungrier than she thought. She hadn't slept very well last night, plus all the stress from their fight. So it was probably a little bit of everything.
You think you can walk to the car? I'll drive you back home.
"Yeah, I can do that." A furry head bumped her hand. With a grin, Maddie looked down at Joker, who was crowding close to the bench and wagging her tail. "Aw, I didn't forget about you." Maddie grinned and scratched the dog's ears. Then she picked up Joker's leash. As she petted Joker, she avoided meeting Gareth's eyes. She felt shy. Kind of embarrassed. "I actually fainted while he was kissing me," she thought, trying not to blush. Like something out of a really bad romance novel. How pathetic. She wanted him to take her seriously and respect her as an independent adult. But now he probably thought she was some frail invalid. Gareth got his keys and wallet out of his locker, then he put on his sunglasses. With his eyes hidden behind the dark glasses, he instantly became mysterious and unapproachable. She gazed up at him, watching him get ready. Her eyes traveled over his tatted arms, bulked-out shoulders, and loose hair. As she watched, he tied his hair back at the base of his neck in a loose, low, messy bun. Then he pulled on his heavy flannel jacket with fleece lining. He held out his hand. She took it and he pulled her to her feet.
I'll be back in a few, Vin.
No worries, boss.
Vin bit into his sandwich. He was sitting at the little card table watching videos online. He ignored Gareth and Maddie as they left the break room. Maddie followed Gareth through the garage, blinking in the harsh overhead lights. She felt a little nervous as she followed him to the Camaro out front. She wondered if she was getting a migraine. The big, white fluorescent bulbs that illuminated the garage seemed brighter than she remembered, and the scent of oil and rubber was overpowering. If she didn't know any better, she would think she was pregnant. Except she was a virgin. So that was impossible. Gareth unlocked the passenger side door and let her into the Camaro. Then he climbed into the other side of the car. She noticed the missing window was replaced on the passenger side. The engine choked to life. Maddie cocked her head slightly and listened. The engine sounded smoother than she remembered. The car didn't shake or shudder quite as much, and the roar was more subdued. She also noticed his door shut and locked smoothly. "Did you do some work on the car?" she asked.
A bit, yesterday. Got the new passenger side window in, replaced the engine belt and a few spark plugs. Nothing too crazy.
"It sounds better, I can tell." He grinned as he pulled out the driveway.
Thanks, sweetheart. Just keeping my hands busy.
Maddie blushed. She didn't know what to say to that. She glanced out the window as he pulled onto Highway 20 and turned in the direction of her trailer. After a bit of hesitation, she asked, "So we're just friends?"
Yup.
It was not exactly the outcome Maddie had been hoping for. But she knew it was better for her in the long run. She needed to slow down. After the past few days, she needed some time to breathe. She didn't function well when she was overwhelmed, and in her life, that happened often. Reflecting back on their conversation, she knew Gareth was right. In the long run, she needed to move out and leave Dean behind. But she needed to go at her own pace. Which, considering every other area of her life, was a bit delayed. She didn't even have a driver's license. It was a bit embarrassing. Some girls her age were already sophomores in college. She would be turning 20 next year. She was old enough to move out. She should want to. But what Gareth suggested felt more like jumping off a cliff. "We don't have to be friends. If you'd rather break things off completely, I understand."
I'm not doing that.
Maddie wondered if he meant his words. He glanced over at her. She couldn't read his eyes with his sunglasses on, but he seemed to notice her insecurity because he reached over and took her hands in his own. His warm, calloused palm covered her fingers. She hadn't realized she was picking at her nails again.
When you get home, I want you to eat something.
Maddie was a little taken aback. "Yeah, for sure."
Good. I don't want you passing out again. Just reminding you. As friends.
He flashed her a grin. Fuck. He was so handsome, his jaw square and sharp. The little cleft in his chin was the manliest thing she had ever seen. She stared at him stupidly for a moment. Then she turned and gazed out the window, her cheeks bright pink. Oh my. Fuck my life. Just a 2-second smile made her forget what she was thinking. The rest of the short drive back to her house was laced with quiet tension. With his hand resting in her lap, Maddie couldn't stop thinking about his sensual kiss in his office, his heated gaze, or the feeling of his tongue caressing her mouth. His calloused fingers remained protectively over her own. His scent filled her with a terrible sense of yearning. The memory of their little makeout session in his office aroused her, and the heat wasn't going away. She felt like some strange, mysterious force had awakened in her blood. It seemed more potent than just regular lust. But what did she know? She was a virgin. She rubbed her thighs together, thinking of his muscular, 6'4" body pressing into her soft curves. Shit. This was hard. How was she supposed to be friends with him, with all this pent-up sexual tension between them? He pulled into her driveway but stayed close to the street, the Camaro hidden from her trailer by a line of pine trees. Maddie was relieved. Dean would freak out if he saw her in his car. Well, I guess this is it, Maddie said awkwardly. She couldn't kiss him goodbye if they were just friends, and a hug over the center console seemed strained. So she opened the passenger side door and swung her feet out onto the gravel.
I think I owe you a driving lesson.
Gareth's words caught her off guard. Maddie's heart leapt despite herself. Oh, right. I didn't think you really wanted to. I mean, we don't have to. I know you're busy. Gareth regarded her through his dark sunglasses. A slow smile curved across his mouth.
I'm not that busy, little girl. You said you got your permit, right? When are you free this week? Let's hang out soon.
Yeah, I got it over the summer. I just need to check my schedule at work. I'll let you know on Monday?
All right, do that.
Okay, I will. She tried not to look as pleased and excited as she felt. They were taking things slow, but she couldn't help herself. The thought of Gareth teaching her how to drive kicked up a storm of aggressive butterflies in her stomach. It definitely checked a box on her super secret fantasy list. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, trying to gauge if he was excited too, but she couldn't get a read on him with his sunglasses on. How could he act so casual? He noticed her little side look and gave her a wolfish grin.
Hey, come over anytime. Mi casa su casa. Don't be a stranger.
The way he said it, she felt a delicious shiver down to her toes. All right, Bye, Gareth. She almost said thank you, but she wasn't sure why.
Call me if you need anything. I mean it.
Yeah, okay, for sure. She shut the door and gave him a little wave. Then she walked back down the driveway toward the trailer, Joker following along on the rope leash. Maddie chewed her lip as she walked. The words hang out bothered her the most, but they shouldn't bother her at all. She wanted to be friends with him. She needed to take the pressure off. But her feelings were so conflicted. Damn. Why was she still so aroused? This would be something new and different from what they started last week. How was she supposed to be friends with a guy she'd crushed on for 5 years? Those feelings wouldn't just disappear. Actually, they seemed to have increased tenfold since she exited the Camaro. Dean barely acknowledged Maddie when she came in through the sliding glass door off the back deck. She started for her bedroom at first, then she remembered her promise to Gareth to eat something. As though waking up from a coma, her stomach let out a loud groan. Oh yes. She could definitely eat. Her stomach rumbled again as she went into the kitchen. She felt a sudden, strong craving for chicken. Yum. She rummaged through the fridge. Didn't she remember a pack of chicken breast in the groceries? She checked the freezer. Then Dean called out to her from the living room.
Hey kiddo, what are you looking for?
Where did the chicken breast go?
I cooked it. There's some left in the pan.
Maddie checked the skillet on the stove top. She wrinkled her nose. The chicken breast looked oily and a little burnt, but her stomach rumbled and her craving for protein was strong. She picked up one of the greasy, over-seasoned breasts and bit into it. Dry, as she suspected. But her appetite was suddenly overwhelming. When she finished her first piece, she ended up grabbing another. She finished off what was left in the pan. As she ate, she kept checking her phone for texts from Gareth. She wondered what he was thinking after their conversation in his office. Maybe he wasn't thinking much at all? She imagined him and Vin working together at the garage, blasting music and fixing shit. She almost felt a little jealous of Vin, getting to see Gareth like that, not being a protective boyfriend or a guardian, but just a busy guy at work. It made her smile. She wondered what he was like as a boss. She remembered that glimpse of admiration she had caught in Vin's expression. Again, it made her feel a bit more confident about Gareth. He must be a good boss to inspire that kind of loyalty from an employee.
What are you smiling about?
Dean asked suspiciously as she walked through the living room. Nothing, Joker's just super cute.
Yep, dogs are the best.
Dean eyed her as she walked past him to the hallway. Maddie avoided his gaze.
You meet up with anyone on your walk? You were gone a long time.
Just took the old switchback trail. Maddie was vague on purpose. The hair prickled on her neck. Her stepdad glowered at her for a long moment. Maddie knew he wanted to ask her more. She was gone for several hours, and she didn't come back with laundry detergent. She knew what he was really asking. In her imagination, she could almost hear the question on his lips.
Tell me the truth, Madeline. You getting fucked in the back seat of some shitty broke-down sports car?
He didn't actually ask that question, but Maddie braced herself for it. Then Dean's phone beeped. Someone was texting him. He picked up his phone off the couch and frowned at the screen. With a quiet sigh of relief, she started up the hallway to her room. She shut the door firmly behind her. Then Maddie opened her backpack and spread her schoolwork out on the floor. After a few minutes, the TV's volume turned up in the living room. She forced herself to do makeup homework while her father roared at a football game on the tube. Just like old times. Except for Joker, who pawed at her door after a half hour and slunk under her bed with a whine. She obviously didn't like the noise. You're really not much of a guard dog, Maddie teased her and scratched the nervous pup behind the ears. Around 10 o'clock, she saw the screen on her phone light up. She checked it.
Hey, you should go to bed. You got school tomorrow.
She stared at the text from Gareth in surprise. Fuck, really? How did he know she was awake? Then she glowered at the screen. She started to text him back, angry that he would try to set a bedtime for her. It was a little ridiculous. Then she stopped. She breathed deep. Yeah, well, it was getting late. She had to go to bed soon, anyway. It was kind of sweet, maybe, that he was thinking of her. Fuck that. Her anger came back. She would go to bed because it was her choice, and she was going to do it anyway. Maybe she should leave him on red. But some part of her caved inside. She didn't want to push him away. She touched her lips, suddenly remembering his kiss, his smell. God. A flood of visceral memories assailed her. Fuck. She could still taste his mouth. She wondered what it would be like to feel him inside of her. She couldn't imagine it. A little shiver of anticipation ran down to her toes. She clutched the white bear to her chest that he gave her. She closed her eyes and sucked in a breath. Then she texted him back. Yeah, okay. I'm going to bed now. She typed it out. Sent. Then she dragged herself into bed and lay down. Joker jumped up next to her and curled up against her back. Maddie held her phone in hand, waiting for his reply. Eventually, her screen lit up.
Sleep good, little girl.
Maddie started typing, unable to control herself. Why do you care when I go to sleep? I thought we were just friends. You can't set a bedtime for me. Don't treat me like a kid. She hesitated before hitting send. She read the message over. It sounded bratty and pathetic. She fell asleep with the text unsent on her phone. Heart of the Wolf. A paranormal romance novel by author A. Mariposa. Chapter 14. Monday was super fucked. Maddie got to homeroom late because Joker decided to tear apart the trash before she left the house. Her homework was only half finished. She spent so much time on her makeup assignments, she completely forgot U.S. history. Her laundry didn't dry all the way, so her pants were still a little damp. But she was at school and breathing, so that was something. Around 9 a.m. she received a text from Gareth.
You in class?
She texted back, yes, I'm here.
Good. How's the dog?
Maddie texted, Joker is super cute but stressful. It's kind of a lot, Dad doesn't do anything.
Sounds about right. You need anything?
No, I'm okay. Thanks, she texted.
Cool. Now put your phone away. Pay attention in class.
Maddie rolled her eyes and even sent him back a little eye roll emoji. He didn't respond. Between her second and third period classes, there was a 15-minute break called nutrition. Students rushed to use the bathrooms. They crowded around the vending machines. The halls of the school were packed and noisy, as usual. Maddie went to her locker. She frowned as she walked down the busy hallway. Her locker looked different. Her steps slowed down and she paused. Someone had written porno titties across the gray metal door in big, black permanent marker. Her cheeks began to burn with embarrassment. Gee, I wonder who did this. She thought with sarcasm. She recalled her altercation with Kaylee and the cheer squad at Zippy's. Knowing Kaylee, she got one of her flying monkeys to do the work for her. Maddie felt herself shrink a little, but remained calm as she undid her lock. She would report it to the admin office, and the janitor would probably scrub it off that evening. It wasn't a big deal. She would be fine for one day. When she opened her locker, a big waterfall of rainbow-colored plastic wrappers fell out. At first Maddie thought they were Halloween candy, then with growing dread, she realized they were condoms. The kids in the hall began turning and laughing. Phones popped out. They started taking pictures and filming her as she stood amid a pile of condoms. Maddie clenched her fists. She felt so much rage, she thought her head would explode. She could hear people FaceTiming their friends. Don't turn around, she thought. Don't look. Let them laugh. Just get your books and go to class. She pulled her book out of her locker. Fuck Kaylee Makovich and her dumb bitch friends. She slammed her locker shut and stalked away. A few kids followed her with their phones out, but she flipped them off until they gave up and fell back. Even if she tried to report the harassment, she doubted Kaylee would fess up to anything. Kaylee had a ton of people to cover her back. Her mom was on the school board and the PTA. To make matters worse, Principal Rodriguez did not like Maddie. She had a record of fighting and suspensions, so the administration would never believe her. With a heavy cloud of shame hanging over her head, Maddie went to third period and spent the rest of the day in a strange daze. She stared out the window, wishing to leave her body and just float away over the mountains. Maybe tonight would be a good night for a forest walk. Maybe she would live her life in the woods as a hermit and completely recede from society. The condom video went viral around the school. Maddie spent her lunch hiding in the library between bookcases, trying to avoid every group of laughing students she passed. By fifth period, she was called to the principal's office and asked if she was soliciting sex from students. When she explained, furiously, that someone had pranked her, Principal Rodriguez sent her across the hall to one of the counselors to talk. Maddie was fed up. She walked back to class instead. A slip of paper arrived for her in sixth period, and her teacher gently informed her that she was receiving 3 days of detention for bringing sexual paraphernalia to school. Maddie left school at 3 p.m. with her hood up and her hands shoved in her pockets. So, Kaylee Makovich had gotten her revenge. Maddie knew from past experience if she kept her head down, the wave would pass, and a new viral video would take over campus by Friday. But it still wasn't fair. Kaylee pranked her, yet Maddie was the one with detention. In what fucking world did that make sense? She wanted to find Kaylee and smash her face into a wall. But maybe Gareth was right. The only way to handle bullies was to completely disengage. She should ignore Kaylee completely. She already had 3 days of detention. She didn't want to get suspended. She got out her phone for a moment, wondering if she should forward Gareth the video, since it was all over Pick Place. But then she thought better of it. What good would that do? They were supposed to be just friends. She shouldn't run to him for comfort if they weren't dating. She needed better boundaries. Besides, she sorely wanted him to see her as an adult and an equal, not a little girl in need of help. Being bullied at school was too humiliating. Maddie continued down the sidewalk, shoving her phone back into her pocket, feeling completely dejected. The long days of summer were gone, and the sky was gray and blustery. She found herself at the corner of Gareth Street. Her feet automatically turned down the sidewalk to his house. But she stopped. Her day had been fucking awful. She could not handle seeing him right now. Then her feet turned toward the hardware store. She wanted to skip work, but she couldn't. She knew better than to bail on her shift last minute. With a sigh, she started walking toward Main Street. She remembered her first year working at the store and how hard it was to juggle school and work together. Archie Hawkins, her boss, had almost fired her several times. But he took pity on her, and the other employees had talked him into keeping her on. She considered herself lucky. She really couldn't say that working part-time and going to school had gotten any easier. She had barely passed her classes last year, and she had retaken math over summer because of a C-. She was able to get her grade up to a B+. Summer school wasn't fun, but Maddie had kinda given up on having fun. She didn't really know anything other than work. It was hard. The impulse to ditch was strong. But she took a big breath and walked to the hardware store. Just show up, she told herself. She had learned that trick when she was 17. As long as her feet got her there, the rest would take care of herself. Just be a warm body. She reached the store 15 minutes early for her shift. It was payday. Right, money. She changed course halfway across the parking lot and headed for the building next door. Next to the hardware store was a thrift shop called Calico's Vintage Gifts with a studio apartment on the second floor. Archie Hawkins, the owner of the hardware store, rented out the little apartment as his office. Maddie climbed a wooden staircase at the back of the thrift shop to the second story. The blinds were pulled over the windows, but she could see a yellow glow from inside. She knocked. Archie's secretary/HR manager/accountant opened the door. Sarah was another redhead in Black River. Maddie felt a vague sense of kinship with her, even though Sarah was twice her age and a mom of 3 young boys. She wore a maroon knit turtleneck sweater and a pair of tight jeans. She looked tired. Behind her was a big square room with basic tan carpet. It smelled like Clorox wipes. The chemical smell seemed extra strong today and tickled Maddie's nose unpleasantly. Long IKEA desks lined one wall with 3 different computer monitors. The other wall was filled floor to ceiling with filing cabinets and bins of office supplies. A half-open door led to a small bathroom.
I was wondering if you'd come in today. Are you feeling better, sweetie?
Yeah, doing a lot better, Maddie sorta lied.
I can't believe your house got broken into and it was on the news. So scary you were a missing person for a bit. We were all pretty worried. It's all the girls downstairs would talk about. So what happened?
Maddie paused. Memories of the break-in still left her a little shaky, though now she mostly felt numb about it, almost like remembering an out-of-body experience. Sarah waited for her to talk with wide, curious eyes. It was intense, Maddie finally said. Some guys broke into my house in the middle of the night. I got out though. I spent the night at a friend's place after.
That's good. Like I said, we were so relieved to hear you were safe. So I just have to ask, it sounds so outlandish. Did the thieves really get attacked by a wolf?
Maddie winced. Everyone she knew at school kept asking her the same question. She tried not to think of the terrifying growl in the dark and the sound of ripping flesh, screams and gunshots. I don't know if it was a wolf, but yeah, the cops told me they found bodies in the woods. They were attacked by an animal.
That's pretty unbelievable. And sad. There's an alert out for wolf sightings, so they must be pretty set on it.
Really?
Yeah. I've been listening to the radio nonstop. I'm a bit of a wolf activist myself. They are still under federal protection in most areas. I didn't realize they had released them this far east. Or maybe they escaped from a nature preserve. Anyway, it's a little scary. A lot of hiking trails are being closed until they catch the animal, and local animal control is saying we should report anything we see. So be careful walking around, okay?
Yeah, definitely. I will. Maddie thought of the big black beast she had encountered last Saturday. How it appeared like a ghost out of the forest, walking in complete silence. How it came forward and sniffed her face. Should she report it? As frightening as the wolf looked, it was a beautiful creature. It led her back to the trailer when she was lost. For some reason, she felt a strange sense of loyalty to the animal. If that was the same monster who had killed those men, then it had saved her life. No, she would keep that to herself. Sarah pulled Maddie's check out of a small stack next to the door.
We gotta get you set up with direct deposit. Printing checks is getting expensive.
Thanks, Sarah. I'll do that next time.
Sure thing, hun. That's what they always say. Drop in whenever you have time and bring your routing and account numbers. Anyway, have a good shift.
Maddie ran back down the wooden stairs, the paper envelope clutched in hand. A chill, moist wind blew past her off the mountain. A shower of red leaves fell on the cement as she crossed the parking lot. Patchy clouds filled the butternut orange sky. It felt like autumn. She had a sudden craving for a warm cup of cinnamon tea. She entered through the loading bay of the warehouse at the back of the hardware store. From there, she went into the break room. She checked the schedule and sighed. Ugh. She was covering the returns counter. She groaned. She just wanted to turn off her brain and stock shelves. Gabby and Marciela, her coworkers, were both on break. They were sorting through 2 different tubs of Halloween decorations. She overheard Marciela speaking in her cute, lilting accent.
We need new stuff, Gabby. These pumpkin lights are 20 years old. Everything in the box stinks funny.
Yeah, you're right. What is that smell? This fake tombstone is kind of sticky. Alright, I'll see what I have in my garage.
Oh hey Maddie. Ay chica, I'm so glad to see you safe and sound. Yeah, Gabby?
Marciela rushed forward and wrapped Maddie in a big hug. Gabby joined her a minute later.
That's right, kiddo. That was a lot of drama on the news, wasn't it? You're like a little Black River celebrity this week. Kid survives wolf attack and house robbery. Good to see you all in one piece.
Gabby was a 50-something mom with a blonde perm. She was chewing a stick of gum at manic speed. Her press-on nails were an inch long and Barbie pink. True to her name, she was often the center of gossip at the hardware store. She also liked to give well-intentioned but screwball advice. Maddie had never met Gabby's daughter. She was off at college in Florida, but Maddie sometimes wondered what it was like having such a high-intensity mom. Thanks, guys, Maddie said with a weary smile. Marciela released her and stepped back.
You doing anything fun for Halloween? We were thinking of going to the haunted house later this month. Senior Hawkins said they would buy tickets for everyone.
Yeah, he slipped them in with the paychecks. Don't forget, it's payday.
Maddie waved her white envelope around. I got my check here. Their manager, Archie Hawkins, was a pretty good guy.
You get paper checks, Maddie. You should really get direct deposit. It's so much safer. You're so old-fashioned.
Maddie rolled her eyes. I just haven't set it up yet. Anyway, yeah, I'll probably go to the haunted house.
Buenos, Maddie. That's great. Halloween at your age is so much fun. Time to party, huh?
Marcy is right, you should go celebrate with your friends this Friday. Do something fun. Watch scary movies and eat candy. Us big kids will probably head down to Davenport. I know a bar having a costume karaoke contest. It's bound to be entertaining.
Most kids by senior year did a lot more than eat candy. At least in Black River, they did. But Maddie didn't say that out loud. Gabby was a mom. She still treated Maddie like she was 10 years old. Anyway, I gotta get out there. See you guys later. Maddie tied on her red apron and headed out onto the floor. By the time she clocked in and got to the returns counter, 5 customers were standing in line. Archie Hawkins, her boss, looked a little flustered. He was a tall, scarecrow-looking man with a thick reddish beard and a terrible comb-over. Maddie guessed him to be in his mid-40s. She knew he was married because he wore a ring, but she had never met his wife. The hardware store was a family business, and she guessed they ran a little contracting company on the side, though she didn't know much about it. Archie glanced up as she approached. He looked relieved.
Thank God you showed up. I gotta get a shipment sorted out in the warehouse. Can you finish this?
Maddie stepped up to the counter as Archie bowed out and ducked away. She finished handing the customer his refund for a box of screws the wrong size. Next, she called. She tried not to groan when she saw none other than Mrs. Makovich standing across the counter from her. She looked like she had just gotten her hair done. It was very blonde. Her foundation was extra thick, and she was wearing a low-cut purple top. She looked good, Maddie hated to admit it. Especially for a 40-something mom. She was suddenly reminded of her conversation with Gareth that night at Zippy's. Did Mrs. Makovich actually hit on him? Apparently she was getting a divorce. Maddie didn't want to be petty, but after the condom incident with Kaylee, she really couldn't hold back. Oh, hi Mrs. Makovich. How is your husband doing? Mrs. Makovich looked startled by the question.
Fine. Madison.
It's Madeline.
Oh. Anyway, I brought these in for a refund. Terrible product.
Maddie looked at the 2 open boxes of plant food. What's wrong with it?
Does it matter? I didn't like the product. It didn't work.
Well, both boxes are opened, so we can't put them back on the shelf. Do you have a receipt?
No. I thought you had a store guarantee on all your products. That's what the sign outside says.
We do. When did you buy them?
Back in August.
When Maddie was younger, she might have let the return slide, since she hated confrontation. But today, she was in a shitty mood, and she was especially pissed at Kaylee. This woman had spawned Kaylee from her womb. So she was done being nice to the Makovich family. It's a 30-day guarantee, Maddie said with a China doll grin. So unless you have a receipt, I really can't process the return. That's our store policy.
This is ridiculous. Where's Mr. Hawkins? I've been a regular customer at your store for almost 10 years.
I'm sorry, but that's our policy. Maddie saw a few of the people in line beginning to shift back and forth, looking irritated. One old man turned to the fellow behind him and rolled his eyes. Maddie ignored them. Entitled customers could wait their turn.
Maybe you don't understand. I bought these boxes back in August and only used them once or twice for my hydrangeas. It's the wrong pH. It turned them bright pink.
Okay, but because it's outside of our 30-day policy, I can't accept a return without a receipt.
Can't you look up my credit card purchases?
Maddie glanced at the archaic computer next to her. Honestly, this thing can barely search addresses and phone numbers. We don't keep a record of credit card purchases. That's what receipts are for.
So you can't look up my account?
We don't have accounts like that. Mrs. Makovich was pursing her ruby red lips. She looked pissed, but Maddie didn't really care. It was satisfying to see Kaylee's mom struggle with being told no. The apple didn't fall far from the tree. Makovich picked up her boxes of plant food and shoved them back in her bag. Then she pointed threateningly at Maddie.
This is the most unprofessional, disrespectful customer service experience I've ever had. You better watch it, girl. Archie and I are good friends. I'm going to tell him exactly what happened here.
Maddie raised an eyebrow. You do that, Mrs. Makovich.
So unprofessional.
The stuffy blonde lady picked up her bags and flounced off, storming toward the exit. Maddie imagined her leaving a little trail of fire in her wake. She wondered if Mrs. Makovich would seek out Archie Hawkins to complain, and if Maddie would hear about it later. She tried to make herself care. But she couldn't. It was store policy. Her hands were tied. She turned to the next customer in line. Next, she said. Time passed, and before she knew it, it was 8:30 p.m. A half hour before closing, Mr. Hawkins came to relieve her and close up the customer service counter, since the store was almost empty. He handed her a mop and bucket and told her to start at the back of the store and work her way to the front. Maddie took the mop from him and started up aisle 15. She was eager to finish up and go home. If Mrs. Makovich had complained to her boss, Mr. Hawkins didn't mention it. He looked tired from a long day too. Hopefully the whole thing would blow over and she had nothing to worry about. As much as she hated to admit it, the Makoviches scared her. It seemed like they wielded some strange power over the town. It was probably their money that gave them so much influence. She remembered hearing from somewhere that Mr. Makovich owned part of Main Street. Maddie was starting on the second aisle, sliding her wet mop back and forth across the speckled white linoleum tiles, when she heard someone clear their throat behind her. She looked up, surprised to see Vin standing in the aisle. She recognized his black beanie and soul patch. "Oh hey," she said, a little startled.
Hey, I didn't know you worked here.
Yeah.
That's cool. So do you know where the ant spray is?
It's down aisle 7. Here, let me show you.
It's all right, I can find it. You look busy.
Mr. Hawkins wants us to show customers where things are at. It's this way. She led him down the first aisle, then cut across the back of the store to where the sprays and outdoor fertilizers were kept. "Hey," Maddie said on impulse, "thanks for your help the other day." Vin was walking slightly behind her. He shoved his hands in his pockets.
Sure thing, it's no big deal. So are you feeling better?
Yeah. A lot better, right as rain. Maddie glanced over her shoulder at him. "So how's working at the garage? You like it there?" Vin was chewing on a toothpick. He shrugged.
Yeah, it's great. It's the best job I've had in a while. I couldn't do retail anymore. Fucking people are the worst. I'd rather work on cars.
So you're a mechanic?
Mr. Delarosa is training me. He's a good boss.
Mr. Delarosa. It was weird hearing someone call Gareth by that name. Dang, it sounded so official. Maddie felt a little weird thinking about it. So you've worked for him a long time?
Since over the summer. He hired me at the beginning of June.
What's he like? Vin blinked at her. They had reached aisle 7. She pointed to the ant spray on the shelf, next to a variety of cockroach traps and mosquito repellents. Vin reached up and grabbed a can of Ant Gone. He flipped it around in his hands. She wondered if he did graffiti art. He seemed very comfortable with spray cans, PAWS 0.75s.
Honestly, I don't know the guy well, but he works his ass off. He doesn't yell at me if I fuck shit up, and he knows a lot about cars. I think he was in the army. He has dog tags hanging up in his office, so yeah, I think he's a good guy, if that's what you're asking. By the way, sorry to ask, but how old are you?
Maddie felt a little awkward. The question came out of nowhere. I'm 19.
All right, I see. Sorry. I thought you were younger. My bad. So are you guys together?
We're friends.
Oh, that's not what he told me. Maybe I misunderstood.
It's kinda complicated, I guess. Maddie folded her arms across herself, feeling a little anxious, though she wasn't sure why. Despite his punkish appearance, Vin seemed like a soft-spoken, intelligent and thoughtful young man. She could definitely imagine him and Gareth getting along. Vin scratched the back of his head.
Well, I gotta get going, but for what it's worth, I think he's really into you. He was really worried when you fainted back at the garage.
Thanks.
I hope you guys work it out, whatever it is. Anyway, I'll see you around.
Maddie watched Vin walk away down the aisle. Something about him kinda reminded her of B, though she wasn't sure why. Maybe their sense of style? She shrugged it off and went back for her mop. It was almost closing time, and she still had half the store to wipe down. As she cleaned, she thought of what Vin had said about Gareth. He works his ass off, doesn't yell, knows a lot about cars. It made her feel a little bit better, hearing Vin's perspective. It was reassuring, especially after Dean spouted all that bullshit about teen pussy. Her stepdad's words still made her cringe.
Guys his age only want one thing. Trust me, it's not your brain.
She knew Gareth wasn't like that, but her stepdad had a way of undermining her self-esteem and making her question her version of reality. Vin's opinion gave her an outsider's perspective. Her suspicions were confirmed. She could tell Vin really liked his boss. Mr. Delarosa. She blushed. It sounded so official. Did that mean, if they got married, she would become Mrs. Delarosa? Oh God, it was way too early to be thinking about that. Still, she felt her toes curl just a little. Heart of the Wolf, a steamy paranormal romance novel by author A. Mariposa. Now available in print and ebook on Amazon.com. Chapter 15. Tuesday morning, Maddie walked onto campus with her hood up and her head down. She cringed when she heard laughter in the hallways. Every time she saw a group of students hovering over a phone, she ducked down and looked away. Despite her best ninja impression, she knew people recognized her. The condom video was still circulating. Black River High School only had about 400 students in total, so it was pretty excruciating. Younger students who didn't know her before now pointed at her and sniggered. The freshmen were the absolute worst. Well, they were all the worst. Maddie knew the video would continue to spread for another few days before the wave died down. By next week, a new viral video, probably homecoming or something, would take over. But for now, she was Black River High's #1 entertainment. Thank you, Kaylee Bitchovich. Maddie went to her locker, which the janitor had scrubbed clean the day before. Some of the permanent marker was still visible. She sighed. The P from porn and the S from titties were still noticeable. Someone had written penis connecting the two letters with a ballpoint pen. Maddie rolled her eyes. Maybe she should ask for a new locker. On sudden inspiration, she snapped a pic of the word penis and sent it in a text message to Gareth. She hadn't heard from him last night. She guessed that was okay. After getting home from work, she had fed the dog and finished her math worksheet, then collapsed in bed. Her phone pinged as she walked into homeroom.
What's that? I don't get it.
She sent back an eye roll emoji. Then she texted, "It's my locker."
Some kid wrote penis on your locker? Fucking punks.
Maddie laughed to herself. She could almost hear his voice. Yeah, they suck. So how's your day? After a minute, her phone screen lit up with a new message.
Started good, got a workout in. Now, just bullshit.
She texted back. I imagine fixing cars is easier than dealing with people.
Most definitely.
Maddie thought of her encounter with Vin last night at the hardware store and the glowing review he had given Mr. Delarosa. She sniggered, thinking of Gareth's last name and how formal it sounded. She just couldn't picture him that way. She texted Gareth. By the way, I saw Vin last night at the hardware store. He says he likes working for you.
Oh, really? That's nice. Vin's a good kid.
What did you do before opening the garage?
I was an NCO in the Army. That's a non-commissioned officer. Maybe I'll tell you about it sometime. Are you in class right now?
Yeah, I just sat down.
Good. Put your phone away. Pay attention to your teachers. They don't want to be there either.
Maddie rolled her eyes for real this time. Then she stuck her phone in her backpack. The bell rang and all the students sat down. The teacher at the front of the class began to take roll call. Then he read over a list of announcements. Maddie barely listened. Her mind wandered to Gareth again and his career in the Army. How long did he serve? 6 years? That was a long time from her perspective. Longer than she had been in high school, which felt like forever. He must have learned a lot of cool stuff. She remembered how comfortable he had been with a gun when they checked out her trailer last Thursday. How he knew exactly what to do with her concussion. As her teacher droned on about upcoming school events, Maddie slipped out her phone again and searched for NCO online. Non-commissioned officer and squad leader. It sounded interesting. She really didn't know anything about the Army. She found on a website. An Army squad leader oversees their soldiers on wartime missions. Using their tactical knowledge of the battlefield, they fulfill mission objectives. Successful squad leaders are physically fit, mentally prepared, and can lead their squad under stressful situations. They are cool under pressure, with strong leadership skills, good weapon handling, and great marksmanship. Maddie scrolled down the page a bit. She chewed on her lip. Wartime missions? So maybe he was a bit more of a badass than she initially realized? She wondered if he saw a lot of action in Iraq. He was so casual about it. But a squad leader sounded pretty intense. He must be downplaying, she reasoned. She hadn't considered before, with everything else going on, that he might have actually seen some action. The day passed by in a blur. She didn't have work after school, she was only scheduled on Monday and Thursday that week. It bothered her. She needed to remind her boss, Archie Hawkins, that she needed a full 20 hours. He was always forgetting. Sometimes other employees harassed him for extra shifts. It was a slow time of year at the hardware store. Summer projects were completed and the weather was turning rainy. Last year, she recalled picking up a canvassing gig on the weekends to make ends meet. Fuck, that had been a lot of walking. She didn't want to do that again. So she walked home after school. Her steps led her through an old neighborhood where giant, 100-year-old maple trees spread over the street. The yards were overgrown. Moss grew on the rooftops of peeling houses, and broken-down trucks sat in gravel driveways, abandoned. She recognized a big tan house with brown eaves and a covered front porch. A pile of rubber tires sat to the side of the driveway under a cold autumn sky. Beatrice sat on her front porch smoking a cigarette, checking her phone.
Hey there! Maddie!
Oh hey, Maddie waved back. She found herself slowing to a stop in front of Bee's house. The two girls looked at each other across the front yard. Bee flicked her cigarette, then she pointed to her phone.
So? You're having one hell of a week. You're like a celebrity porn star now with all those condoms spilling out of your locker. Do you have any left, by the way? I'm running low.
From anyone else, the words would have been offensive, but Maddie felt herself grinning. Bee grinned, too. Maddie flipped her off, and Bee returned the gesture with a pointy black witch's nail. Then she blew out a puff of cigarette smoke like a wizard.
You want to hang out for a minute? Sounds like you had a day. My mom's at work. You can have a beer, if you want.
I don't drink.
Right. I remember now.
Maddie felt a sense of relief. It was nice to have an ally. Still, she hesitated before walking up the driveway to join Bee on the porch. She had to take care of Joker when she got home. But maybe she could stay for a half hour. They ended up on a broken-down swing set in Beatrice's backyard. The yard was square and narrow. It slanted downwards to a wobbly wooden fence that ringed the back of the property. On the other side of the fence, ancient beech trees plunged down a hill into a deep gully where a little meandering stream made its way to the Black River. The ground was red with fallen leaves. Beneath the leaf cover, the grass was nothing but weeds, with a few sad tomato plants struggling in the corner of the yard. They sat side by side on the old swing set. Bee wore a pair of Doc Martens she had had since middle school. They were banged and scuffed, and held lovingly together with black electrical tape. She kicked her feet back and forth.
Karma's a bitch. Kaylee and those preppy fucks will get what's coming to them eventually, hopefully sooner than later.
Maddie tried, but failed to feel better about it all. Kaylee's perfect life seemed untouchable. Hey, can I tell you something weird?
Sure, I like weird.
I was out walking on the mountain last Saturday, and I saw this big black wolf.
A wolf, huh? That's pretty cool.
No, like, it led me home.
Really?
Yeah, it led me through the woods back to my trailer. It even looked at me a few times, like it could understand me when I talked.
Wow. You even talked to it?
A little bit. Bee was quiet, staring at Maddie with a raised eyebrow. You think I'm crazy, don't you?
No crazier than my grandma. And that's a compliment. Didn't a wolf attack those guys who broke into your trailer? I think I saw that on the news.
Yeah. I think it was the same one.
So maybe this wolf is your guardian spirit, like an angel watching out for you? You know, the mountain hides a lot of strange things. I believe it. You ever listen to the Upriver Paranormal podcast? It's local. I'll share their pick place page with you.
No, I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh yeah, they get all sorts of people on there. People who've seen Bigfoot, ghost hunters, UFO sightings, all sorts of weird stuff. They just did a podcast on werewolves that was pretty neat. I think they're doing a Halloween theme for the month of October. Anyway, that wolf sounds pretty cool. I hope you see it again.
Yeah. Me too. Maddie glanced down and smiled at the grass. She liked the idea of having a guardian wolf spirit.
So what else is new? You never really told me about that guy you liked. So does he work at the hardware store? It's not Archie Hawkins, is it?
Gross, no. Maddie gasped. Bea laughed. Maddie smiled awkwardly and fidgeted. Right. Last time they talked, Bea asked her about her crush. Maddie hadn't shared any details. But now she felt like she needed someone to talk to. So much had happened over the last 5 days, it made her head spin. Bea seemed like a sympathetic ear. So, we're kind of dating now, Maddie admitted.
What? You have a boyfriend? That's fast. Wow, a lot's happened to you since last week.
It's been a little crazy, but I wouldn't call him my boyfriend. Not yet, anyway. We decided to take it slow. But yeah. I think we're dating. Or like, friends.
So which is it? Dating? Or friends? Spill the tea, who is this guy?
Maddie remembered walking in on Bea in the PE locker room in 8th grade. She remembered a flash of bare-ass cheek from the guy who had her pinned up to the wall. The grunts and the groans. Bea had her own crazy secrets, and whatever she said, she didn't think Bea would judge. Still, she didn't want to reveal her whole history with Gareth. Sharing their secret past together felt like a betrayal of trust. It belonged to them. She decided to tell Bea a slightly truncated version of the story. We met at the hardware store. I've had a crush on him for a while.
Like how long?
A few years.
Okay. So you really like this guy?
Yeah. Just. He's kinda older.
How old?
He's almost 29. The conversation paused for a beat.
Alright, so he's your sugar daddy. For real though, I've heard worse, like I thought you were going to say 40 or 50. Do you have a picture? I want to see him.
No, not really.
What about pick place?
Maddie blinked, she felt dumb. I never thought of that. Bea got out her phone, she was already opening the app.
Are you for real? You never stalked him online? Here, I'll look him up. What's his last name?
Bea started tapping away with her long nails, her cigarette held in one hand. Search for Gareth Delarosa, Maddie said, spelling out the last name. She looked over Bea's shoulder at the pick place search results. A bunch of accounts popped up, of course. She expected that.
I'll sort by mile radius.
Bea scrolled through her phone, tapping on options. Then a profile appeared at the top of the list, Lobo Loco 444. Maddie pointed. That's him.
Lobo Loco? That means crazy wolf in Spanish. Is he Mexican? Hey, Maddie. It's your wolf.
Good one, very funny. I don't know if he's Mexican or not, I think he's from Arizona. He's got these tattoos. Maddie described Gareth's sleeves as Bea clicked on the account. Gareth's profile pic was a photo of a bald eagle taken from his phone somewhere on the mountain. She sucked in a nervous breath, watching over Bea's shoulder as she scrolled through his account. His profile was sparse. The last photo posted was around November last year, so almost a year ago. It was a picture of a new sign being mounted on Jack's Auto Repair. It had 2 likes. Bea started scrolling farther down. In his earliest pic, he was wearing army fatigues. It was from 8 years ago. Maddie barely recognized him. His head was shaved, he had sunglasses on and his skin was dark tan. He wore a green helmet and carried a big automatic rifle. Behind him was a harsh, flat, arid desert and azure blue sky. Was he in Iraq?
Is he a soldier? Okay, that's kinda hot. I love guys in uniforms. That's a big gun, too.
Yeah, he was in the army. He said he was a non-commissioned officer.
That's pretty cool, so he can protect you.
Yeah. Maddie shrugged awkwardly.
But I don't see any recent pics of him.
Let's check his tagged photos. Maybe someone took a pic of him and posted it on their account. B switched to tags and scrolled down. The first picture showed Gareth in a bar next to a beautiful girl with a bleached pixie cut and ruby red lipstick. His big arms were propped up on the counter, his tattoos visible in the dim bar lighting. The girl looked dressed up for a date. Was this Roxy?
No shit. Is that him? He's super hot, and he really doesn't look that old. I'm relieved, to be honest. I thought you were into Mr. Hawkins.
Hell no, you really thought that?
Hey, I've seen your trailer. You gotta get your lunch money somehow.
Shut up, B. B laughed and stuck out her tongue.
No shame. I got this follower on Picplace from Iceland. He's like 70 or something. He likes goth girls in Lolita dresses, so I sent him a few pics and he sends me funds on PayUp. That's what you need, Maddie, a follower from Japan or something who's into redheads with big titties.
I dunno, B, that's kinda intense. Maddie was barely listening. She was staring at the picture of Gareth, worry knitting her brow. The description under the pic had a bunch of kissy faces and the words, "Love this animal." Maddie checked the date. July 4th?
Not that long ago. Who's Roxy girl 25?
Roxy. Maddie's stomach twisted into knots. She thought she would puke right there on the grass. So that was her. The girl who called him at Zippy's.
Is that his ex?
I don't know. But I think I saw a missed call from her on his phone. I'm actually not sure who she is. B squinted at her phone and tried to click on Roxy's profile.
Love this animal? Sounds suspicious. Shit, her profile is locked, limited access. Damn this bitch, just let me stalk you.
Is that all you can see on her profile?
I'm looking now, hold on, there's a few photos that aren't private. Oh man. This bitch works at Ladybug Coffee?
What's that? Maddie saw a tagged photo of Roxy hanging out the drive-thru window of a coffee stand with a big smile.
It's off exit 206. You know where the Black Bear Diner is? Yeah, same parking lot. It's a drive-thru coffee stand where the barista girls all wear bikinis. My sister Becca used to work there. Shit, I wonder if they know each other. Do you want me to ask her?
No, it's fine, just forget about it. Maddie felt weird prying deeper into Gareth's personal life. She wanted to hear the truth from him directly instead of snooping around behind his back. Still, the urge to play detective and poke around was strong. Roxy looked fun and sexy and outgoing. Everything Maddie wasn't. She thought of Gareth kissing Roxy's big, glossy, bubblegum lips. Thought of him undressing her, feeling up her body, fucking her. Maddie thought she would be sick. It felt like cheating, even though she had only dated him for a weekend. Technically, they were friends right now, not officially together. She had no real claim to him, but she still felt confused, jealous and hurt. Here she was, scared of going too fast, while Roxy had probably jumped right on board. Part of her wanted to send Gareth a screenshot and demand an explanation. Another part of her didn't want to look crazy and desperate. B. Last Friday night, Gareth and I went on a date. And, Roxy called him. I don't think he knows that I know. But I saw her name pop up on his phone. I thought it was weird.
Dang. So they're still talking. That fucker. Look, you gotta protect yourself. These older guys think they're smarter than us. Just remember, boys are dumb, we're the smart ones. Now you know about Roxy, he's going to have to explain himself. So when do you see him again?
Probably Wednesday. We're meeting up after school.
All right. When you see him again, ask him what's up. Who is this bitch? Are they fucking? 'Cause you don't play games. Then you tell me what you find out, I want to know too.
Maddie nodded, borrowing some of B's sassy determination. Okay, I'll do that. Thanks for the advice.
Anytime.
They hugged. B scratched Maddie's back with her long claws. B handed her a cigarette, and Maddie took a drag. She tried not to imagine Gareth with the ladybug barista and her spunky pixie haircut. She could never measure up to someone like that. She had way too many hang-ups and problems. B noticed her gray mood and dour expression.
Don't look so down. Don't let this Roxy chick get under your skin. You're, like, a unicorn.
A unicorn? What's that?
Like, a super rare wonder bitch. How many girls got that skater vibe, all laid back, with giant porno titties, and still a virgin? This guy is luckier even looking at his pig place right now.
Please don't call me porno titties.
Sorry, but you know what I mean.
Maddie hadn't ever thought of herself that way. A unicorn? Her life was such a mess, and she had so many problems, she struggled to comprehend why Gareth might be into her. Was it really because she wore Converse sneakers and had giant boobs? No way. Their connection went much deeper than that. But maybe not if he was still talking to Roxy.
So you guys haven't had sex yet? Have you done anything at all? Like, how serious is this?
Maddie turned pink again. She thought of her evening on Gareth's couch, how he had touched her with such dexterity and skill. How his hands brought her to multiple orgasms. How she had begged him for sex, but he turned her down. She had almost forgotten that exquisite humiliation. We got to second base, I wanted to have sex. I kind of threw myself at him.
He turned you down? Is he insane?
I'm a virgin, so he didn't want to rush in all fast. He said I could get hurt. B looked skeptical. Maddie felt embarrassed.
I don't buy it. Either he's secretly gay, or the virgin thing scared him off.
Why would being a virgin scare him off?
You don't know? Geez, you're innocent, because virgins are clingy as hell. Trust me, older guys don't want to deal with that. Virgins are crazy emotional, they get super attached.
Oh. I didn't know. Maddie bit her lip. B was so confident, now Maddie was second-guessing herself. Was she clingy? She didn't know anything about relationships. She didn't have any frame of reference. And she didn't think Gareth would tell her honestly if she was bugging him. So guys don't like it when you're clingy?
Fuck no, they hate it. Don't ever be needy with a guy.
Maddie fumbled with the string of her sweater. Well, shit. How did she know if she was being clingy or needy? Then B sat up straight and looked at her with a big grin.
Hey, I got an idea. My sister Becca and I are hitting up Fright Farm Haunted Manor this Friday. Are you free? It's at Beaumont Farms on their old plantation. Why don't you invite him along? Becca's really good at reading guys, we'll check him out for you. If he's sleazy and gross, we'll let you know. And hey, if you find out bad news about this Roxy chick, you can come hang out with us and have fun.
Maddie considered it sounded like a good idea. She remembered the ticket she got with her paycheck yesterday. The timing really works out, I got a free ticket from work. I'd love to go with you, if that's okay.
Awesome, I'll text you the details on Pick Place. This is going to be so much fun. I love Halloween.
B hooked her arm in Maddie's and leaned in close, giving her a little half hug. Maddie returned the hug. B's excitement was contagious. She had never been to a haunted house before. Maybe when she was really young with her mom, but that was different than going to the harrowing Beaumont Farms. Fright Farm Manor was famous in Jefferson County. All the cool kids went there. And now, at the late age of 19, she would finally get her chance. With that thought, Maddie stood up and brushed off her pants. She picked up her backpack and glanced at the overcast sky. It was getting dark. It's been fun hanging out, B, but I gotta get home.
Yeah, I should do homework. Fucking senior year is taking too long. I'm so done. Hey though, I'll see you this Friday? Don't bail on me.
Yeah, text me the details. I'll see you at school. Bean made a little cat paw with her long nails. Maddie waved back. Then she jumped off the swing and started down the side yard to the road. Chapter 16. That night around 10 p.m., Maddie finished brushing her teeth, then she picked up her phone and stared at Gareth's number. She hadn't heard from him since that morning. She wondered what he was doing. She tried to picture him at his house, maybe sitting on his couch in front of his big-ass TV, watching an old Western movie, fresh out of the shower. Or maybe he was at the gym. Or maybe he was asleep. Ugh. She really shouldn't be thinking about him this much. Dean and his friends were still out on the deck smoking cigarettes and gabbing, just like she had done with Bea after school. Except Dean's friends would keep it up all night, getting louder and louder as the beer flowed. They wanted to see the bullet hole in the wall. They cracked open beers and listened to Dean's concocted version of the break-in and the wolf attack. He loved telling stories, never mind he wasn't home when it happened. Since getting home, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of Roxy. A jealous, hard knot had formed in her stomach. She even checked Pick Place again to stalk Gareth's profile. So 8 years ago, he was in Iraq. She stared at that photo a lot. He didn't have his tattoos, but his arms were just as big and the gun even bigger. There was a lot she didn't know about him yet. He had a few pics after that, mostly car stuff. The pic with Roxy was one of 3 tagged photos, the others were just random graphics for events in Arizona from years ago. She felt like an idiot. If she had checked him out on Pick Place sooner, she would have known about his other girl. She sighed. It was no use. She couldn't ignore the Roxy situation. She needed to talk to him about it. The hard knot in her stomach wouldn't let her relax. How was she supposed to sleep with all this anxiety? Her head was practically spinning. She needed to get her truth out. She thought of Bea's advice. With a bit of courage, she started texting. She rewrote the text several times. Reread it. Deleted. Finally, after several minutes, she sent to Gareth probably the longest text she had ever sent in her life. It filled up the phone screen. Hey, so I'm having second thoughts. I don't think we should talk to each other anymore. I know we said we would be friends and go slow, but I don't think you've been honest with me. I don't want to be your side piece. She wondered if he would have the balls to reply. Or if he was even awake. She tucked her phone into her pocket. Then she finished in the bathroom and crossed back to her bedroom. Joker was lying on the floor in the hallway and thumped her tail when she saw her. Maddie scratched her ears. Then she went into her small, dark bedroom and laid down in bed. She slipped under her light blue comforter. The bed was chilly from the cold mountain air. It would take a moment to warm up from her body heat. She closed her eyes, determined to sleep. She forcefully tried to empty her mind. Then her phone buzzed. She saw a response from Gareth light up her screen.
Can we talk?
Maddie stared at his text for a long moment. It was not what she expected. She didn't really know what to say. Her heart started to pound in her chest. She didn't want to confront him over the phone. That was way too awkward. She suddenly found herself backpedaling, and she texted back. I'm tired, and I'm kinda done talking right now.
Alright, but maybe I can clear some things up.
Maddie took a deep breath. She was very reluctant to talk to him over the phone. She didn't know how to have this conversation, but she didn't think she could sleep without laying the Roxy thing to rest. It was eating her up inside. She wrestled with herself for a moment, then she finally texted him back. Okay, we can talk. Her phone started to vibrate a few seconds later. He was calling her. Shit, this was hard. Maddie picked up, unsure of what to expect. "Hey," she said.
Hey.
Gareth cleared his throat. It sounded like he was chewing on something and had just swallowed. Was he eating dinner? She heard a paper bag rustle and the clang of his metal trash can lid opening and closing. She suddenly imagined him standing over his kitchen sink, munching on a sandwich. Had he just got home from work? Was he working this late? "Are you eating dinner?" she asked.
Yeah, just home. You all tucked in?
Yeah.
Good. So why you calling yourself my side piece?
Maddie struggled to stay composed. She needed to speak coherently, not just garbled up emotional nonsense, no matter how much she wanted to unload. "So my friend and I looked at your PicPlace account. I saw the pic from 4th of July.
What? I'm never on there. What 4th of July pic?
He sounded confused. Shit, maybe this was all a big mistake. A lump formed in her throat. It was at some bar. And I saw the missed calls on your phone at Zippy's. I know about Roxy. She looks like a lot of fun and probably more your age. So you should date her. Just forget about me. It's not cool you strung me along like you did. Thanks for all the help. You really saved my life after the break-in. But you don't have to keep after me like this. I get it." Gareth was quiet. Maddie had no idea what he was thinking. She wondered if he was going to hang up the phone. She kinda wanted to hang up before he got a chance to respond. This was agonizing.
All right. I'm on PicPlace, but I can't see the picture. I don't know how this app works.
Maddie rolled her eyes. Does it really matter?
I want to know what pic you're looking at.
Why? Are there more you're trying to hide?
No, Mads, I'm not trying to hide anything.
He paused for another long moment.
Fuck it. I can't figure it out. Look, forget the app. I haven't seen Roxy since the 4th of July. Yeah, we went to a bar. What do you want to know?
Are you still seeing her?
No.
Is she your ex?
Not really.
What does that mean?
We never dated. We just kept it casual.
So she's a fuck buddy?
Sure. Fuck buddy, I guess. I don't like calling people that. We just messed around a few times.
Maddie didn't know how she felt about that. She was still a virgin. Sex was still a big deal to her. So you were just friends? Kind of like us?
No, nothing like us, Mads.
B thinks you're still fucking around with her.
Who's B?
She's my friend. So do you have a lot of different girls you hook up with? Are you a player?
Shit, no, Mads. That's Hollywood. I'm not like that. Roxy knew it wasn't anything. I told her that up front.
Maddie bit her lip. She closed her eyes for a moment and took a breath.
What we got is different, Mads. Roxy never came over to my house, or my garage, or met Vin. I offered for you to move into my house to get away from Dean. That's more than I'd ever do for Roxy or anyone else. I get that you need to go slow and just be friends right now. But that doesn't change anything between us.
Maddie bit her lip. Damn, he was making sense, but this was hard. So you're not seeing her?
No. I cut things off.
She called your phone that night at Zippy's, so I guess you didn't cut her off that well.
Yeah, well, it's been months. I didn't expect her to call. It was bad timing.
How do I know you're telling me the truth?
I don't know, Mads. You gotta trust me. Why would I lie to you?
Maddie took a breath. Trust was not her strong suit. She could sense Gareth's frustration over the phone. She could almost see him run his hand through his hair. He let out a deep breath. She had to take him at his word until she got to know him better. But that was hard for her to do. Her mind returned to Roxy and she tried to stave off another surge of jealousy. Maddie remembered that 4th of July holiday from earlier in the year. She had worked that day and earned double time. Then she walked home, watching the fireworks blast off over Black River High's football field. She was exhausted, but grateful for the money. So that very night, he had fucked some girl? It didn't seem fair. How long were you two together?
We weren't together like that. We hooked up a few times.
For how long?
I don't know. 6 months? Off and on? I didn't see her a lot.
Maddie tried to remain calm. That's a long time. 6 months sounds pretty serious to me.
Well, it wasn't. I cut things off when she tried to get closer.
Maddie gnawed on her lips. Right, what about now? Is she still calling you?
She texted last Sunday, but I blocked her number.
Maddie sat for a moment and processed everything.
Look, Mads, I know we've had this thing between us for goddamn ever, but I couldn't do anything. You were too young. You get that, right?
Maddie had never heard him speak like that before. She felt her hands tremble slightly on the phone. Yeah, she was too young, and his explanation made sense, but that didn't make it easier for her to trust him. He repeated himself.
You get that, right, baby girl? You were too young.
Yeah.
You probably felt like you had dibs on me this whole time, right?
Yeah, actually I did.
Well, I'm all yours now. I don't have time for two women. That auto shop is my life. I mean it. Roxy and I had nothing serious. You're my first girlfriend in a long time.
Maddie wavered. Girlfriend? We're still figuring that out.
Sure we are.
How long since you last dated anyone?
I don't know. 6 years?
Maddie thought about that. So, he hadn't dated anyone since before he moved to Black River. That was a long time. She reminded herself that he was older than her, and sex for him probably wasn't such a big deal. Maybe the Roxy thing really wasn't serious at all. She shouldn't be surprised that he had a casual hookup. She wasn't dating Gareth 6 months ago. It's not like they had some secret arrangement. So Roxy Booty called him last Friday night and he blocked her number. What else did she want? I'd prefer she didn't exist at all, Maddie thought, feeling petty.
You doing all right over there?
Maddie realized she had fallen silent again. She wasn't used to expressing herself like this. Communication wasn't her strong suit.
What's wrong, Mads?
I want to be the only girl you think about.
You are, I promise. You don't gotta worry about Roxy. I never think about her. She's gone, baby girl. Don't worry about that. You and me, what we got, that's something totally different. It's real. You have no idea.
Maddie clung to the phone, feeling an emotional lump lodge in her throat. Well shit, why did he have to go and say stuff like that? He'd done more for her in the last 4 days than anyone had since her mom died. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. You did nothing wrong.
Yeah, but I checked your phone at Zippy's without telling you. That's, like, not cool.
I don't care about that, Mads. Just so long as you're all right.
Maddie heard her stepfather's heavy footsteps pounding down the hallway as he went to the bathroom. She shrank down beneath her covers, her pulse quickened. She didn't want Dean to overhear her on the phone. If he caught her talking to Gareth, she was scared of what he might do. Probably break her phone or throw it in the river.
What is it?
It's my stepdad, hold on. Gareth paused. Then he said,
You sound scared.
I just don't want him to hear us on the phone. Maddie turned her volume way down. Her bedroom door was almost directly across from the bathroom. She heard her stepdad pause outside her door for a bit longer than seemed necessary. Shit, was he listening? This was totally new Dean behavior. Since when did he give a damn about anything she did? I have to hang up. I'll text you. Then she ended the call before Gareth could answer. She waited for a breathless moment, hoping her stepdad hadn't overheard her little whisper into the phone. Then she heard the bathroom door open and close. The fan turned on. She sighed. Her phone pinged. Gareth was texting her.
You okay?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Need me to come over?
No, please don't. He'll be pissed if you show up. He really doesn't like you.
So he doesn't approve.
Maddie hesitated before texting back. He thinks you're too old for me.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the reason.
Maddie sighed. If she told Gareth about Dean's threats, he would probably lose his shit. She could see that situation quickly escalating. I feel better about the Roxy thing. Sorry I didn't trust you, she texted.
Stop apologizing. You're fine. You still want to do the driving lesson?
Maddie stared at the text in surprise. She blinked. She hadn't considered canceling the lesson, though if the Roxy conversation had gone differently, she might have. Yeah, for sure.
I'll pick you up from school at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Usual spot. Bring your permit.
The usual spot? They had a usual spot? She put the phone down for a moment and tried not to squeal quietly into her blanket. Then her phone pinged again.
You should go to bed. It's late.
Maddie chewed her lip as she read his text message. An annoyed, rebellious part of her wanted to tell him to fuck off, but it was nice, actually, having someone take the reins and tell her what to do for a change. It gave her a sense of relief. She wasn't doing everything alone. With the whole Roxy thing sorted out, she felt closer to him than before. She hadn't realized how much those phone calls at Zippy's were hanging over her head. She finally texted back. Okay, I will.
Good girl. Heart of the Wolf. A paranormal romance novel by author A. Mariposa. Chapter 17. Gareth didn't exactly love running a car shop. He liked working on cars and fixing things, sure. But running a business? He didn't really have the head for it. He wasn't into sales. He didn't network or try to sling his services at everyone he met. He still had the stack of business cards he ordered 4 years ago in his desk drawer. His primary means of getting business was the highway right outside the door. You never knew what kind of people were going to blow in day by day. Some neighbors had accounts from way back before he owned Jack's auto repair. They even remembered Jack, who ran the place some 10-odd years ago. Gareth didn't know the guy. Jack had sold the place to Stuart Markham, who couldn't turn a profit or fix a car. Then Stuart sold the place to Gareth in a desperate bid to get out of debt and out of town. Gareth thought he had turned the place around in the 4 years or so that he had owned it. When he first decided to stay in Black River, he got a job as a maintenance tech for an HVAC company. He worked that gig until he earned enough to buy a car. Then he got the VA loan for the business and bought the garage. His mom fronted the money for the down payment on the house. He kept promising to fly her out to visit, but he hadn't shared his new address yet with anyone in his family. He liked to keep his life separate, mainly because wolves were territorial, and once he opened that floodgate, his brothers would come to Black River and probably try to stake a claim. They wouldn't like seeing him with something nice they couldn't share. It was Wednesday morning, about 7 a.m. The shop didn't open until 9 a.m., but he was sitting in his cramped office trying to get his accounts all sorted in QuickBooks. He was a few weeks behind tallying up expenses and charges and invoices and billing. Fuck. He needed an accountant, but he didn't want to hire anyone. Somewhere out on the garage floor, he heard Vin blasting away some souped-up EDM music while he finished the last few vehicles. The kid came in early. He'd been working since 5 a.m., or at least, that was the punch-in on his time card. Gareth sat back from the computer with a sigh. He took a moment to sip his coffee and run a hand over his tired eyes. Then he stared at the edge of his desk, where just 2 days ago, he had wrapped Maddie up in his arms and kissed her senseless. Fuck. She wanted to go slow. How was he supposed to do that when every muscle in his body wanted to pounce? It took all of his self-control to hold back. He wanted her badly. She was his life mate. Her scent called to him. She lit a fire in his blood. His wild nature yearned to claim her. Honestly, fucking her senseless would solve a lot of problems. First, she'd get attached. She might be scared of it, but he liked the thought of her being all clingy and needy with him. He wanted that. Then she'd think twice before pulling that friend's crap again. Second, it meant he could fuck her twice, and he would. Immediately after he spilled into her the first time, he would make love to her again and again. He could feel his shaft swelling at the thought of it. He couldn't wait to hear her little noises as he emptied into her sweet womb. and he had a feeling she would enjoy it very much. She wanted him too. He knew that with certainty. She was just scared of getting close. Third, he would finally make her submit, show her the alpha wolf. That urge was overpowering, especially after their little fight. He wanted to bend her over his desk and thrust into her from behind, doggy style, ride her until her mind broke, until she forgot her own name, until she was sloppy and incoherent. Then, she would know where she belonged, beneath him. If he had to drag her out of that mobile home by the nape of her neck, he would. He wasn't going to let Dean lay another hand on her. The friends thing was total bull. He stretched out his back in his office chair. He put his arms behind his head, undid his ponytail, shook out his hair, then wrapped it up again in a messy bun at the base of his neck. He glanced at the cell phone on his desk. He would check in with her again in a few hours, make sure she got to school okay. Any other girl, he wouldn't be concerned. But Maddie was a special case. She needed the extra. Gareth turned off his computer. He cracked his neck and stood up. He hated staring at monitors. "Vin!" he yelled as he came out of his office. He looked around the garage. "Vin, turn that shit down." The pounding EDM music suddenly stopped.
What's up, boss?
You done with the Ford? It's getting picked up at noon.
Yeah, it's ready.
I'll move it to the back lot. Gareth picked up a few empty oil cans on his way out and tossed them in the big trash barrel in front of the garage. The truck Vin finished earlier was temporarily parked in the driveway. Gareth grabbed the keys to move the truck to the locked car lot behind the shop. He needed to get better security. He had 2 security cameras on the lot and a floodlight, but anyone could climb over the fence. He was holding off hiring a security guard, but if business picked up again next year, he might have one just for the summer. He wondered how much that would cost in wages. It all made his head hurt. He climbed out of the old Ford and locked the door. Then the wind shifted and he smelled something strange and unfamiliar coming from the forest. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled. He frowned, sniffing again, wondering if he was imagining it. Then he heard the crunch of boots running across the dirty, pebbly asphalt. He started to turn when something hit him from behind. With a grunt, Gareth was dealt a stinging blow to his back, right between the shoulder blades. He fell forward onto the truck and caught himself against the door. He saw the reflection of his attacker behind him in the truck window. He ducked as a metal pipe came swinging at his head. The window shattered. Shards of glass went flying. Gareth threw up his arm and spun away, trying to get some space between him and the crazy motherfucker with the pipe. "What the fuck?" Gareth roared. He turned to face his attackers. 2 men were on him at the same time. A few others hung back in a loose circle in the car lot. The first thug with the metal pipe was tall and skinny. The bigger, burlier one had a knife. He saw the man's sharp, jagged blade glint in the floodlight from the back of the building. Shit, it wasn't just a box cutter or a pocket knife. It was a hefty Rambo-looking hunting knife with serrated edges. The gang of thugs had women's pantyhose covering their faces to hide their identities. They looked like bank robbers. He thought for a moment that they were thieves trying to steal a car from the back lot, but that didn't make sense. Why show up in the morning when the shop was just opening? That and their scent was unmistakable. They were wolves. Gareth called at them. "Really? You gonna wear women's underwear to come at me? The fuck? Take that shit off." "Who are you?"
"You fucked up. Messed with the wrong pack,"
the biggest one said with the Rambo knife. The guy was built like a big rig truck with a voice that smoked a pack a day. He must be 6.5 feet tall. Every visible inch of skin was covered in tattoos. He looked straight out of prison, if Gareth had to guess. He sniffed the air, catching a whiff of the man's strong wolf stench. Not an alpha, so he must be their beta, a second in command. Gareth's eyes narrowed. So what? This an execution? The big one pointed the jagged Rambo knife at him threateningly.
"You killed my brother. So yeah, that's exactly what this is."
Well, shit. These goons were from the same pack that had attacked Maddie's trailer. The same pack that came after Dean. He had killed 2 of their pack already on the night they tried to rape Maddie. It was only a matter of time before they came after him. Gareth reached into his back pocket where he carried a pair of brass knuckles. He slipped them onto his fist. No time like go time, he thought. Then, with a deep growl, he rushed the smaller guy with the pipe. He blocked a swing aimed for his head and struck the little asshole across the face. Something cracked. A spray of blood misted the air. The skinny man fell to the ground with a high-pitched scream. The group of wolves started to move. Another man rushed at him from across the lot with a wild howl. He was swinging a big rusty hammer. Gareth kicked the hammer out of his hand and caught the man in the throat with another punch. His opponent stumbled back with a choking sound, clutching his throat, his eyes bulging. He collapsed next to his friend, wheezing and grappling at his neck. "Who else wants a taste?" Gareth said angrily. He turned to face the mob, kicking the pipe away under the truck as he did so. The big one, Rambo, stood at the fore of the group. The lesser wolves hung back, waiting for a signal from their beta. They looked less certain now. Probably weren't expecting someone who could kick ass.
Who are you?
Wouldn't you like to know? Gareth growled. He hoped none of them had brought a gun. He didn't think so. They would have used it by now. Guns were easy to trace, and a bullet raised more questions than a guy getting beat to death in a car lot. "Took y'all long enough to find me," he said when no one moved. "Where y'all been? That trailer's only 2 miles from here. Your alpha must be pretty dumb."
Big words for a lone wolf. We've been watching you all week. Marquise owns this area. You're out of your league.
"Who the fuck is Marquise?" Gareth called. Another wolf piped up from the party in the back.
Alpha of the Grey Ridge Pack. We own every county between here and Canada, and we're gonna take this one too.
Shut the fuck up, Steve.
Rambo growled. The smaller wolf who'd been talking went quiet.
Doesn't matter who Marquise is. You're a dead man.
With a nod of his head, they all rushed him at once. The first one to reach him, Gareth clocked in the jaw with an uppercut that sent blood spattering across the side of the Ford truck. The thug went down like a pile of bricks. Then a second goon jumped on his back. Gareth twisted, using his Krav Maga training from the army. He was a little rusty. His muscles bulged in his arms and chest as he grabbed the man in a headlock and threw him over his shoulder, body slamming him against the hood of the truck. The man's head cracked back on the metal hood, and he went limp. Fuck. Gareth hoped he wasn't dead. Murder was illegal, but these wolves were trying to kill him. Gareth turned fast. Rambo was on him like an avalanche. The knife whizzed past his torso, barely missing him by an inch, to scrape across the hood of the car. Sparks flew. Paint scratched. Shit, that would be expensive to fix. Gareth grabbed Rambo by the wrist, engaging him head-on. He shoved the giant wolf backward against the truck, keeping the knife far away from his face. He delivered 2 quick punches to the man's gut, driving the brass knuckles deep into his abdomen. Rambo didn't seem fazed. He shoved Gareth back and then fell on top of him, trying to stab the knife into his stomach. Gareth crashed to the ground, dragging the big guy with him. He twisted around, trying to grab his giant opponent in a headlock. Rambo put up a good fight. The big bastard was prison strong. If this was some skirmish in the prison yard, he might have had more luck. But Gareth was not just a regular wolf. He was Arizona royalty, alpha blood, and he was his father's son. That made him stronger, crazier, and meaner than any fucktard with a knife. With a roar of adrenaline, Gareth pried the man off him, flipped him, and hooked his arm around Rambo's corded neck. He locked him in a stranglehold, squeezing the air out of him. Rambo dropped the knife and started clawing at Gareth's arms. His nails turned into claws that dug deep and tore up Gareth's skin, ripping into his flesh. Gareth felt blood trickling down his forearms to his wrists, but he did not let go. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the 2 remaining wolves circling around. One reclaimed a metal pipe from under the truck. They prowled forward, waiting for their chance to bash in his head. It didn't look good. Damn. Maybe he'd have to kill these fuckers after all. Then, with a sudden and unexpected roar, Vin flew onto the scene swinging a crowbar. He came out of nowhere, dropping from the sky like a bat out of hell. He came up behind the 2 remaining goons, swinging the iron bar with 2 fists. He hit one of the thugs in the back of the head and caught the other one across the knees. They both fell down, howling and moaning. Then Vin turned to Gareth, the crowbar held high. His face was flushed and his eyes were wild. He looked a little crazy. He started wailing on the guy locked in Gareth's grip. He struck him in the gut, then the balls, then the knees. Gareth jumped up before Vin hit him too. He shoved the big bastard away and stood up, backing off from Vin's swinging crowbar. "Vin, ease up!" He grabbed Vin's arm before he went too far. He applied pressure to a point on his forearm that forced him to drop the iron bar.
Ow, fuck, why'd you do that?
"To stop you from committing a goddamn felony." As they yelled at each other, the pack of wolves scrambled to their feet and ran off. The big one was limping and clutching his nutsack. The smaller ones chased after him, leaving a trail of blood behind. Gareth watched them go. They sprinted across the parking lot, setting off motion detector lights as they went.
You better get the fuck out of here.
Vin yelled after them. He danced on his feet, looking ready for a fight, but also cagey as hell.
Now what? We can't just let them get away.
Gareth watched the men climb the chain-link fence and disappear over the other side, vanishing into the woods. He didn't think they would come back any time soon. The scent of wolves grew momentarily stronger as a gust of wind soared past him. Then the wind quieted again, and the Greyridge pack was gone. A ray of sun broke through the heavy, overcast sky as though reminding him of the day ahead. They still had to open the shop. Gareth released a slow breath of air. If he was back home, with his brothers at his back, he would have finished these fuckers off in the woods. But he and Vin weren't an army. The wolves would likely change into their beast forms and run back to their alpha, Marquis, and tell him what happened. It wasn't ideal. But Gareth wasn't going to run after them. Killing more wolves at this point would only bring the whole pack down on his head. When he killed before outside of Maddie's trailer, it's because they had tried to rape her. That was a special occasion. He wasn't a bloodthirsty psychopath like his father.
Fuck, boss. You got tore up good.
Gareth glanced down at his bloody forearms. Cuts and gashes left by the beta's claws ran from his elbows to his wrists. He sighed. More cuts to cover the tattoos that covered his scars.
Well, what should we do?
Forget 'em. Unlock the doors. We're open for business, Vin.
For real?
Yup, for real. Then he winced. He rolled his shoulders experimentally. His back was sore between his shoulder blades where the metal pipe had hit him.
You okay, boss?
Just that fucking metal pipe. Damn. Gareth half grimaced, half bared his teeth. Now that his adrenaline was wearing off, he was beginning to feel every bump and bruise where those assholes landed a blow. It was not pleasant. He took a moment to breathe and clear his head. Adrenaline coursed through him, making him wild and angry. He could see his breath rising in little clouds of vapor. Let's start the day, Vin. We got customers coming to pick up cars at 9 a.m.
All right, boss.
Together, they started walking back to the shop. Vin picked up the crowbar and walked next to Gareth closely, his head turning this way and that. He looked jumpy and excited.
We really showed them, huh? That was crazy. With a crowbar? Like I saved your life. Fuck, I want a raise.
You're really going to ask me for a raise now?
Well, I mean, if not, it's cool, I'm just saying.
I'll think about it, Gareth grunted.
We need, like, better security or something. Like an alarm system. They broke the window on the Ford. What are we going to do about that?
We're going to wash that fucking blood off the truck before anyone sees it. Then you're going to make a very nice phone call to the owner to explain what happened. Vandalism. Probably a bunch of meth heads looking for parts to sell. Then we're going to replace the window for free.
What? Me? Why do I have to make the call?
I thought you wanted a raise.
Man.
Vin whined the rest of the way through the parking lot. At the entrance, Gareth stopped for a moment to close up the gate. He wrapped the heavy chain around the bars and closed the padlock. Shit. His arms were throbbing. He was ready to go home, but the shit thing about owning a business, he had to be the boss. He headed to the unisex bathroom next to his office. It was a surprisingly large restroom for the size of the shop. It even had a shower stall and an eye wash station. He kept a hefty first aid kit in one of the metal storage cabinets, thanks to all the nicks and cuts they got on the job. Time to clean up these gashes before they got infected. Human nails and wolf claws were fucking disgusting. Luckily, the cuts were shallow. As he walked through the shop and got the first aid kit out in the bathroom, He thought about the brief skirmish. Attempted execution, rather. It pissed him off. So the Grey Ridge pack had finally found him. At least he had a name now for the pack and their alpha. He wanted to know their numbers. They might have a broad territory, but most of the counties between Black River and Canada were farmland or forest. They might be backwater strong, but that didn't mean they were a match for the Phoenix pack. These goons obviously didn't know who Gareth was. If they did, they probably wouldn't have swung a metal pipe at his head. Or who knows, maybe they wanted a war. He didn't know how much sway his father's name held this far from Arizona. Phoenix was a harsh place, and the Phoenix pack was the largest in the Southwest since the Los Angeles Empire fractured and broke apart. His family controlled one of the 5 largest wolf kingdoms in the U.S. Or at least they did last he checked the Reddit boards. He didn't know where they stood now. It had been a few years, but he doubted a lot had changed. These fuckers wanted to kill him. That put him in a shit mood. He liked his life in Black River, and he didn't want to leave. That meant he needed to become such a pain in the ass, they left him alone. Did he tell his family about this? Did he involve them in this conflict? It meant opening a whole new can of worms. What about Maddie? Did the Grey Ridge pack know about her yet? They hadn't mentioned her, so maybe they didn't realize she was a female wolf. If they did, they would snap her up in a heartbeat and use her as mating stock. It was the sad condition of their kind. He needed to protect her. He needed to make sure she was okay. He needed to check on her. Gareth left the sink in the break room and walked into his office, where his phone was sitting on the desk. He unlocked the screen, ignoring the bit of blood still leaking down his arm from the cuts. He reasoned she was all right, but he had to be sure. It was after 8 a.m. He selected her name from his texting contacts, Mads. Then he typed out his message and hit send. "You in class?" He waited for her to respond. It was agonizing.
Yes, Dad.
He grinned, or bared his teeth, something like that. Then he texted her back. "Don't be a brat. See you after school." With sudden inspiration, he opened up her contact info and changed her name from Mads to Brat. Fuck. Making him feel old. Someday he was going to spank that ass. He shut off his phone's screen and slipped it in his pocket. If the Grey Ridge pack ever came after Maddie, heads were gonna roll.
Hey, what's up? It's Vin. Thanks for hanging out with us losers. Don't forget, you can also grab a copy of the print or ebook on Amazon. Okay, well, this is awkward, so here's the next chapter.
Chapter 18. That morning, Gareth texted her just after 8 a.m. while she was sitting in homeroom trying to wake up.
"You in class?"
Yes, Dad. She answered him sarcastically, and he texted back.
"Don't be a brat. See you after school."
Maddie paused, reading his text, then she sighed. She was nervous about the driving lesson, and even more nervous about seeing him again. But she felt a lot better after sorting out the whole Roxy thing over the phone last night. And his allusion to their past history stayed on her mind. He still hadn't told her why he started helping her on the mountain. She had asked back at his place, the same night she had showed him her scars. He had made up some story about being a wolf without a pack, Lobo Loco. It wasn't really an answer. But the fact remained, this thing between them had been building for fucking ever. She remembered the first time she caught a clear view of his face, when she had first noticed how handsome he was. It was maybe 2 months after their first meeting on the mountainside. It was a hot, humid summer night. Crickets chirped under the back porch. Owls hooted in the trees. The forest was full of noise. She wore cotton shorts and a thin, loose nightshirt. She was walking along her favorite trail through the woods. Dean had taken a swipe at her. He was a lot more violent back then, and she was a lot more vulnerable. She flew out the back door before he could catch her and leave a bruise. In bare feet, she ran down the side of the mountain, skidding through soft dirt and mossy grass. Eventually, she found a familiar trail that ran along the side of a stream through a thicket of paperbark birch trees. It was a clear, warm night. The moon was full. She followed the trail to where it ended at the banks of the Black River. She remembered standing next to a dead fir tree, staring at the moon's reflection in the dark, swirling water. For a moment, she considered throwing herself into the river. The current was fast and deadly. She wondered how long it would take for her body to sink to the bottom. Becoming nothing at all seemed better than living through this pain. Every day was agony. She just wanted the pain to stop. She remembered climbing on top of a big rock next to the river, where she gauged the water's black depths, wondering if she had the balls to do it. It took her a moment to realize she wasn't alone. Something moved out of the corner of her eye, and she glanced up. She saw him standing across the river from her, watching her silently. She was scared at first, but then she recognized him. She wiped the tears from her cheeks. She was too scared to talk to him. He seemed to notice her distress and forded the stream, walking along the big fallen fir tree like a bridge. He approached the rock where she was standing.
Are you lost?
Even now, she remembered the gruff baritone of his voice. She shrugged. Sorta? A beat of silence passed. She gazed up at him curiously, squinting through the moonlight. She remembered the angular shape of his face. When she first met him, he looked like a homeless hitchhiker, but now he was clean-shaven. He wore fresh clothes and his face looked younger than she expected. She noted his gaunt cheeks and strong jawline, the cleft in his chin, his straight nose and arched black eyebrows. He was handsome. Then he folded his arms and leaned on one hip.
So what are you doing out here so late? You gonna jump in the river?
It was like he could read her mind. No. No, that's dumb.
You're right. It's pretty dumb.
His eyes wandered over her face down to her bare feet, taking in her loose cotton pajamas. He seemed as curious about her as she was about him. But if he had more questions, he didn't ask anything else.
Follow me. I'll take you home.
That was the second time they met. It was August, a couple weeks before she turned 15. The vision of his face stayed with her after that night. When she was out on the mountains, she looked for him, but he didn't always show up. Then on random nights, they would encounter each other on the mountainside under the moonlight. They didn't have long conversations, but he would walk with her for a ways. He would lead her back home. And now he was her driving instructor. She felt a little shiver of anticipation. She texted him back, "Yeah, I'll see you at 3. The day flew by. She spent her lunch in the admin office in a special room for kids serving detention. After school, Maddie stood outside on the sidewalk, her backpack slung casually over one shoulder. It was just past 3 p.m. The sky might be blue, but the wind was bitterly cold. Maddie shoved her hands into her pockets. She started down the crowded sidewalk, jostled to and fro by her peers. The basketball team ran past her on their mandatory 5-mile route. She checked her phone but didn't see a text. She assumed Gareth was going to pick her up at the same place he had dropped her off last Thursday, just outside the admin office. As she neared the usual place, she saw 2 things that made her heart sink. First, Gareth wasn't there, and it crossed her mind that he wasn't coming. She couldn't silence the tiny, evil voice at the back of her mind that taunted her. He's going to ghost you. Then she saw Kaylee Makovich and the bitch crew sauntering down the sidewalk. She recognized 2 of the girls from Zippy's. Annoyed, Maddie pulled up her hood and tried to make herself invisible, but it was impossible. They were walking straight toward her. She braced herself for a confrontation. The varsity jackets walked past her, then they slowed down a little. One of the girls elbowed another, and they turned to stare at Maddie. They stopped. Kaylee turned with them, but she had her phone out and she was texting someone. She acted like Maddie didn't exist. The other girls noticed her, though. The one that reminded Maddie of a Barbie doll sneered. Maddie tried to remember her name. Was it Amy? She had blonde braids woven into her thick, beautiful black hair, bright blue eyeshadow, and full glossy lips. Maddie tried not to feel a little jealous of her perfect complexion.
I heard you got detention for bringing condoms to school.
You know those condoms weren't mine, so which one of you stuffed them in my locker?
I don't know what you mean.
I can't believe you'd accuse us of that.
A short blonde girl piped up from the rear, then she stuffed a hand over her mouth and laughed. Maddie rolled her eyes. You're a terrible liar.
We didn't do anything.
Not that you can prove, anyway. And you better watch your back. I still owe you a beatdown for what you did to Adam.
You're seriously going to beat me up? Maddie scoffed. That's rich. I'd like to see you try. Barbie took a threatening step forward.
You think you're tough shit just because you're trailer trash? I'll take you any day, slut.
A rumbling engine interrupted them. Both girls turned as a classic '69 Camaro pulled up across the street. It parked along the curb, across from where they were standing. The car shut off and the door opened, and Gareth stepped out. His hair was tied back. He wore his sunglasses, a faded gray t-shirt, casual athletic-style black pants, and Nike running shoes. His muscular, tatted arms were fully visible. He shoved his hands in his pockets as he started across the street. Barbie's mouth gaped.
Kaylee, it's him. That hot guy from Zippy's.
Kaylee's head shot up and her cheeks turned instantly pink. Then girl number 3 piped up.
His tattoos are so hot. Is that a scorpion? So he's a Scorpio, right? They're supposed to be super temperamental and, like, crazy in bed.
Dang. What's he doing here?
Oh my god, Kaylee, is he coming over to talk to you?
Kaylee was quiet, staring at Gareth with unnerving intensity. Maddie recognized that look. No, she thought. No. Maddie felt slightly sick. Kaylee must have a crush on Gareth too. Maddie stepped back from the 3 girls, her mind reeling. She hadn't realized her enemies would remember Gareth from Zippy's. By the expression on the girls' faces, he was definitely a thing, and they had definitely talked about him. She shouldn't be surprised. Apparently Kaylee's mom had hit on him too. Gareth was probably the hottest guy in Black River. Still, it left her with a sour pit in her stomach. Gareth caught sight of them. He started toward Maddie.
He's coming over here.
Shit. Is he coming to talk to Kaylee? Maybe he remembers you. I mean, of course he remembers you. You're Kaylee Makovich. Like, the hottest girl in school.
Kaylee straightened up a little when girl number 3 said that, and she tossed her hair to one side. For a moment, she had an expectant look on her face, like she fully thought Gareth would breeze by Maddie, swoop up to her and ask for her number. Kaylee was super hot. She was probably used to guys approaching her that way. But Gareth ignored her, of course. He reached Maddie's side and stood in front of her on the street. Even a step down from the sidewalk, he was a few inches taller than her. If he saw Kaylee and the varsity jackets, he didn't acknowledge them. Maddie met Gareth's hazel eyes. She hadn't seen him in a few days, and for a moment, she had forgotten just how good-looking he was. It was strange seeing him here outside the school in broad daylight. Her secret crush, her midnight hero, now just a part of everyday life. Maddie wanted to say hi, but she was struck dumb like every other girl on the sidewalk. Gareth grinned.
Hey.
Oh, hi.
Kaylee answered before Maddie could say anything. Gareth looked surprised. His eyes darted back and forth between them. Maddie was standing with a bit of space between her and the other 3 girls. It was pretty obvious they weren't hanging out as a group. Then Barbie called out to him with a wide, dazzling smile.
Hey guy, what's your name?
He glanced at her, then he ignored her and turned to Maddie.
Ready to go?
Maddie tried to keep the little smirk from her face, but it was impossible. She glanced at Kaylee, then she joined Gareth in the street. She saw the look of shock on Kaylee's face. For a blissful moment, she basked in the glory of making Kaylee Makovich jealous. Gareth's hand touched her lower back as they started across the street. She thought he might put his arm around her, then he let his hand drop. Right. They were still just friends for the time being.
Slut.
She heard girl number 3 hiss at her back. Surprisingly, Gareth turned. All three girls jumped.
What did you say?
The varsity jackets all stared at Gareth with wide eyes. Kaylee looked especially pale. Gareth, it's fine, let's go, Maddie started. But he raised his big muscular arm and pointed at them.
Drop the bullshit. Fucking dumb kids. See this girl here next to me? She's better than all you all combined.
They stared at him. Nobody said a word. Then Gareth turned around and put his arm around Maddie's shoulders. He guided her back across the street.
You eatin'? I got you tacos in the car.
No, not yet. Thanks for standing up for me. Maddie glanced down at her shoes. She didn't really know what else to say.
They giving you a hard time?
Yeah, kinda. He opened the door for her and she got into the passenger side. She found a bag of tacos and an energy drink in the center console. He started up the engine and pulled away from the curb, then headed toward Main Street. Maddie looked out the window as they drove away from the high school. Kaylee and the bitch crew were still watching her. She took a deep breath. The confrontation unnerved her a bit. She suspected the varsity jackets weren't done with her. Now they'd seen her twice with Gareth, and Kaylee's narrow, jealous eyes meant something bad. Kaylee wouldn't be second best to crazy porno titties. Despite Gareth's protection, Maddie suspected more bullshit would be coming down the pipeline.
You got your permit with you?
Yeah, it's in my backpack.
Good.
So where are we going?
There's an old rest stop up on the mountain that's usually empty. Figure it's good for practice.
Maddie grinned. She felt a sense of relief. She wasn't ready to tackle driving down a busy street, even if Black River only had around 1,500 residents. Gareth turned the corner. Maddie ate her tacos as they passed through a few intersections in silence, the radio buzzing on Gareth's dashboard. It was tuned to a local news station. Maddie caught a crackly voice saying,
Largest storm system in recent years predicted to hit Jefferson County as early as next week. Residents advised to stock up on fresh water and other necessities in case of mudslides or road blockages. On other news, Wildlife Services received the coroner's report for the mysterious deaths of 5 men found in the forest just outside Black River. Report confirms a wolf most likely predator. So far, the hunt for the man-killing wolf continues.
Maddie glanced at the radio, then over at Gareth. He was wearing his sunglasses and his lips were set in a firm line. He looked cool and mysterious. They headed toward Highway 20. I saw a wolf up on the mountain.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was near my trailer. Do you think it's the same predator that killed those men?
Probably. Who knows? Anyway, I've been meaning to ask, did you ever find out why those guys came by your place?
No, it's messed up. I confronted Dean about it. I think he owes them money. But he denied it all. I can't get him to tell me anything.
I see.
Gareth sounded very capable of making Dean talk, but Maddie didn't want a confrontation between the two men. She knew Gareth was a hair's breadth away from committing a felony where her stepfather was concerned.
No one's come around the trailer, though.
No, not when I've been home at least. Honestly, Maddie had been trying very hard not to think about it. She didn't feel very safe in the trailer, even with Joker following on her heels wherever she went. The possibility of the criminals showing up again hung over her head like a dark cloud. Main Street turned into Highway 20, and the winding road took them up into the mountains. The Camaro sped by her driveway and her mailbox, then past the gas station and Jack's Auto Repair. They were going pretty high up. What happened to your arms? Maddie asked, finally noticing the long cuts that covered Gareth's forearms.
Banged them up on a truck. No big deal.
They look like nails or something.
Don't worry about it. They'll heal up just fine.
Maddie stared at the cuts again. Then she glanced up at his face. She sensed there was more to the story, but she couldn't imagine why he'd lie to her about that. She sat back in her seat, chewing on her lip, wondering about the cuts on his arms and the general mystery that was Gareth Delarosa.
Thank you for listening to the first half of Heart of the Wolf, a paranormal romance novel by Mariposa. More chapters are available in serial format on this podcast channel. So check out our channel page and podcast playlist to subscribe and keep listening. We'll link to part 2 in the description when it becomes available. You can always read ahead in the print book or ebook, available now on Amazon.com, link in description. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Hey, leave a comment and let us know your favorite scene. All right, stay cool. Bye for now.